Some takeaways from the wide nine. Texter says the thing about Tyreek Hill, when he's out there, offense changes. If he breaks 2,000 yards while missing a game, how can you ignore him?
If he breaks 2,000 yards while missing a game, that will be comparable to
the record.
Calvin Johnson.
Yeah. Texter says, did John really put Hutch in the Pro Bowl over Ragnow? John, do you even watch games? Hutch hasn't done a damn thing all season while Ragnow dominates.
Ragnow doesn't dominate. Ragnow is special to this offense, and he's a really good player. I just don't know that he's a Pro Bowl player this year. If you're putting him in the Detroit Lions Pro Bowl, sure, because what he's doing with the injury, but compared to some other centers in the NFC.
Ragnow is the highest graded center by PFF in the NFC, second in the entire NFL. He was a Pro Bowler last year. I'd still put him in.
Yeah, I think he should be in. I just don't. I'm trying to figure out
who will actually get in.
Because it's not always the most deserving.
We need to have a deeper conversation with Hutch this week. I do think there's a clear split in the fan base now, and in a weird way, he's become polarizing somehow, even though they're winning and he is their best defensive player. He gets pressure, third only to Nick Bosa and Micah Parsons. Now, everybody wants more sacks. Do you realize Aiden Hutchinson, the most sacks a Lion has ever had through the first 2 seasons? So I get it. We want more.
Yeah.
But to the point where people are calling this guy overrated, like, if anything, he's becoming underrated because of it. I know there's a lot to discuss there. Yeah. The other thing that we wanted to talk about, the quarterbacks in the division, the idea that the Lions have the NFC North crown and could for years to come. This doesn't feel like a fragile one-off season. It feels like the start of something. The challengers, Love and Fields for the Packers and Bears. If you guys want to weigh in on that, 248-539-9797. John, you say Love, I say Fields. I think Fields is on Fields.
Love.
Fields. I think Fields is on shakier ground, but I think he's a better player.
That's fair. I do think he's on shakier ground. I think the organization in and of itself and what they're doing with Eberflus or not doing with Eberflus, what they're doing with the offense, they strengthened their defense. They didn't do much other than go get DJ Moore. But offensive line-wise, I mean, Justin Fields is still running for his life. Now, he has that ability to be able to run for his life and come out on the top end of that. But I like Jordan Love and the fact that Jordan Love has made those around him better. Mm-hmm. Not like, we've seen Peyton Manning do or Tom Brady or, Aaron Rodgers. Not on that level. But when you're looking at, the talent that he has around him, Christian Watson, all right, Jaden Reed, Romeo Doubs, Tucker Kraft, a 4th-round pick. Like, he doesn't have the same weapons, I believe, that Justin Fields has to throw the ball to. Now, obviously, Aaron Jones, A.J. Dillon, you could talk about, that's a better run game. But when you're talking about just throwing the ball, I think he does a better job of making his receivers better than Justin Fields does.
Sure, I guess I would buy that. I think LaFleur is a more he has his stuff together on offense a lot better.
Some of that is the fact that I think LaFleur is a much better
play designer,
coach,
yeah,
and just than anything on Chicago's staff.
Let's get to Joseph in Shelby Township. Joseph, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey guys, so I'm sure you guys know this. I wanted to weigh in on the Fields versus Love conversation, but I think Fields is definitely the greater threat. You guys definitely know, as Lions fans for years, mobile quarterbacks is our biggest threat. Would you guys agree with that?
It gives them problems.
Yeah, mobile quarterbacks is every defense's biggest threat.
Yeah. I mean, like, even with who did we play? Like, they said Lamar, like, when we played the Ravens and we got smoked, they said they were going to try to get Lamar to pass the ball and everything. Like, I think Jordan Love, I still think he's a bigger threat. He's I think he's more comfortable in the pocket compared to Fields. And if Fields is if at any point, during the play, I think Fields can always get out of it. Because I, to be honest with you, the only time I remember seeing Fields getting sacked was like that game where we beat him in the last 3 minutes. And then it was a sack for a fumble, and
at the very end of the game, it was actually Hutchinson. Yeah, you're right. With Fields, it's I say he's on shakier ground because we don't know what the head coach, but also the number one pick. I mean, they could take Caleb Williams and flip Fields, and then he's not in the division, and he's no longer the same level of concern. But if they win 2 of the next 3, and the schedule sets up well, do they keep their coach? Do they keep their defense? Do they keep Fields? Do they flip number 1 for 3 more pieces to build around him? And while the offensive line in Chicago isn't great, I think they're starting to figure some things out. They like the young tackles that they have on that team.
Yeah, but right now they're young. And, I mean, you're coming off a season where he was absolutely brutalized as a quarterback. And this year he's already missed time because he got hit, keeps getting hit.
Kind of like Lamar at the end of the last couple seasons.
Yeah, and so that plays a factor as well. Would you love to have a mobile quarterback? Sure. Jordan Love is a mobile quarterback. Not like Justin Fields, not like Lamar Jackson, but he does a good job of being able to get outside, to be able to escape pressure. Unfortunately, we saw that, and I like the fact that he was as accurate on Thanksgiving Day as you really need to be as a quarterback.
You guys can jump in on it. We are going to talk Lions quarterback situation at 9:35. Hendon Hooker on the 53-man roster. What's the game plan? Roster crunch. Is it worth using a spot on him? But next, right after the update, John, I need your help. Do I need to buy more Christmas gifts?
Yes, I'll take whatever you're offering.
That's not what I meant. 97.1.
Brought to you by Auto Accident Attorneys Applebaum and Stone. Speaking for the first time since the hit that knocked him out on the ice, Detroit captain Dylan Larkin reflected on the hit from behind against Ottawa, saying he doesn't remember it, but it's the league's reaction that really haunts him. Yeah, there were no suspensions by the league for the hit, and only minor penalties were issued during the game with no ejections. Also, the team signed goalie Michael Hutchinson to a 1-year deal with Ville Husso expected to be out a while with an injury. Hutch will back up James Reimer for tonight's game in Winnipeg. Tough result after a hard-fought game for the Wolverines in Charlotte, a double overtime thriller against Florida, who surged ahead in the second bonus period. They won 106-101. Doug McDaniel, he was terrific, a career-high 33 points. Michigan's bench only shot the ball twice and scored 3 points. Lions coaches can start to mold rookie quarterback Hendon Hooker as he was activated to their roster during their off day. He's not played a game since November the 19th of last year at Tennessee. And C.J. Gardner-Johnson also expected to be at practice this week after tearing his pec in week 2. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Did you say you haven't started?
Yeah, is it too late for Christmas shopping? Or?
No, I mean, hey, all the way up until the morning of the 25th.
No one tells me what they freaking want, so I don't know.
Well, you're supposed to know.
I don't know. I don't know. It's so much anxiety, Scott. I hate it. I hate it so much. One person tells me, my sister a few years ago started a tradition where she sends us a Google Doc with links to everything that she wants. She's the best member of my family by far, just for that.
And you still haven't got her anything.
No, I should probably order that. But
Chris,
2-day shipping, baby.
You're running out of time.
2-day shipping, yes.
I thought he was
cost is only going up.
No,
you haven't got anything for your wife?
We have a truce for Christmas, a Christmas truce. So because she has the same anxiety I do, so we don't buy anything for each other, only for family and friends. But her birthday is on January 8th, so I get screwed anyway.
So we used to do that.
Yeah, you don't have a Christmas truce?
I got a lot of flack for a couple years ago. I brought that up that my wife and I weren't doing Christmas gifts.
No, spend it on other people.
Now, here's the issue, John. Thanks, Chris. This year we are giving each other gifts.
Okay.
And we've set a budget.
You've grown up.
We've grown up. He's so dismissive. No judgment if you do the truce. I've done it. But this year we set a budget for each other. And I went slightly over the budget, but I only got her 4 gifts. I say only because I look over at what's set aside for me. John, there's like 10, 12 gifts over there. And I asked her about it. She said they're lower dollar. She claims she didn't go over budget. She's really good with deals and free shipping. So it's not, the story might check out.
She might have got more for her dollar than you got for yours.
And my question is, as I stare at our setup there, I've got 4 to 10 to 12 on the other side of the scale here. And I want to know, do I need to get more gifts? Because my gut says, no, dude, I just got better gifts. Stick to your guns. It's not about the quantity. It's about the quality.
Won't know until we're opened, will they? I mean, you think you got better quality, but you just don't know that. That's the mystery of Christmas with a partner when you're married. Is you just don't know.
I feel like I did a good job.
Well, then, hey, you're set.
Stick to your guns.
Stick to your guns. If you are confident, it's just like preparing for a test, preparing for a game, preparing for a show. If you've done your homework and you feel like you've prepared and that you are going in with every advantage, you stuck to the rules, you played by the game,
John, I'm even
you
a little
did everything.
over. I'm a little over as is.
Then, hey, have a little confidence in yourself.
Okay. I would say at least 2 of the 4 gifts are A-level gifts that I can stand on.
2 of the 4 are A-level.
Yeah. And the other ones are probably B to B plus, depending on, like Chris said, I also had a doc to work off of with some ideas and starting points.
So there's no spontaneity.
Well, I mean,
so that might be your issue.
Is that she gets more heartfelt.
She already knows what you're getting her.
She doesn't know specifics from the list. There's enough items on the list.
Doc, though.
So you're thinking I need to go off doc, surprise, doesn't have to break an arm and a leg.
Hey, you could spend almost nothing on something for your wife.
Catch her off guard.
But if it is something that is thoughtful, that she didn't expect, home run. I mean, maybe you go with the teddy bear pajamas.
That's a possibility.
Get yourself a deal on those.
I got last day for it. If you're going to get them on time. 248-539-9797. I want to know, do I need to keep up with the Joneses here? Do you get intimidated by the number of presents you see stacking under the tree? Here's the other dynamic, and you are going to make fun of me for this, and whatever, I'm opening myself up to it.
Okay.
We also got some gifts for our cat.
Oh, no. You kind of hit me with that one. I didn't see that one coming. Well, you got gifts for your cat.
Yeah, little toys to play with and treats and catnip and whatever, some stuff. But there are more gifts for the cat right now than my wife. Now, we didn't spend that number of...
Jim.
Okay, John.
All right. I know that people love their animals. They love them as a member of their family, and that's cool. That's fine. But by buying your cat more gifts than you bought your wife, you're saying that you love your cat more than you love your wife. John, that's what you're saying.
They're little gifts. They're not the same.
Well, because it's a little cat.
Yes, it is.
I mean, we can go...
But it's
Gaylord Fucker with the little,
But it's the scene. You walk by and you see it's only a couple gifts for my wife. And there's more for me and the cat than her. And that's why I bring this up is, do I need to get more, or do you stand on principle? I'm over budget. I got good gifts, a couple A-level gifts in my estimation. I know they're things she wanted because they came off of a pre-approved list. Do I sit there and say, you want the receipts? Do you want the receipts? This is a good offering. I delivered this year for Christmas, and I don't need to feel insecure. I don't need to go back out.
You should feel okay, but just okay. If you want to improve your feelings about going into Christmas Day, and you want to know, because let's face it, this is a competition, right? You want to make sure that you come out, that you are
competitive.
Yes. I was going to say you will come out on top, but
you don't want more innuendo?
Yeah.
Stoney's not sitting here today. You're going to be all right.
So I mean, it is a competition, and you want to win it, right? You want, and it's a fun competition because it's with your wife, but you want to make sure that you give them something better than you're getting in return. That's what that's.
I mean, I'll take calls on that. I mean, I do think people view Christmas as a competition. I mean, hell, it's a sports station. We talk competition all the time. I do think for a lot of people it is about, quote, winning Christmas. I know people who win Christmas. One of my better friends, he spends a lot on Christmas to win every single year. It's a point of pride.
Here's the thing, though. If you want to win Christmas, you can get everything off of her list that you want. Spare no expense.
Yeah.
You get her one thing that's not on her list.
Yeah.
That she didn't know that she actually wanted, but then when she opens it up, she says, "Oh my gosh, Jim, you know me so well. How could you have possibly known that this would mean so much to me?"
So I bring this up. It's December 20th. There is time, should I go
Plenty
that
of time.
route. And apparently all the time in the world for Chris Villar. He's just going to get to it when he gets to it. He's going to be picking up stuff on the way to Christmas parties.
Still has yet to pick up his Christmas tree, probably.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jacob. Get your thoughts. You're on 97.1.
Hey, Jim. Hey, John. Pleasure to talk to you this morning. So, I've been married about 7 years now, and last couple of years, my wife and I, we decided to stop the competition. And in the sense of it does cost so much money to be competitive during Christmas. And so we started taking that money and pooling it, and we start going on experiences now. So like in March, we're going to take off and go to Florida and see Tom Segura and things of that nature. But to John's point, I do think that if you could go deep in your memory banks and think of something she said, "Oh, I want this," or something off script, and grab something that she didn't remember she wanted or know she wanted, that's the way you're going to win Christmas, dude.
Oh, 100%. Jacob, I mean, you nailed it there. It could be something, and here's a little tip for next year. Could be the middle of summer, July 4. You're doing something. You're on your cruise again. You've got your matching outfits, and then she says something randomly. Put it in your notes on your phone. That way
That's
you can
what
come
I
back.
do.
Yeah, it's exactly what I do because there's no chance. And I'll admit it. I can't remember what I did yesterday or going to the grocery store if the list is longer than 3 things. I will not remember it. So I got to write it down.
Yes, absolutely. Jim, you're going to be just fine, buddy. But if you can find something, or heck, if you're even a little bit of a DIYer, I'm a painter. I'll paint my wife something every once in a while. That's the way you win Christmas, bud.
There you go. Finger paint.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
What do you do for Christmas with your wife? Do you guys give each other gifts?
Oh, we do. Yes. We give each other gifts. And I get some ideas here and there, but I do the list on my phone. I do it for my kids too. So it's a running list because then we have everybody's birthday is in January, except for my wife. She's in May. And I keep a list going, and I usually starts right around like April, May.
Oh, so you...
Oh, I do. Yeah. If they say something in the middle of summer, then all of a sudden I'm like, okay, I'm going to write that down.
But you don't buy it yet, right? You wait.
Depends.
Okay, yeah.
If it's for the kids, no, because they're still growing.
Yeah.
But if it's for my wife, yeah, sometimes I will because then I can spread it out over the course of 6 months instead of just waiting for Christmas and then I got a big bill in December, or you may get your season ticket bill at the same time, and you never know what's going to happen.
Unexpected expenses.
Yeah. And so I try and do it throughout the course of the year, and then every once in a while when she says, especially if she says something that maybe it's. When I'm talking about a big ticket item, it's anything over like $100.
Sure.
And I will try and do it in the moment, or else I'll forget, or I'll talk myself out of it. And I need to do it then because I know what it means to her, and I don't want to talk myself out of doing something nice for my wife.
248-539-9797. Roll on. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
Good.
Okay, so from a woman's standpoint, if I were you, this is what I would do. Okay, women, I know I've been listening. You guys are on point. Women love surprises, but most women like something from the heart, right? So think of something that, like you guys said, okay? It could be something you can make yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
And go to a website and go to the dollar store. There's plenty of those, and she will probably treasure it a lot more than something, guess what, she could buy herself, right?
Yeah.
So that's what I tell my husband, make something. So as far as the A gifts, I wanted to touch on that because she sounds like she's very frugal, and I'm that way. It's got to be on sale with some extra coupons or whatever, right? To make it so good, to make it worth it, right?
Yeah.
The less you pay, the more A-list it becomes. So in your mind, it's an A-list. But she might look at you and ask you, hey, was this on sale? And you look at her saying, no. And she might get mad at you.
No, that's when you lie.
It's an A.
That's when you lie, Roland. You got to lie at that point. Your husband will tell you, yes, I certainly got it on sale. I got it 50% off.
Your wife knows whether you're lying or not, okay?
She does.
You're right about that, too. You've been right about everything on this phone call, and you are absolutely right about that, too.
No, she knows. She knows. So what I'm saying is, yes, make it thoughtful, okay? But it would come from the heart. Even if you spend $5 on it, I'm telling you, this is what women want. They want spontaneous things that you can give them that they can't find in the store themselves. Okay? And that would mean the world to her. There's so many videos out there, super easy to make, okay? Go for it. I say go for it, and let me know. I would love to hear if you did it.
Listen, I'm taking
Anyway.
I'm taking all of this under advisement. Appreciate the phone call and the advice. What are you laughing about over there?
Nothing. This is the pressure of Christmas.
This is the thing you don't like about Christmas.
Yes, the pressure of the heartfelt something that you made.
What am I going to get, like arts and crafts out? I don't know.
Well, here's what you got to do. I'll tell you what. When we come back, I'll tell you exactly what you need to do.
Give me an idea. And the other thing that I have to consider, John, as a ticket texter offers, I could just let it play out. It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be an experienced law firm like Abraham and Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil, criminal, or even the Michigan Department of Treasury, whether personal income tax or business payroll taxes. You're going to need a team of real local lawyers, not some tax organization with a random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Oh, you guys are more than willing to offer up some advice on the situation, and that's appreciated. Christmas right around the corner. John, unlike a couple years ago, we are exchanging gifts, my wife and I, and we set a budget. And I went slightly over the budget. I feel like I did a good job. I put out my 4 gifts for her.
Yep. And your 10 for your cat.
Only to see that she's given me at least 10 gifts, and the cat has probably 6 or 7 sitting in front of his stocking.
Okay.
Yeah, he has his own stocking. And the look is that I don't care. But I'm telling you, these are good gifts. I went over the budget, and I think I did okay. But I did offer it up to people. If I'm screwing this up in any way, please help me save myself before we get to Christmas.
It is about the quality, not the quantity. Now, if you want to take the advice from our last caller and make something, like paint a picture, and you could go out to your catio. What is it? Is it Garfield?
My cat's name
Tom?
is not Garfield.
Tom. You got a Jerry to go with him?
I don't have a Jerry. There are no Jerrys in the house because of the Tom.
Oh, it's Tom.
No, it's not Tom.
Oh, okay. Anyway, and you put down some of that, the finger paint. You let him walk around in it. Him or her, I don't.
It's a male cat.
Okay, him. Garfield. And you let him walk around on it and then walk around the paper, and then you give it to your wife. And then it's from you and your child.
It's actually, we don't do that. We don't do our pets are our kids thing. It's weird. Just going to say.
And then you could, maybe it's a connect the dots. You connect the dots to see what the picture makes.
It's a little constellation or something. It's actually not a bad idea. Thanks, Bob Ross.
Is that Bob?
Yes.
Yeah.
A texter says.
Lots of prayers.
Yes. A texter says, if Jim's wife is getting something he made himself, it's just another catio. That's from John in Lake Orion.
Uh-huh. Did you build the catio?
No, we didn't.
Oh.
It's like prefab. We assembled the catio. Ticket texters.
Well, you kind of built it then.
I guess it kind of counts. Great bonding experience having to build a structure like that with your significant other. Texter says, get the Giftful app. Works great for our family. You send direct links to what you want for who's ever looking for something for you to buy. Take some of the pressure and the stress out of the holidays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. They call it a wish list at Cabela's, too.
Of course.
The wish list. You just send your wish list.
Yeah. Another person says, you guys are completely missing the point of the holidays. This is not a competition. Says it's not a competition, and if you're judging someone by their gifts, that's tacky. You're missing the whole point of the holiday.
Well, I mean, you're not going to judge your wife on your gifts, but you know that you will be judged on yours.
Someone says, makes me sad to listen to both of you right now. Christmas is not a competition.
Oh,
it's not about winning, John.
Everything's a competition. Everything is a competition.
Let's go to Mary in Beverly Hills. Mary, you got a good idea?
Yeah, I do. If you know where she gets her nails done or if she goes to a spa, a little gift card to either one of those with the tip money in the gift with the gift card, you'll be golden.
So she likes to get her nails done, hair done, spa.
You could go with her.
I'm not getting my nails done. That's not me. But Mary, gift cards I thought were kind of tacky.
Oh my gosh. If she goes to get her nails done regularly and goes to the spa, she will appreciate that beyond and use it. I think they're not tacky. If you're going to the places she goes to.
Well, yes.
Don't go to the random place at the corner where she frequents.
Yeah, that's good advice.
Suggestion.
Now the spa day, we've done a couple's spa when we were on our honeymoon, and I don't mind doing that. And that's an experience gift. You don't seem to be all in on that idea.
Well, the spa day thing is if I'm. It's a little bit different. I know I kid you about your child being your cat, but it's not like you have to sit there and take care of the cat while she goes away. When we do it, it's okay. I'm gonna take the kids. I'm gonna take Teddy. We're gonna go somewhere, and you get the entire spa day. But the problem is scheduling it, and I understand the part of the value of the gift is the scheduling it and everything. But there's so many different complicated schedules. Yeah. We've done it before where I've gotten the gift certificate and then it just sits there and we're like, oh, well, you got
to use it.
Yeah, you got to use it. Or, hey, we're going to plan this day and then something comes up and it kind of spoils it.
Couple ticket texts and actually one from Rico Beard. He texted me separately.
Oh, he's got to be a big fan of the cat gift.
More gifts to the cat than your wife? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah.
And another question mark. Did the cat throw you a surprise party? Yeah, I'm getting shamed.
I don't think so. Was the cat there?
No.
Oh.
It was not. You weren't there either.
No, I wasn't.
Thanks for that, buddy.
Yeah, sorry, man.
Couple tickets.
Like I said, busy.
Busy. This one says, write a love letter, put it in the stocking. I've done it for years, and she loves it. This one says, in regards to your Christmas gift quality and quantity dilemma, how comfortable is your couch for sleeping? Just in case.
Mm-hmm.
And this one says, early on in our marriage, I lost Christmas, but the last couple years, like U of M football, I've been winning, and my signed Steelers are my teen and preteen daughters. They shop all year with my wife. They are my Connor Stallions.
Scouting. Advanced scouting. And in this one, it all goes. There's no holds barred.
Sending John grainy iPhone videos from 100 yards away.
Here
she wants this.
I think she's looking in this area of the store.
Yes. The lingerie side.
And then all the conspiracy theorists are going to go, see, look, there's his wife in the same house as John.
Yeah. Explain that.
What about that?
Don't tell me that's in the bylaws. Mark and Pinckney, you're on 97.1.
Good morning. Just want to thank you guys because I was kind of falling for the trap. My wife and I decided that we weren't going to buy gifts because we went out and bought a nice fancy vacuum before Christmas.
Oh.
And I was actually falling for the trap until I heard you guys this morning, and I realized I'm going to have to go out and get her a couple of things just before Christmas.
So if you got her a vacuum, the only thing that you can back that with up is, I don't know, maybe get her a scale?
The treadmill? Washer and dryer.
Yeah, cleaning supplies. Oh, no, that's so bad. It's so bad.
I know. I was falling for the trap. Thanks, guys.
Still got time. There you go, Mark.
A couple days at least.
Oh, man. You can't get your wife a vacuum.
The scale is the worst gift, right?
Oh, yeah.
Followed only by, like, the vacuum at that point.
Yeah, well, yeah. Hey, I'm going to have a New Year's resolution, right? I want to lose some weight. Oh, well, hey, I'm going to be thoughtful. I'm going to get you a scale for Christmas.
Please don't. That was without saying, guys. Don't do that. Texter says, what age do Christmas gifts to each other go away? Says, my wife's family has never given us and the siblings. Oh, you said when you're dead.
When you're dead, yes. Yes. I would expect that I would be getting my wife a Christmas present until my dying moments. It's Christmas. That's what I mean. You got to. Mm-hmm. I mean, you don't have to, but it's a little bit of thought. All right, even if it's just, hey, you pick something off the list. At least you took the time, the effort, you spent the money to be able to provide her something on Christmas. I'm not a big fan, as you could tell, of the let's agree to not get anything for Christmas.
How do you feel, by the way, that you've done since I've been on Spotlight to start the hour? Do you feel like you're confident in your purchases that you will, as you put it, win Christmas this year?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
100%. Winning Christmas. Winning Christmas, not only with what I'm getting her, but with what we have come up with as the kids to get her as well.
Last ticket text. How the F do you get gifts for an animal that can't appreciate it? Bruh, just lost respect for you.
You know what I say about that? Giving gifts not because he expects something in return. Man of character, Jim Costa.
And I want someone to defend me. We are going to move on and talk Hendon Hooker and Lions football, but please flood the ticket text. Tell me you guys are also getting holiday gifts for your pets, so I'm not the one guy who has done this.
I think people would
back me on the ticket text.
Shocked if they thought I was getting a gift.
I have done this.
See?
For my dogs even.
It's not that weird.
You know what? If I was going to get a gift, if I was going to get a gift for the dog, then it would be
like a bone or something.
I'll get you a bone so that you stop bothering us while we're opening presents.
John, some people love their animals.
I love my animal.
Back me on the text. We're going to talk Lions, Hendon Hooker. He's officially on the 53-man roster. Is he worth the spot with some of these guys coming back? Roster crunch. It's 97.1. Plenty of people give their pets Christmas gifts. It's not weird. And it's backed by our ticket texters this morning.
That's fine.
Okay. You want to talk football?
I would love to talk football.
Let's talk your favorite football player. Thought you were going to blow a gasket last week. Hendon Hooker.
Oh, yeah. I mean, okay. I am excited about Mr. Hooker and the possibilities he provides of also in tempering those expectations in regards to what he can be and what he means to the Lions. Not going to be that this year. All right, that's not what this discussion is. We had that discussion last week.
Mm-hmm.
But this discussion is over the fact that they activated him. They opened up his practice window, was it a week ago, 2 weeks ago, whatever it was, but they have to now, they're at the decision of we either put him on the 53 or we put him back on the IR.
Where he can't practice.
You cannot be on the field and get reps, and there's not a lot of great reps going on right now, which is why he's not going to be playing in games. But you get a chance to work on some technique things. And it's Mark Brunell watching him in his drop, going through progressions, watching him running opposing offenses, talking to him about what he's looking at, what he's seeing, and the decisions that he's making. Those are all things that he's able to do right now, and they're able to evaluate. They're also able to work with him to try and improve on things that maybe they saw at Tennessee. We want to see you do this better. We've been talking to you about this. I've been watching film. How is he picking up what they've been talking about for the past 6 months? Now it's time to execute. You get a chance to see it, correct it, and then go out there the next day and do it better.
I have no issue with him occupying a roster spot. I just know there will be people who say if he is QB3, if he's not going to play in the games, if you've got Chauncey Gardner-Johnson also getting back after it, Aleem McNeil, the belief is, will be back before the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Kabinda, fullback. This team does use a fullback. Kind of forget about that. James Houston. If you start talking about 3 and 4 players that you need to add to this roster, are you maximizing the 53-man going into the postseason?
That's a decision to make when they're ready.
When they're healthy, you're saying?
When they're healthy, yeah. When they're ready. So C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
But you're not going to put Hooker on the practice squad. He's going to eat up one of the spots.
All right, well, okay, so he drops back in practice, and all of a sudden, maybe he slipped a little bit. And
John, are you talking about faking an injury?
No.
The integrity of the game?
But, knees swell, especially after an ACL surgery. And maybe he's got a little hamstring discomfort, so you put him back on IR. It's called managing the roster.
Mm-hmm. Right? And they've done a good job.
Creative ways to do that.
And they've done a good job creatively managing the roster. Another example is how they're handling the kicker right now. Not to get nerdy here, but we're talking roster. They took Riley Patterson off the roster to make room for Hendon Hooker. They can still use Badgley or Patterson on game day because of the elevation rule. You can elevate a player as many as 3 times from the practice squad to game day, and there are, I believe, 3 elevations left for Patterson, 2 for Badgley. They only have 3 more regular season games. They're going to be okay. They've done a good job managing the roster. I wonder if people didn't like the Hooker pick or don't want to see Hendon Hooker on the field, how do they feel about using one of those spots that could otherwise be a pass rusher, a defensive lineman, an extra player on special teams in the secondary? I mean, we already know they're cycling through the corner positions right now.
Right. So when C.J. Gardner is ready to play, that's a decision to make at that time. If and when Aleem McNeil is ready to play, it's a decision to make at that time. If and when James Houston is ready to play, it's a decision to make at that time. Right now, you don't have to. So you maximize the opportunity to have him on the practice field because he's a guy that you want to find out as much as you possibly can in the time that you're allotted. He wasn't able to practice.
I agree.
Coming off of ACL. We saw it with Jameson Williams last year. Jameson Williams comes back. All of a sudden, we all thought maybe we would see more, but you've got to work your way back into it. And not that Hendon Hooker's going to work his way into any type of playing position right now, but you've only got him for 4 years. So it's not a first-round guy.
Yeah, I think if you're willing to use a third-round pick on a guy, this goes back to the day they drafted him. If you're willing to use a third-round pick, not a day 3 pick, but a third-round pick, there is some level of investment in developing him into an NFL quarterback. You have to do that now. He's missed time already this season, and what little can be gleaned from practice is still worthwhile if you think there's a shot that this dude is the future at the position. And it's not anointing him, it's simply keeping your options open. I don't want him on the field right now. He's coming off an injury. He hasn't processed NFL defenses. I don't want a gadget package or a set play for him. Don't take QB1 off the field. That is Jared Goff. He gives them the best chance to win games this season. But if you are keeping your options open, which is what drafting him implied, what developing him implies, he needs to be active. As wasteful as that may feel to use a 53-man roster spot on a third quarterback who won't get in the game even if Goff goes down, I think it is still part of the bigger picture for the Lions.
Yeah, and so Lions fans, are you okay with him taking up a roster spot right now? And here's the other factor involved, is he can be active without being active on game day. He's the third guy, and that's a rule that the Lions proposed, that you have a third quarterback that's not a part of, not going to take up one of the active spots, but you can activate him on game day. He's already on the 53, but you can activate him on game day if Jared Goff goes down, Teddy Bridgewater goes down, insert Hendon Hooker.
It's basically the Niners, the rule inspired by the San Francisco 49ers that the Lions put forward, where he's on the 53, but then he's not part of the 48-man that kicks off the game, but he could be emergency elevated.
Yeah,
so that's,
he's your 48 and a half.
Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. 248-539-9797. How do you see them using Hendon Hooker at this point of the season, and is it worth a roster spot? I suppose, John, will get a better idea when guys get healthier, how they navigate it, but he will be one of the 53 effective yesterday.
Yeah.
And it may mean that they have to cut someone who is already playing or in the rotation because of it.
And it all comes down to, at that point, who is it that is going to get moved down to the practice squad or cut from the roster and removed from the Lions organization because Hendon Hooker is on the 53? That's going to be the question. But you don't draft a guy in the third round and think that at some point he's not going to be able to contribute to your franchise.
Yeah, and again, Goff has not received an extension yet, so you do need to keep your options open.
It's all TBD.
Yeah. Ticket Texter says, doesn't hurt that Hooker can give them a look like Prescott or Hurts in practice on scout team with the playoffs approaching. He's the only QB on the roster or practice squad capable of that. Do we make too big a deal of that, John? Because
no,
I heard when the Packers were preparing for Mahomes that Sean Clifford was playing the role of Mahomes. Like, do we over-exaggerate this stuff? I mean, you can't simulate Jalen Hurts.
Well, you can't simulate game situations to begin with. You can rehearse them.
Yeah.
You can go over them. You could talk about things, and you could see some things, but it's never like the real thing. And that's just something that, yeah, he could be. So could Teddy Bridgewater. Like, Teddy Bridgewater is a much more mobile quarterback than Jared Goff is. Now, he's not as good of a quarterback. Let's not start any of that type of conversation, but he could do that. The issue is, that's why the backup quarterback, the number 2 quarterback, is the best position in all of football. Because you play a couple of preseason games, and then you stand there with a clipboard. You don't practice a lot. You practice some in case you have to go into the game, but they don't want to risk you getting hurt because you're the one that has to go save the day if number 1 gets hurt. You don't want to get hurt in practice. So your practice squad quarterback or your number 3 quarterback, Hendon Hooker, is the one that's going to take all of those look squad looks.
Texter says, here's a thought. The Lions play the Vikings this weekend. They could clinch a playoff berth. So then could they potentially, put Hendon Hooker in afterwards?
Not in Dallas because number 2 is going to be at stake. Number 2 seeding.
Let's say they lose to Dallas. Let's say Minnesota, they've already locked up the 3 seed regardless of what happens
They're not
week
going to move
18.
up or down.
Yeah, hypothetically, it falls that way. Could he play the second half against Minnesota in a game that is largely meaningless for the Lions seeding?
Sure, and that goes to what type of rhythm do you want to have going into the playoffs? How much do you value preserving Jared Goff, preserving Frank Ragnow, and some of these guys that are dinged up, and you're going to need in the playoffs, say, hey, we want to take them out so that they don't get hurt, because let's face it, if there's anything we know about Minnesota is that they are good at rushing the passer. So you could put Hendon Hooker in there. I'd have no problem with that. If they lose to Dallas, they've got the division locked up. That's fine. I don't care at that point. I would. In fact, I'd kind of be intrigued to see.
I'd be interested too. Otherwise, our next real look is going to come in the preseason.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to derail this. Like, guys, I don't believe in Jared Goff long term, but you don't want to derail the season by running wildcat packages or third down, you're taking your quarterback off the field. Short yardage, red zone, you're taking your quarterback off the field. Put the guy in there who is in rhythm with the offense, who has a chemistry, who is playing well, and give him every chance to succeed. 248-539-9797. You guys got thoughts on the quarterback situation? We'll make time for it. Also want to touch on Michigan football. You got some coaches from the Big Ten anonymously throwing in their 2 cents ahead of the Rose Bowl matchup with Alabama.
Sources say.
And they're not all nice. It's 97-1. Guys, holiday season, it's right around the corner. Don't blow it this Christmas by forgetting about your special lady. Get her a gift that she will really love, and you will too. Talking about Naturally Nude pajamas. Naturally Nude pajamas, they're soft and silky, better than lingerie with a curve caressing fit. And here's the kicker. When you order Naturally Nude pajamas today, you get a free Naturally Nude nightie. That's a $75 savings on a luxurious 2-in-1 complete holiday gift. Better yet, if you're like me and you can't wrap a present, they will do it for you. They'll add the gift packaging when you order today through pajamagram.com. This is the holiday gift to make sure she's happy. Give her the gift of PJs and she might give you a great gift too. Go to pajamagram.com now for Naturally Nude pajamas before they sell out. Today is the last day. I'll say it again. Today is the last day to order to get it delivered by Christmas. So log on right now and order the best gift ever for the special woman in your life. Go to pajamagram.com and don't forget to tell them Costa sent you. Michigan, Alabama, the Rose Bowl. Still a couple weeks away. But people are talking. And by people, I mean Big Ten coaches. To me, it's jarring the different ways that the Big Ten coaches talk about their own and the way the SEC coaches talk about their best teams. The Athletic has an article out, Anonymous Coaches and Their Thoughts Ahead of the Rose Bowl matchup. In discussing Michigan, the O-line looks pretty, but you watch the film, they're not moving you off the ball like you'd think. On Blake Corum, he doesn't have the juice. He's getting chased down. On JJ, they openly wonder why the play has dipped of late, and was it because of the lack of sign stealing in their critical games at the end of the season, saying he has to play the game of his life for Michigan to beat Alabama. Talking about Michigan's receivers. Wilson's a good player, but we didn't fear him. You watch the tape, a bunch of over routes. He plays hard, but that's about it. Cornelius Johnson's average. He's tall, but he's stiff. Shamaz Morgan, dynamic, but not polished. Loveland, good route runner, can't block. Who wins the game? Same old thing with Michigan. They're talented, but if someone can hold up front with them, they're too one-dimensional. Says if they get explosive plays, they have a shot, but Alabama can match up with them on the outside. Michigan's going to have to play such a clean game. Michigan does have to play a clean game. These are the best 4 teams in college football. They're all going to have to play clean games to be able to win in these matchups. And all of those, you can call them narratives, you can call them facts, you can call them whatever you want, but they're all part of the conversation. If Michigan wants to remove those type of narratives or facts, go out there and win. Just go out there, and JJ is going to have to play his best game. Jalen Milroe is going to have to play his best game against this Michigan defense. You're looking at, Michael Penix. He's going to have to play his best game against Texas. This is a quarterback-driven game. All of these guys are going to have to play their best games to be able to move on to the national championship. And then guess what? They're going to have to play better in that game than they did in the semifinal game to be able to win a national championship. It's just wild to me how this game is being discussed. Michigan is 13-0. They're the number 1 team in the country. They're favored in the matchup. But the majority of bets are on Bama. And you would think Michigan's the team that had lost a game the way they're being written about and the way they're being discussed. For all the talk of Michigan's O-line not being dominant, it sure was when they went on the road to Happy Valley and did not have to pass the ball in the entire second half. It sure was when against Ohio State, the Buckeyes gave them a pretty stiff uppercut running the ball on one big drive. Michigan bounced back even without their senior guard and ran into the end zone. Corum was not caught from behind. Alabama has a loss. Alabama, I know they're in the SEC and their coaches prop their teams up. This is a down year in the SEC. They lost their big marquee non-conference matchups across the board in conference. You talk about Georgia not being vintage Georgia. Bama isn't vintage Alabama either. I don't see Derrick Henry in the backfield. I don't see Amari Cooper on the outside or Julio Jones on the outside or Devontae Smith. They've got a dangerous quarterback. And they could win this game. They absolutely could. But it's being talked about like, well, Michigan's going to have to, they're playing a bunch of superhumans down there. I mean, they're like the Monstars from Space Jam. I mean, unless you find Michael's special stuff, you don't have a chance. Michigan's the better team. That doesn't mean they're guaranteed to win, but the way this is being discussed, I'm like, why is up, down, and down, up? Well, because Michigan has been in the college football playoffs, and they haven't won a game. Yeah. Alabama has been in the college football playoffs, and they've won lots of games. But not this Saban team. It doesn't matter. And not this Harbaugh team either. This is an opportunity for JJ, for this offensive. And it's they're not saying something that other people aren't seeing. This has not been the same protection from the offensive line for the quarterback, whether it's Cade McNamara or JJ last year, that they had in the last couple of seasons. It's not. But it can be. They've got to go out and prove it against a very good Alabama defense. Is it a great Alabama defense? No. But
but it's good.
I think
Kool-Aid McKinstry
yes,
is really good.
NFL corner.
Yeah.
Dallas Turner, that's the pass rusher, the latest and greatest from Alabama. They've got some dudes on defense. I'm not disputing it. I think both teams have some dudes on defense. Will Johnson's going to be an NFL corner.
Mikey Samerstill will be playing in the NFL.
He's always where you need him to be.
Yeah. Kenneth Grant, Mason Graham, not this year because they're sophomores, but they're going to be NFL talents.
Chris Jenkins
will be out there this year. I mean, you've got some guys that are going to be dudes.
If you tell me it's low scoring and you tell me, hey, maybe Milroe makes one more play than JJ and that's the difference, all right. But the way this is being discussed implies like some sort of like ass whooping. And I mean, I know what happened when Michigan played Georgia 2 years ago. This is the most talented team Jim Harbaugh has had. More talented than 2 years ago, and they're not facing Georgia from 2 years ago.
But they have to deal with what the reality is. The reality is Connor Stallions was there. The reality is that they're, whether or not Jim Harbaugh knew, it does not matter. That was a part of this year. And if they want to show and prove that they can be good without that part of it hanging over their head, then go beat Alabama. JJ, be good. And it's not just the players. It's the coaches. It's Sharon Moore, Jim Harbaugh, Kirk Campbell, all of the coaches. Go out there and put together a game plan that utilizes the strengths. You maximize the strengths of your players. One of those for JJ is being able to run the ball. And I said it, and Doug can confirm it. During the last couple of broadcasts, the last couple of games, I wanted JJ to run the ball more because it provides another element. It puts a defense in conflict. And whether it was he was banged up, they didn't want to because they wanted to keep him healthy. I don't care what the reason was. That needs to be a part of it against Alabama.
We're just talking about what I was talking to you about off air, this narrative that like Michigan has to play such a perfect, clean game. They're big-time dogs in the eyes of the bettors because even though Michigan's a favorite, no one's betting on them.
They're number one and favored, and this is the most underdog I think a favored team has ever felt when I've covered Michigan.
Yeah,
I mean, honestly, and they're playing it up in the building, of course. Why wouldn't you? But
yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I got to bring up a scenario, and this is pretty grim, but I just want to ask Costa before. You said, and I'm uncomfortable bringing this up. Did you say pets are part of the family?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would you get your pet a Christmas gift?
So the whole pets are part of the family theory. If the Grim Reaper shows up and says somebody's got to go
Why are you
from your
bringing
family,
this up? From you, I don't expect this.
It's a Kang theory, and I'm scared that Kang actually thought of this. But he's like, if the Grim Reaper shows up and you're standing there with all the members of your family and your pet,
yeah,
and he says,
"Dog's
somebody's got to go."
Okay, but you hold on. Your children are part of your family, as is your wife. If the Grim Reaper shows up and says someone's got to go, it doesn't make
cat.
them. It does. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm saying if
Let's
you
go
don't have
down
a
the
pet,
list.
if you don't have a pet, you would sacrifice.
I would be done. I would sacrifice myself.
Okay.
Yep.
Is that the rule? If you would sacrifice yourself, they are part of the family, and if you would sacrifice them, they are not.
The pet.
Okay, so yeah, the Grim Reaper shows up, and it's between you and them.
Yeah.
It's them.
The pet.
The pet.
Yeah.
What
about, you'll be the other members of your
No.
family.
If it's just you and the pet.
This is the darkest thought that Kang has ever had.
Well, maybe you pawned it off on him because I didn't figure you for this level of dark. I'm like, Doug.
Yeah, treat each other with respect.
Yeah, right.
Just not your four-legged friends.
Anyway, so we're not going to talk about that.
Okay,
that's good.
We will get into Michigan and Bama. It's about time to. The deep dive has started.
Yep.
Deep dive has started. They're really good. This just did, but they're also probably more vulnerable than previous Bama teams.
100%.
But the question is, where is Michigan better than they were a year ago, right?
Yeah, and where's Michigan vulnerable?
And where's Michigan? And they do have their vulnerabilities. And it's interesting, they've changed their approach to this game over what they did last year. It sounds like it's more of a ramp up than anything.
Well, the first two times didn't work very well.
Yeah, I'm not sure it would have mattered against Georgia 2 years
right.
ago.
No,
I don't
they
think
were clearly.
Yeah,
they
that
would have done
Georgia
that to most games,
might be the best college football team I've ever seen.
Really?
Might be.
Might be.
Yeah.
Might be. I'd like to play that one out.
You want 97 Michigan to play 2021 Georgia?
Yeah, I'd like to take on Nebraska first, but then I'll take on Georgia.
Yeah, after you beat Nebraska.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That'd be our ramp up.
Yeah. Your non-conference cup.
I love that you are trash talking a game that didn't happen 25 years ago. It's beautiful. I love it. It still burns inside
His
you.
disdain for Scott Frost runs deep.
For many reasons, but yeah.
Anyway, so we'll get into it a little bit.
All right. Doug Karsch coming up next, 97.1.
All right, good morning. Carson Anderson, Gator out today. Hope everybody's doing well on this Wednesday, the 20th of December. Oh, it's National Signing Day. Boy, that's a day that's lost some of the excitement and the significance, the early signing day. But there is breaking news, or Merry Flipmas, as they like to say, when guys flip their commitments or any announcements, we will try and pass them along as it pertains to the local schools. I have to admit, I do not cover it like I used to. I mean, in part, just because show related, we just found that the numbers aren't there for talking a ton of recruiting. But the other thing is the significance isn't what it was. I made a prediction to Gator off the air 2 years ago, and I said, I think the portal is going to become bigger than high school recruiting. And I don't know that we're already there, but we might already be there. I mean, because it's like free agency versus the draft, and the free agents, it's almost like the free agency versus, the 4th, 5th, and 6th round of the draft, because most freshmen get shelved and most rookies don't. In the NFL, if you are a high draft pick, the lower ones, you don't see for a while. And it's kind of what's happened with high school recruiting. And it's still very important. It's just such a long time before they make impacts, especially when you can go and get immediate impact guys out of the portal. But roster construction is a big part of college football. It's really weird, though. I mean, it's the weirdest thing ever. College football should be called out a little bit because they are running their offseason and their postseason at the same time. And there are kids that probably want to transfer, and this is where they really need to look in the mirror and say, what are we doing? There are kids that probably want to enter the portal playing at Michigan, Alabama, Texas, and Washington. They're not going to, most of them are not going to choose to enter the portal now when they're playing in a national, like they might get on the field. There are guys that are going to get on the field for those 4 teams that will probably enter the portal, but they don't want to do it till, when they get eliminated, they enter the portal and a lot of spots have been taken up. I don't know. I just find the whole idea of the offseason and the postseason being run at the same time to be ridiculous. Meanwhile, there's coaches bouncing around and players committing to places where they don't know even if their coach is going to be there. It just...
College football has a bunch of weird timelines, right?
Yep.
Do you think playoff expansion will help the portal or make it worse?
I think they need to sit...
because of all the things you just mentioned.
I don't know if it's going to help or make it worse. I think college football needs to say, why are we opening the portal while teams are still playing games? Let's not, because then players can take up spots on rosters, and it's a disadvantage to the kid that wants to go in the portal that's in a playoff game, and there are going to be more kids in the playoff games moving forward. So they really need to sit down and revamp the timing of everything. The whole offseason needs even to the point where I don't think coaches should be hired until all the games are done. I know that's a weird thing to say, but how do you get kids to go to schools, commit to schools when there's still potential movement? I don't know. I find the whole it's like pieced together. It's like a house that keeps expanding, but hey, let's make the family room bigger, and you bump it out here, and then you go, let's add a bedroom over there, and now we need a bathroom for that bedroom. And you got this weird house with all these different projects to expand the house, and at the end of it, it looks like the Branch Davidian compound, this weird building.
Next year is going to be really, really interesting because you're going to have, like, let's say a backup quarterback for Team 11, right?
Yeah.
That's going to be like, I want to transfer because I'm not playing, but he's actually pretty important on this playoff run
yes.
to a possible national championship.
Exactly.
But he's like, but I want to get out of here and go to my new school now, right?
Yeah.
Like because you know how the portal works, Doug. I mean, they're not really even in the portal. They've already made their decision.
So maybe that's what's going on behind the scenes. But because I have a friend who's a coach who said that, he has all the names of all the kids in the portal. And a lot of them say, do not contact. Like they put their name in the portal and they say, do not contact. Why did they say that? Because they already know where they're going. Meaning this was going on while they were still at their old schools to begin with, which is...
illegal?
I mean, yes.
Cheating? It's college football.
Yeah, I know. But they can make this a lot simpler if they just revamp the calendar and not start the offseason until the season is done. 248-539-9797. Dan, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, how you doing? Great show, guys.
Thank you.
I guess in line with this topic, I was curious about your take on the Dante Moore transfer back to, I guess he was never originally at Oregon, but he committed to Oregon.
Yep.
He decommitted, went to UCLA, and then now he's transferring to Oregon, but he's transferring while there's another quarterback, I think the guy from Oklahoma.
Dillon Gabriel went there, yeah.
Yeah, so is there any insight into that? I just think that the whole dynamic is weird.
So I did read one quote from Dante Moore, and for people who don't know who Dante Moore is, he was a kid from Martin Luther King who committed to Oregon, then flipped and went to UCLA, actually played as a true freshman, put his name in the portal. Now he's back at Oregon, so he's a local kid, and there were some thoughts that Michigan and Michigan State might get involved. But he has made the comment. I did read a comment that he was willing to sit and learn. He wanted to see, he was okay with being seasoned a little bit behind the scenes. So I don't think having Dillon Gabriel for a year is going to scare him off.
Gotcha. And then him leaving UCLA, just not a good fit for where he wants to go, or talent around him?
So, I don't know. I really don't. I would say this. I think a lot of kids put their names in the portal just to see what's out there. And by what's out there, I mean, is anybody going to throw a massive NIL deal my direction? And if they are,
gotcha.
yeah, it's like, again, it's like free agency. And it's the new world order of college football. And I probably am coming off like I'm anti the way this is going. I'm really not. It's just hard to get used to. But if you think about it, if you're a kid and you're pretty good, and you're putting your name in the portal to see what's out there. You put your name in the portal, and Texas A&M says, "Here's $1.5 million. All you got to do is go to Bob's Country Bunker and sign some autographs." Okay. But anyway, it's hard getting used to this new world order. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Get into Michigan, Alabama a little bit. The national semifinal in the Rose Bowl. Coming up, it's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Well, we got a big football weekend coming up here in Michigan, and listeners, they're loving the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in the state of Michigan. They've got odds and bets, slots, and games. You download the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now, and you can play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. It's the casino and the sportsbook right in your pocket, and it goes wherever you go in the state of Michigan. You play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. They've got new slots, Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth. Play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Right now, they got a great offer for new users. Download the Playgun Lake app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Playgun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Doug Harshgater out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. Get to some Michigan Bama stuff coming up in a minute. Back to your phone calls. Matthew, you're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, Doug. Happy Wednesday.
You too.
Listen, I was actually listening to Costa the other day, and I think there's a simple solution. Maybe you can shed some light on this. If Michigan's football program just became a club team as opposed to a varsity team, wouldn't that solve all of the issues with like NIL and all the endorsements where they basically run completely independent of the athletic department? You know, Chip Kelly was talking the other day about like football should all just be independent and then let other sports, rev and non-rev, just play in their divisions, kind of like Notre Dame's in the ACC, but they're independent. Wouldn't that be a solution to where all of the major Power 5 football teams have this independent kind of entity as a football team that's a club sport, and then the revenue that they generate turns into scholarships, a licensing fee back to the university to run the non-rev sports, and they can kind of do their own thing through this really not a university program?
Yeah. I mean, look, there's a lot of big picture questions because it's a rapidly changing world, all right? It is and so trying to fit it in its previous paradigm seems like a weird mix. Like there's a lot that's being forced. And so I think a total revamp is likely. And what that means, I don't know. I hope there's a lot of smart people on it as to what makes the most sense. Because we're in a weird place where I happen to like non-revenue sports, but not everybody does. But football pays the bills for all those non-revs. Most athletic departments, they'll lose money. I mean, I guess my thought was if the football team as a club sport has to license, the name from the university, they pay that licensing fee back to the university. That would still float, the non-rev sports, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it could.
So that kind of, I don't know. It just seems like it's just staring at us in the face.
You get into some weird Title IX stuff that has to be.
But if it's a club sport and it's not a varsity sport, doesn't that kind of go around? I mean, it's still.
I have no idea. Right? It's a great question, and I have no idea. But these are all, like I said, smart people, lawyers, and those very familiar with the rules that could answer that question. But I mean, look, I hope whatever we spit out at the far end of this rapidly changing world, I hope the product is still good. The Sunday through Friday college football world is hard for me to like. But Saturdays are still great. And was I watching the famous Toastery Bowl the other night and watched Western Kentucky come back from 28-0 down to beat Old Dominion in overtime? Yeah. Did I have any money on it? No. Did I look in the mirror after that and ask myself what the hell I'm doing? Yes.
You're probably, why didn't I bet at halftime?
248-539-9797. Let's go to Scott next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Scott.
Hi, Doug. How you doing?
Okay.
Yeah, my thoughts on the transfer portal was let the students have 3 opportunities to go through the transfer portal. The first 2 they could use whenever they want during their time in college. The third one, they would have to sit out a year like they used to when they transferred. That way, I think they would have to think really hard when they enter the transfer portal.
So here's a weird variable, Scott, when it comes to the transfer portals that nobody really talks about, but the people in the game think about, and that is these kids are still actually students working towards degrees, and every time you transfer, it can be a setback academically.
Right.
I realize that what I just said to everybody out there, I may as well be speaking in hieroglyphics because nobody cares. But these are universities that are footing the bill, and that's what they're officially affiliated with, and it probably should be considered that transferring can be an academic setback. I know that nobody cares, but what's the point of the university if the university isn't considering the welfare of the students in the student athletes?
Right. Yeah.
So
also, I think maybe the transfer portal, the time maybe have it from February to August. That way it doesn't interfere with the football season.
Yeah. I mean, I think it would be important for kids that are signing with schools to also know who a school takes in the portal. Like if I'm a high school kid and I'm trying to decide between two schools, I go, you know what? I like them both a lot, but I like the depth chart at quarterback in this room better. I'm going to go there to school A because school B has more quarterbacks, and I like them both roughly equally. I like the schools, the coaches, the degrees. I'm going to go to school A because of and then they get a transfer portal guy at the same time. I mean, shouldn't they be at different times, the portal and high school signing? Seemed to make sense to me, but all right, the game, Michigan and Alabama. Look, first of all, being played in the Rose Bowl. This is the type of thing that if you've ever been or if you grew up here, it's almost a religious pilgrimage. The Rose Bowl being tied to the Big Ten forever. Michigan and Michigan State have made trips out there. It's the setting. It's the granddaddy of them all. It's been around the longest, and it always has the highest TV ratings. And to me, it'd be perfectly fine if every single championship game were played in the Rose Bowl. But they put them out the bid, and they're making money, and that's the way it works. But the Rose Bowl should be to college football what Omaha is to college baseball, in my opinion. Just play it there every year. It is awesome. It's just awesome. And, you know, I'll never forget, I'm a kid, I'm watching a game, and Keith Jackson, they're going to the fourth quarter, and it starts with a shot of the San Gabriel Mountains in the background, and it pulls out to the stadium and the colors and the pageantry. And Keith just says, well, there's your postcard. And I'm like, yep, that's exactly what it is. It's the most beautiful setting. I think in sports, everybody's got their own favorites, but that's what I think. You know, people might say the Masters, and I get it. I get to each their own, but it's almost like a religious pilgrimage for the fans. And so for fans, when you get a chance to go, it's awesome. On top of that, you've got two traditional programs in Michigan and Bama playing one another. You know, there's certain things you like. Now, if you're a fan, it doesn't even matter. You could probably relate if you're a fan of a different school. I don't know if for Michigan State fans it'd be like facing Duke in college basketball at a Final Four, something like that. And I know State fans say it will never be Duke. Michigan and Bama, I mean, it hasn't gone Michigan's way since Tom Brady beat them, right? Tom Brady beat them. They lost that game in Dallas. They lost in the Citrus Bowl, was it a couple of years ago? Led 16-14 and a half, got dominated in the second half. But the helmets are a big part of it, right? The winged helmet, the maize and blue winged helmet, Alabama with the crimson helmet and the numbers on the side. And it just all adds to this game. And there's a bit of pressure. I mean, look, when you go to the college football playoff, you've had a successful year. And I think JJ was asked, meeting with the media a couple days ago, can you call this a successful year if you do not win the national semifinal game? And JJ's like, no. He goes, now years from now, when we're looking back and we're old, we probably will call it a successful year and a successful couple of years. But right now, it doesn't feel like it'll be a successful year if we don't win this game. And Michigan's taking a different approach towards preparation for this game. More walkthroughs. They're trying to get their legs back under them, health up. And the thing about it is, look, they obviously did it different last year, given that they've changed what they're doing. Feels like more of a ramp up. They're trying to get there, to peak at the right time. And I don't know if this is better or worse. I think if you look at how they approached, I don't know if it mattered how they approached the Georgia game after the 2021 season, because Georgia, that might be the best college football team I've ever seen. Obviously, Jansen disagrees, but they were amazing, and I'm not sure approach would have mattered. I mean, any given day, right? In football, it can happen, but that Georgia team was ridiculous. Last year, did they do something fundamentally wrong to get ready for TCU? JJ was asked about it. He said there might have been some paralysis by overanalysis, just too much. And then he went out and threw 2 pick sixes and was asked about it. And he said, yeah, I can't throw the ball to the other team. It's pretty much the worst thing I can do. But in the wake of that TCU game, I remember having the thought that Michigan went through the season with minimal catastrophic mistakes, and they made 5 alone in the TCU game, like ones that cost you points. Pick sixes, fumbling inside the 5, not scoring on another trip inside the 5, like catastrophic cost you points mistakes. And you just can't do that in these games. And I know that's oversimplification, but in the month off, it went from a very buttoned up group to a mistake-prone group in that TCU game. So they're changing their approach. They hope it's going to lead to a more buttoned-up approach on New Year's Day. We'll get into some of the matchups coming up. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out today. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Open lines 248-539-9797. talking some college football. Today's signing day. College football's gotten so unfamiliar, and I think it's a bit of a mess. And look, it's not because I'm adverse to change. It's just they literally are running the postseason and the offseason at the same time, and it's just a very weird thing. On top of the timing doesn't work for everybody, and you have kids that are still playing important games that they want to play and that probably also want to enter the portal, but other kids can get the jump on the portal. They can jump in now and take up spots, coveted spots, and I don't know that makes sense. In the meantime, you got high school kids signing letters of intent today, which, is kind of an awesome day for them, but they might find out that wherever they're signing, a portal kid may jump in front of them, that they were, part of the reason why they might choose a school is playing time and seeing a path to playing time. So I don't know. I think they should redo the calendar.
Well, first of all, do you think they should move up the games, the playoff games? Because if you want it, if you want the off season after the season's over, I mean, there's this lull. There's these weeks in between the final games. That's why they can't wait forever.
Well, they're going to move the games up next year, but they should wrap it up on New Year's Day, and here's why: because early enrollees want to start school in January, and so let's finish the season and then start the off season, because the NFL is brilliant in their offseason. They're always in the news, right? The season ends, and right away you get into whose contract is up, and you get into free agency, then the draft, and another round of free agency. Well, then, I should say, you've also got the combine. Like, they have dominated the sports calendar, and I think college football should do the same thing.
The difference is, you just said the key word, college.
Yep.
Their school is involved in this. Academics are involved. I know it sounds crazy to a lot of people. They're part of this equation.
And as the people making the decisions are tied into the schools, and they are still universities trying to graduate students. So
yeah, well, no one, the public doesn't believe any of these kids are making decisions based on academics.
No, the public does not believe that.
I mean, the kids actually should put that as part of their equations. I don't know if they are.
Given how many make it to a career out of playing in the NFL, making it to the NFL and making a career out of it are two different things. And so that degree can help you in other ways. But it's up to the kids to take advantage of it.
And the other thing with the National Signing Day, I don't think it's as big anymore because all the things you mentioned, and I don't think anyone believes them. Like, they're not going to be there at the end. So I saw Wetzel, Yahoo Sports, put out the top 10 recruits this year are going to 10 different schools, which is, pretty remarkable.
Yep.
But how many of those 10 kids are going to be at those schools at the end of their college careers? I don't think the public really believes it.
Yep.
I mean, the top 10 already have, some of them have already committed and recommitted to other schools before they even committed.
I know.
Right?
I know. So you get excited about it. But recruiting always was kind of a delayed gratification thing. Like, you sign these kids and then they get stashed away, and they, throughout the next 3-4 years, they started to sprinkle into your team's lineup. But you're right. Now, the probability of these kids even being there is so low compared to what it was. It is hard to get fired up about this. But if you still love it, go for it, man. I mean, delve in. There's plenty of places that you can read about the signees, and you'd rather have a good recruiting class than a bad recruiting class, for sure. Let's go to Jeff next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jeff?
Yeah, hi, Doug. First of all, I want to say I do like the transfer portal for the college kids. But the question I have is the compensation. Because I know before it used to be scholarships, but I think there's additional compensation that's added or can be added to trying to get one of these big deals. And where I have a problem with it is who's flipping the bill? Like, for example, if I'm a public university and I take public tax funds, and if I have no affinity to the college, why should my taxpayer dollars go to pay some kid's salary?
I don't think they
whatever
do.
Payment they're going to be paying.
NIL comes from the private sector.
Okay, maybe I don't understand it that much.
So, yeah, I mean, look, that the money is supposed to come from the private sector. It's kids are allowed to sell their name, image, and likeness, essentially doing endorsement deals for businesses or appearance fees or whatever.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay, yeah, but here's the other thing too. Just one last point, and I'll jump. Transfer portal is great because when some of these kids they start out, they're smaller. They might be like a 3-star, but that college experience of them playing, or they bulk up in these college programs. All of a sudden they get bigger and everything, and next minute they're a huge. They could be in demand from a bigger college. So I think the portal is a great idea. It's just I get concerned about colleges with big endowments that have the taxpayers flipping the bill to help support their football programs. That's where I have the problem with it.
248-539-9797. Mark, you're next. What's up, Mark?
Hey, guys. I love your show.
Thank you.
I got a few things. Number one, so I am going to the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. I'm leaving on December 28th, and I'm coming back January 2nd.
Yep.
And you were talking about how awesome it was and everything. And we have an itinerary. I think that, one day we're going to Universal Studios, one day we're going to Disneyland, one day we're going to the beaches.
Nice.
And then, we're going to the Rose Bowl parade and the Rose Bowl game. I got two questions. One, what time does the sun set so with the beautiful pictures of sand, the mountains?
So you're going to see the sun.
I
always remember it being the beginning of the fourth quarter. You can really see the sun setting. I also will tell you this. It might be warm during the day. Bring clothes to stay warm when that sun does set.
Really?
It'll get chilly. You'll show if it's a nice day, you might show up in shorts and a t-shirt. And
is there any other recommendations you have that we could see while we're there? I mean, we're going to Hollywood one day too. So
I would try and figure out. They do have team days where the teams go to Universal Studios. And I don't know how much they participate because sometimes they'll have practices and film and they'll send walk-ons. But it is kind of fun sometimes to see the teams. So I'll
try. You guys want to know how much my airfare and my
I can only imagine that it's astronomical.
$1,100 for tickets, and it was $2,400 for airfare round trip.
It's. I mean, I've talked to plenty of people that are like, I can't do it.
Oh, dude, this is a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I'm going. I've been wanting to go since I was 9 years old. I'm going.
Yeah, well, enjoy, my friend. Enjoy. It's great. Somebody just mentioned the Santa Monica Pier. Spider Track 69 on Twitch. Detroit Respect says hike up the Hollywood sign. I mean, for me, it's a little bit different because it's it's a work trip and I got a lot of stuff to do when I'm out there. However, so I don't get to do quite as much of the fan stuff. I will. I'm not complaining. It's a great trip, but I'm just saying I'm not as down with what fans get to do, unfortunately. Just because we're kind of busy. 248-539-9797. James is next on 97 to Ticket. Hi, James.
Hey, Doug, what's happening? This is Ross, man.
Oh, Josh and James' dad. Yes.
Absolutely. So the portal conversation and I usually put NIL and the portal together because one kind of makes the other one worse. But I am just happy as all get out that I didn't have to deal with that. My point is the way I raised these boys, man, was to fight. Where is that at? And when you were thinking about or talking about the finished product, I don't know how much is going to change in terms of how well the teams play. But at the same time, the way that you raise an athlete now is completely different because, or at least in football or any of them, but to fight through adversity. Now, if the portal was in the works when James was coming through, it's a possibility we would have left. I'm so glad I didn't because at the end of the story, it means so much that he stayed through all of it. Now, that's not what you're going to get anymore. I don't know. And then the financial situation. My oldest, of course, been coaching all over the world the past 4 years. Every year has been a different place. I couldn't imagine that with a college-level kid where we got to get on the road and drive you out here now. So that's just my little 2 cents, man, and it's been bugging me, but I've been dying to hear from someone who can understand where I'm coming from.
Well, look, I mean, first of all, thank you for the phone call and the insight. It's just we just got to get used to the fact that it's going to be different. It's going to be different. Yeah. And would your son have ever had the stop on Ohio State's first drive on 3rd and 1 that changed that football game back in 2021 in a portal world, which I imagine is probably one of the thrills of his lifetime.
Absolutely.
Yep.
And that is my point.
Yep.
You can't. All right, brother.
Take care. 248-539-9797. Hey, if you're tired of dry, itchy skin and hair, call CGC Water and have a new Connecticut water softener installed that'll keep your skin and hair feeling soft and great. Having soft and purified water has so many benefits. My wife absolutely loves this. Call 855-339-4242 or visit cgcwater.com. Plus, I love the great drinking water I have in my bottle every day. We got the $1,000 off the K5 drinking water system to offer when you purchase a Connecticut Premier softener. Plus, they'll meet your plumbing needs as well. Again, 855-339-4242. Full service, CGC Water. Special holiday financing options available with approved credit. If you're not filtering your water, you are the filter. Don't be the filter. CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. All right, so as far as the game's concerned, Michigan and Alabama, start with the obvious. Don't lose the turnover battle. And I think I said this earlier that JJ was asked about the pick sixes, and he was like, yeah, I can't throw the ball to the other team. It's pretty much the worst thing I can do. But I will say one of the things that I like that Michigan has going into this game, there's a few things, but one of the things I really like and that you always have to be ready for in big games is the ability to adjust and be resilient when the unexpected happens. When something unexpected happens, you've got to be able to carry on. And that unexpected, like they've had those things, like Zinter, losing Zach Zinter in the third quarter of the Ohio State game and not having to punt after that, was being able to respond when the unexpected happens. Losing your coach. You thought you might have him right up till about an hour before kickoff in the Penn State game. And they went out and played well in that game. You have to be able to respond when the unexpected happens, because it's going to happen in this game. Hearing from the players on Tuesday night, it was clear. It was Monday. Sorry, Monday. It was clear that defensively, the focus is on slowing down Jalen Milroe. And there's a huge menu of run plays for him. Reading a little bit about them, watching some of their games. I heard Gary Danielson say this. It basically took some stuff off his plate as the season went on, because Milroe, remember, struggled early in the year. They lost that game to Texas. He didn't play in the South Alabama game. Was it South Alabama they played and almost lost? They went with the Buckner kid from Notre Dame. They played the 5-star freshman in that game. It didn't exactly go well. Milroe gets put back in the lineup and has gotten better and better and better. And here's the thing is, they've crafted the offense around what he does well and did so more when he came back into the lineup. And honestly, he presents typical familiar problems that people always talk about with running quarterbacks. And the throw he made to beat Auburn is also indicative of having that arrow in his quiver to have a throw like that, where there was basically a low percentage play that, if you think about the ball he threw, was essentially, I gotta throw this one from 40 yards away, basically out of bounds to the corner of the end zone, but not so far out of bounds that my receiver can't go get it. It's an insane play, the Milroe miracle. And those things can be chalked up to luck. And Nick Saban said, kind of almost went there after the game. On the field, Nick Saban made the comment, we run that in practice all the time. To be honest, it never works. And it worked on the biggest stage for them. But, that's the kind of play and the kind of throw that shows you his capability as a quarterback. And it's the slow start. Like, he might be now totally worthy of getting what I'm about to talk about. It's so weird when the all SEC first and second team come out and there's no Bama skill position players on it. Now, does that maybe circle back to the fact that Milroe got off to a slow start and that his body of work, doesn't get him that acknowledgement? Maybe. But when I take a look at the way he's played the second half of the season, he's scary good. Big, strong, can run, and he's got that throw. And I know I'm going to call Isaiah Buggs a ton, but Isaiah Bond, who made that catch, heck of a player. I like their backs, but there's not Derrick Henry back there. And so, they're good. They're absolutely good. I would say one of the matchups to watch if you're a Michigan fan is the interior of the defensive line against the interior of Bama's offensive line. They're good on the tackles for sure. They got the first-round pick at right tackle and the huge freshman at left tackle. They've had some quarterback-center exchange issues. But that's an area where Michigan almost has to win that battle. If they don't, it could be a long day. But they are clearly crafting it. It seemed like it was pretty clear they're crafting their game plan around slowing down Jalen Milroe. Now, as far as, defensively, the secondary, I love Michigan secondary. I mean, they got playmakers all over the place. Makari Page, huge game at Penn State. Mikey Samristo, huge game against Maryland. Will Johnson, obviously is capable of making plays. Huge interception against Ohio State. Rod Moore, who was hurt early in the year, came on. He makes plays in the secondary. And so I love the Michigan secondary. Problem is when you play man-to-man, if you say, let's man up and then focus on slowing down Milroe, is that those defensive backs are now running in a trail position and don't have their eyes on the quarterback. And if Milroe breaks contain, he can go forever. So zone defense, that's the thing about playing zone, and they might want to do a ton of it, and I'm sure they'll mix it up, but, you got your eyes on the quarterback. And when a quarterback takes off and runs, everybody's in pursuit, 11 guys. When you're playing man, you're running with your guy downfield, and the quarterback could be running right behind you. So I'm not quite sure what the approach is, and that's a Jesse Minter question. Offensively, look, Bama's defense, that's where you find all the all-SEC guys in the secondary, on the edge, and they're going to present real problems. Ball security has to be a big issue. If they can run the ball, great. It's going to be tough to run it against this defense. And I look at Bama this year, and some teams have run it against them, like Auburn, and some teams didn't, like Georgia. So what are you going to face in terms of Bama's defense? Are you going to get that great run defense or not? And if you are, that's what you have this quarterback for, is then the quarterback has to find a way to make plays. And as I heard John talk about at the end of the morning show, it might come down to JJ in the run game. Make plays in there. You're not saving him for anything else. You're not preserving him for anything else. And at the end of the year, JJ didn't go into great detail, but he was pretty banged up, Penn State, Maryland, and got closer to 100% for the last two games. But they hope to have him at 100% for this game, in which case, I don't know if JJ gets 5 runs, 10 runs, but could be a huge part of their game plan.
Yeah, I think it sounds simple, but like with J.J. McCarthy in Michigan, to win the game, you don't want him to make mistakes. You want to make the right decisions, but also to make a play. So, I think that's about making decisions, whether they do an RPO or him not forcing a ball into a window that isn't there. I think he's got to make the right decisions. And the offensive line without Zinter is going to be tough, but don't get bullied. Be the bully. You got Blake Corum, you got Donovan Edwards, who's been underwhelming this year, but you got still possibly 2 big games left. Obviously, a big one coming up.
Yep.
Like I said, don't get bullied, and if you can be the bully, they got to protect JJ so he can make those right decisions, doesn't make mistakes, and run the ball. I think a lot of times to slow down a defense, keep running it on them, and I think this team, with the Penn State game, I know that's a good defense, Penn State, right?
Yep.
They ran the ball.
Yep.
They just kept running the ball. Ball, run, ball. It was be the bully. Defensively, like you said, I love the secondary. Force Milroe to make mistakes. So if they've simplified it for him for a reason, make him make a mistake and capitalize on those mistakes.
So I can't remember who said it, but somebody said, I think it was Colston Loveland this week, that said Bama reminds him a ton of Penn State. And Penn State's defense is legit. And they made Michigan, they had made Michigan work for it, but Michigan got super one-dimensional, and I think that was in part because they were like, hey, we got a lead, and we don't think that team can drive the length of the field on us. So run, punt, give them the full length of the field was their formula to win the game. But that's who they remind him of, is Penn State's defense, and everybody said this. You can tell they're so well coached. Pre-snap, the communication, their ability to be in the right place is a huge part of the Alabama success. 248-539-9797. Michigan fans, what are your big concerns? What do you like about the matchup? We'll get to your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Bill Brown Ford. It is early signing day, maybe not the impact it used to have due to the transfer portal, but programs are locking in their recruiting commitments, including 4-star wide receiver Nick Marsh out of River Rouge, who is sticking with Michigan State under Jonathan Smith. Michigan names have been rolling in as well. German defensive lineman Manuel Beigel was among the first to sign, and he explained why he chose U of M on the Wolverines YouTube channel. While Michigan has also completed their flip of USC recruit David Palepale. Meanwhile, the program continues to practice for their January 1st date with the Crimson Tide in Pasadena. Wings coach Derek Lalone says the team has lost their identity lately. They're going to try to get it back in Winnipeg tonight. James Reimer will be in net with Michael Hutchinson backing him up due to injuries. Ville Husso has been officially placed on the injured reserve. The puck is set to drop at about 7:30 with the call right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And day one of implementing a game plan with the Vikings in mind in Allen Park. The Lions have a chance to lock up the NFC North on Sunday. They are favored against Minnesota on the road. And a rare day with no bowl games right now. They will resume tomorrow night. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Gator out today, starting the show by really for the first time getting into Michigan and Bama in the Rose Bowl. Head out there the 30th. Be taping Inside Michigan Football Run's pregame edition on, I know some listeners have asked. Pregame edition runs Sunday, New Year's Eve, 10:30. Normal spots, and John and I will be taping from the Rose Bowl when we get out there. We think we're going to be at the Rose Bowl. It kind of depends. Hopefully we can get in. And obviously the game on Monday, back on Tuesday. Hope to get back in time to finish up the show. And if they win, off to Houston. But what concerns you about this matchup, Michigan fans? Let's get back to your open line calls, 248-539-9797. Stacy, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Stacy.
Good morning, gentlemen. Great show as always. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
Hey, I was fortunate enough to hit my bucket list back in 97. Got to give props to the wife. One of your callers commented about what he paid for to get out there and his tickets. My wife made an executive decision before the game was over at Ohio State, when we were playing Ohio State. Airfare was $250. Hotel was $100. And unfortunately, or fortunately, either way, the hotel she booked us in was the Washington State Pep Rally Hotel. So we were surrounded by Cougars. Yeah, it was entertaining, to say the least. But I do have, when the photograph was taken over the stadium, the tickets we bought, we sat in the Washington State section. 4 rows down, 40-yard line. There's a white dot and a yellow dot. We are forever in that photograph of the stadium from the overview shot. There's a clear demarcation line where Michigan's on one side, Washington State's on the other. So that will always go down. We'll make sure that's always in the memory bank. Also, there's pep rallies. One of your callers was looking for something to do.
Yeah.
The pep rallies are always huge the day before. So that was always fun. We tailgated on the park and the golf course. But
I think actually, I think the Michigan Pep Rally might be at USC's baseball stadium, and I'm banging around in my head is the time 2:00 on New Year's Eve. So I don't hold me to that. Look it up, but that for that guy, that might be something he can look at. And it's funny because you book these trips before the teams get into the game. Like it was trending. That Michigan was going to be playing in the Rose Bowl. And I know some people that booked before it was official, which is always risky. But then there's the cancel your flights. I've done this before where you book 24 hours out and then you have 24 hours to cancel your flight. So day of the Michigan-Iowa game was played on the Saturday night. So like 4:00 and the bowl bids will be out the next day by 4:00, you book your round trip flight and your hotel before they jack everything up. Or do it more so, and then you have 24 hours to cancel. I've done that before. I don't know if anybody is aware of this. people make it really difficult to cancel. Really difficult. So you go online, you have to do everything online, and you're trying to find where you cancel. And it's sometimes the headache, you're like, I'm going to get stuck with this damn flight. I won't be able to cancel it. And I really had to jump through hoops for one I did in the past. You'd think they'd make it easier, but then again, you think they wouldn't. 248-539-9797. Brennan and Troy, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Brennan.
Hi. So I wanted to talk about if Michigan could win the trenches, then they should be able to win a whole championship.
Well, I mean, it's something I talked about a little bit earlier, Brennan, and the oversimplification of the game, but it's still true. I agree. You win the battle in the trenches, you probably win the game. And the defensive line, Michigan's defensive line, and specifically the interior of the defensive line, is so impressive. But offensively, I'm not sure this offensive line as good as the previous 2 years, and especially with Zinter out. But they've set the bar so high that, the last couple of years, just because you're not as good as the last 2 years potentially doesn't mean you're not a really good offensive line.
Yeah, but if we can just run the ball and have no turnovers, we should be able to beat Alabama.
Well, that's a formula. That's a formula. I think just about every team in the game of football, hey, if we can run the ball and not turn it over, they'll probably win the game. But yes, and those are things that Michigan has proven to be capable of. I wonder how close to 100% Blake Corum was all year, and if this month off helps him get there. He did go over 1,000 yards, but I wonder if he'll be fresher for this game. Let's go to Greg next on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, Doug. How's that family room doing, man? Anything break yet?
No, I did find this morning, I might even tweet out this picture. I walked in, turned on the lights to the kitchen on the main level, and laying on the kitchen floor was a pair of boxers and a sock. Now, apparently, one of my kids, the explanation was carrying the laundry through the kitchen and dropped them. But yes, it's turning into a frat house, my house with the kids home from college. And I'm worried that my oldest is grooming my youngest who still lives at home, and that I'm just going to have the house is a mess, but it is what it is.
Unbridled animals.
That's right.
All of them, every single kid, man.
Yeah.
So I have worries. You said that was your question.
Yeah.
Nick Saban having 4 or 5 weeks or whatever it is to get his crew all ready to go.
Yep.
Worries me, because when you watch Alabama or at least paid attention a little bit to them this year, they had lots of penalties, lots of issues with penalties. And if he can get that all cleaned up, that's an issue. Of course, Milroe is going to be an issue. I'm guessing that Orji is they're probably having him run a lot of the scout team, right?
They are.
But if he does really good in those scout team, if he starts breaking some plays, just like Harbs was saying, he likes the Orji package. That was him. I think I remember him saying that from the whenever they had him for Ohio State game, maybe.
Yeah, he did. He did it too in the Big Ten championship game. Yeah, he is their scout team quarterback. He is playing the role of Jalen Milroe in practice, and he's obviously a bit of a problem as far as what he brings to the table. Now, at some point, you got to throw the ball out of that too. You got to at least, give the threat that quarterback can't throw the ball. But yeah, Bama, early in the year, they had 10 penalties in the Texas game. They had 14 penalties in the Texas A&M game. And that's incredible. So did they cut down on them? It looks like they absolutely did as the year went on. But anyway, yeah, you got to be buttoned up in games like this. And yes, give Saban a month. It's a problem. All right, got a question. We'll take 10 texts right now. Do this every once in a while. Make sure you sign your text but we're looking for 10 texts to the following question. Which is more likely to happen, in your opinion? Michigan wins the national title or the Lions win the NFC and go to the Super Bowl? If you had to bet on one or the other, which would you bet on? (248-539-9797). Get your 10 texts in. Make sure you sign your text. We'll read the first 10 that we get. Which is more likely to happen? Michigan wins the national title or the Lions win the NFC? Please remember to sign your text. We'll read the 10 texts coming up. 248-539-9797. Get them over to that number. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, guys, don't blow it this Christmas by forgetting your special lady. Give her the gift she will really love, and you will too. Naturally New pajamas. Naturally New pajamas are soft and silky, better than lingerie, with a curve caressing fit. And here's the kicker. When you order Naturally New pajamas today, you will get a free Naturally New nightie. Free nightie. That's a $75 savings on a very luxurious 2-in-1 complete holiday gift. Better yet, if you're like me and you can't wrap a present, you can even add gift packaging when you order today through pajamagram.com. Guys, this is a holiday gift that's sure to make her happy. Give her the gift of PJs, and she might give you a great gift, too. Go to pajamagram.com right now for Naturally New pajamas before they sell out. Today's your last day to get delivery by Christmas. So log on right now to order the best gift ever for that special woman in your life. Go to pajamagram.com. That's pajamagram.com, and tell them Karsh sent you. Doug Harsh, Gator out today. 248-539-9797. Got some other stuff we will get to, including, well, some Lions stuff in a few minutes. But we asked the question going into the break. We looked for 10 texts. And good job signing your text, people. And the first 10 we read on the air. What do you think is more likely? Michigan wins the national title or the Lions win the NFC and go to the Super Bowl? Feedback coming in. Lions win. UM has no idea what Bama is bringing. That's from Matt. Keegan and Armada. Lions win the NFC and go to the big show. John and Harrison Township. Lions win the NFC. Bill and Whitmore Lake. Michigan for sure. Jason and Clausen. Michigan more likely to win the Natty. Luke and Lake Orion. Lions win the NFC. Robin Brighton. Lions win the NFC hands down. Michigan loses to Bama by 17. Jim and Clausen, Lions to the Super Bowl. Lions stack up well against the 49ers. Jason and Westland, U of M will win the college football playoff. The Lions are not good enough. Mike and South Lyon, Lions win the NFC. So, this is interesting. The current odds for the Lions to win the NFC are 8-1 or 9-1, depending on which site you use. I did find 17-2, which is right in between as well. Michigan to win the national title is 2-1. But this speaks to something it was kind of an interesting little experiment here. I do know that they are playing up the underdog role inside Schembechler Hall. They're playing it up big time, which you should do. Georgia played it up last year. Georgia won the national title, and one of their players on the field afterwards said, everybody said we were going 6-6. Nobody said you were going 6-6. But they managed to craft whatever motivation worked for them. And you should. Michigan is still favored in Vegas. Michigan is the number one team in the country. And it does feel like they're an underdog. And in this particular instance, we gave you the choice of a 8-1 bet or a 2-1 bet. And people chose the 8-1 bet. And this goes back to, I think a lot of it is Big Scary Bama. It's Big Scary Bama. It's whatever they've been, the assumption is they are still that. And Big Scary Bama, upon further review, and I'm not done preparing for this game, but I feel like they're not quite as big and not quite as scary. They're still damn good. And it's like talking about Michigan's offensive line. They might not be as good as they've been the last 2 years. They might not be. But doesn't mean they're not damn good. And Bama's damn good. But it's weird. The way this game's getting talked up, do you think by the time we kick off here, Kang, Bama will be favored?
Well, this all depends on money. How much money do I think will be moved over? No, I don't. I don't.
So why is it, you had this stat when the point spread came out, I don't know where you got it, but like, what was it? 89% of the money was on Bama?
Yeah, when it first came out, yeah.
And that moved the line from 2.5 to 1.5.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's been sitting at 1.5, which tells you not a lot of money has come in either way yet, but Big Scary Bama feels like the favorite.
They feel like it, but like you just mentioned, they're still the quote unquote underdog according to the the betting odds.
Yep.
If I'm sending one of my 10 texts get read on the air, I'm taking Michigan. I mean, just because it's right in front of you. 2-1, like the odds say. The Lions, what were you said, 8-1 to make it to the Super Bowl?
8-1, 9-1, 17-2, and in that neighborhood, yeah.
They got a more difficult, longer road to get there, as where we stand right now.
Yeah.
Michigan's got to win 2 games. The Lions, they still have 3 games left in the regular season, let alone the playoff run. As much as the Lions are playing, I mean, the Niners look like a juggernaut. They're obviously the favorite to come out of the NFC. Eagles are going through it right now, but they're a good team on paper at least, and the Cowboys are good. So, I mean, I just feel like the Lions' road is more difficult than than Michigan's. Michigan, yes, Bama. I think people might be more scared of the name at this point. Bama's still a good team. Don't get me wrong. Yep. But I think the name Bama and bright lights is what a lot of people see.
It's intimidating.
Yes.
It's intimidating. David Warren says, my biggest concern is JJ missing open receivers deep. If guys get open deep, you have to hit them because Terrion Arnold and Kool-Aid McKinstry are two of the best corners. It might be the best duo of corners. Michigan would probably like to challenge that, but I think Michigan secondary is a strength of the defense. But McKinstry and Arnold are outstanding. Bama offensive line is the real deal. That's what caught up Georgia. Milroe is a beast. He's big, fast, and can throw. And, of course, Nick is a better coach than Jim, in my opinion. That's from an unnamed texter. Jeff writes in, Michigan needs to give Bama the same treatment they gave us. Call plays where JJ runs, not scrambling, but design runs. Jeff, I wish I knew who us was. Another one here. Michigan's kryptonite seems to be the quick hitter across the middle. Now I think they were better this season because they got good pressure quickly, but I think we need to plug the middle and take that away, which will in turn cause Milroe to make mistakes. That's from Jeff. 248-539-9797.
I will say this. I think Michigan needs to win. I don't care if they snuck in or the 1 seed, whatever happened. Once they got into the playoff, they need to win a playoff game.
Michigan?
Yeah, period. It doesn't even matter who against this Bama team, Georgia from years past. I don't care if they're playing the Panthers from the NFL. You know, like they have to, at this point, they just got to go and win. No excuses. Yep. Last year, they were supposed to beat TCU. I don't know if that helps them this year, you know, as far as what happened. I know JJ's been asked about it. The team's been asked about it. If it's a refocusing thing, it's a different type of focus.
It was so weird because, I mean, they did a lot of things that they do, but they made catastrophic mistakes, which wasn't what they did to get there. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Tim next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hey, guys. How are you?
What's going on?
Hey, you're talking a little bit about Michigan's kryptonite. I heard that, but I think Michigan's kryptonite is time off. I don't know when the last time Michigan has played well after 4 or 5 weeks off. I can't remember last time they played well.
I mean, the one thing about it is everybody's got to do the same thing, right?
I understand that. But Michigan's different. I totally there's something about time off with a Michigan team than there is with a Georgia team, a Bama team. I mean, I would have hated to play Michigan. TCU would have hated to play Michigan the week after the Big Ten championship last year because they were on a roll. They were all cylinders. And now this time off, it's almost I don't know, it's just a funk they get into, and it takes them time to get going. And I don't know, they're just not quick starters. And I don't know, I don't think it's going to end up well for Michigan again.
Yeah,
I really don't.
I mean, I would credit Bama for that, and yet at the end of the day, there's so many postseason. Going back to being a kid and watching pretty much growing up lose every Rose Bowl, but yeah, I mean, everybody's got to do the same thing, and you got to find a way. You got to find a way and not let that slow you down or stop you. John is next. Hi, John.
Hey, guys.
What's up?
How y'all doing?
Good.
Hey, listen, my points on this, okay? Yeah, I'm a Michigan fan, but let me ask you guys, did Alabama lose to Texas?
Yes, they did.
Should Alabama have lost to Auburn? Yes. That's 2 losses. Now, when you got everybody, I don't understand. You got a 2-1 against an 8-1, but you have twice as many Lions that are listening to your broadcast, twice as many Lions fans in Michigan, because the whole state of Michigan is a Lion fan, where maybe half is a Michigan fan. So that is skewed in itself.
Could be. Yeah.
And then you have – it is.
Yeah,
it is.
You do
and then you have – yeah.
There are other variables at play here. It's not scientific data.
But you have also, you got a lot of Michigan haters that are going to call and say, you know, Alabama, they're going to trounce them. It's not the case. I mean, Vegas pretty much knows it's a pick 'em, and that's about it. So give me the 2-1 instead of 8-1. The Lions are going to win the Super Bowl. Are you kidding me?
It wasn't win the Super Bowl. It was get to the Super Bowl.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Get to well, even that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen. But I'll take my chances on the Wolverines. And everybody else, use your brain. Don't go 8-1.
Well,
Zach.
I mean,
Great.
look, it's not like the Lions are chump change here, and they're coming off one of their best performances of the season. So, look, there are other variables, and I'm not offering this up as scientific data. I will say that. 248-539-9797. Okay. Kang is thinking of making a life change. I wonder how many people have done the same thing. This is a big step for a big sports fan, and I'm surprised. We'll get to that today at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carskater out today, 248-539-9797. 5 days till Christmas. How's the shopping, Kang? Almost done? Are you done? You even started?
I never started.
You never started.
No, my wife does it all.
All of it.
Yes.
Does she buy her gift from you for herself?
We don't exchange gifts, and we actually have followed through on this.
Okay.
We do, because with
That's
the kids,
a dangerous game to play.
Of course, yes, but we're beyond that now.
Do you have an emergency gift just in case?
I do. I do.
That's great. Just in case.
Well, I'll probably give it to her. But honestly, like, we don't, and I'm obviously, I think with most guys, we don't care.
We follow through on it, and then pointed out that you don't follow through on it.
No, I mean, it depends if something pops up. I've got something in the chamber. I got some upstairs,
All right, good. Yeah,
but
just in
it's not
case.
even a just in case. I'll end up giving it to her just because I saw it. But generally, we don't. For the last 5 Christmases or so, once we had the kids, we just focus. It's just so much going on in the holidays. You know how it is.
I do.
The last thing you need to do is like, should I? You got to get each other something.
You know what's funny is I realized one of the issues that we talked about, the challenges of the kids coming home from college, is they get done with finals, they move back into the house, and they're living stress-free, man. They're like sleeping till noon, rolling out of bed, going to getting lunch at 4. And at night, they're like, I'm going to go meet up with this person. I'm going to meet up with that person. And they're just living this stress-free life.
Oh, it's awesome.
In the meantime, Mom and Dad are like stressed as hell with all the stuff we got to get done. And you're like, hey, can you help? And they do. I give them credit. They do help. So they're still pretty much stress-free, relatively speaking. We're not even operating in the same world. On top of that,
course not. Come on.
With the kids in the house, it's like Lord of the Flies these days. So,
do they get each other gifts and things like? The kids just shop for.
They're supposed to.
What do they tell you guys to?
Yeah, they go out. They go out and they go shopping. They come back with stuff for themselves. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they'll come through. We'll see. All right, you've decided to make a bit of a life change, and you told me this in the office early in the week, and I said, well, we got a lot of stuff to do Monday and Tuesday. We'll get to it later. But you are considering a retirement.
Yeah, this is not finalized by any means, and I will admit I'm fully emotional right now because it's happening in real time right now.
Yep.
And I'm strongly considering retiring from fantasy football.
Okay, now before we go much further, you are the most fantasy football guy in our show, and it's not close. You have always been fantasy football guy.
Mm-hmm.
You take it incredibly seriously.
Yeah, enjoy it.
With you and your crew.
I used to enjoy it.
But you are considering retiring.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, there's a few things. I mean, I just mentioned my life with the girls, the 2 little ones, and obviously things start to take away from your time that you can commit to other things like fantasy football. Yep. Okay. And so, yes, my commitment hasn't been as strong as it was when we started like 15, 20 years ago, but it's still there. The fire's still burned. I enjoyed looking forward to the draft. I love the draft. One of my favorite days because we still do the draft live in person. There may be 1 or 2 guys online, but generally speaking, we get everyone in a room. We have a great time.
Yep.
And then throughout the year, just the talking, the texting with the guys back and forth. This year, I finished with 1 win, and I won that game by, I believe, less than a yard. Everything I did was terrible. The enjoyment was sucked out of it. I didn't even, it got to the point where I know guys, they will live on their phones on Sundays, just checking scores and things like that.
Yeah.
Am I up? Am I down? What I need going into Sunday night? What I need on Monday Night Miracle? I would just check it Tuesday, because I just knew my team sucks so bad. I didn't even want to look at it in the face and see reality of yes, you lost again. In the beginning of the year, Doug, it was because I had some bad luck. I actually my team played well, and I was getting bad matchups. Second half of the year, blown out. And it just took the enjoyment out of it. I'm like, I think I'm done. I'm terrible.
Are you terrible because you're terrible, or are you terrible because you cannot commit the time to it that you used to?
It's both, maybe. I don't even know anymore. I mean, I'm caught up in my feelings right now, Doug. Now's not a good time. They say, what is it, the grace period after a game? I'm currently in the toilet bowl. I'm pretty sure I got smoked in week 1, so I'm going to have to face the other loser. I don't know, man.
And is this? Are you guys now playing for who has to do the embarrassing?
Yeah, whatever the punishment this year was, I don't even know. It might be monetary. I have no idea. I got smoked. We do side bets. I'm pretty sure I lost every single one of my side bets. It's bad. What am I even doing anymore?
So there's 2 things about this. One is you might have withdrawal symptoms when next season rolls around, and it may rekindle something. So maybe just think of it as a season off. There's that. Two is you basically ran into the same thing I did, which was I couldn't commit the time to it that everybody else in my league could. And the last league I played in was the one here at the station. And it was run by Mike, and Mike ran it very, very well for people who were very, very, very into fantasy football, including payouts for the breakdown.
The breakdown.
Still to this day have no idea what the breakdown
You don't
was.
understand the breakdown.
No. But there were people that were getting paid out because of Mike's The Breakdown, which will go down in history as one of my favorite things about Mike. And watching Mike conduct a fantasy football auction while participating was like watching Mozart score, a great classical tune.
Yeah.
I was in awe of watching Mike run the auction and bid at the same time. But there were people in the league that were wired just like that. And between the financial commitment, which was the high end of what I wanted to pay.
It was more than $13.
It was more than $13. And the amount of effort it took with the waiver wire, the windows that closed. I had a weird lineup screw up that took place.
You got penalized for that.
I got penalized because
you didn't have a full, active roster.
I didn't have a full active roster, but I swore I submitted it in time. It was a long story. I don't even remember what went down, but I remember Big Joe telling me, "Nope, you can't do that." And I'm like, "Dude, I'm out."
You had your moment.
I had my moment.
Yeah.
I had my moment. And I realized what I needed for me wasn't what I was getting here from the station league. It was perfect for a lot of people at the station. I needed a bunch of dudes like me that didn't have the time, where we would be in it and we'd have enough money to be interested, but really we didn't have to put quite as much time in to understand things like the breakdown and all of the waiver rules. And there weren't a few. There were quite a bit. So that's the other possibility. Is it possible that you just need to either A, have your league gear down a little bit on how seriously it's taken and make it a little bit easier, or B, you just you find other people that are kind of in your boat that don't have the time, so these people are committing the same amount of time. I talked to somebody this year, and I almost did this, that ran a fantasy league where you drafted your lineup on day one, and that was your team the entire year. And I was like, ooh, this could work for me.
That would work for you because it takes all the work out of it.
Yep. Now, I can't remember if we had backups that had to fill in on bye weeks or how it worked, but I was like, now this is up my alley, because I just do the draft, which is the best part, and then sit back and watch. And, but you're considering breaking out. Okay, so if you've retired from fantasy football, why did you do it? And are you okay? Because that's the other thing, is I think the withdrawal symptoms you might have are a legitimate thing.
I don't want to be Tom Brady, where,
right,
you say you retire and then you come back.
Yep.
Like I said, I'm going to give it a time, but right now I'm very emotional. I just feel like, what am I doing? This is terrible. I just need to quit this.
Yeah.
Focus on my family.
And alleviate the aggravation of not having the time to be good at fantasy football anymore. Don on Twitch says, "Do it, Kang. This is my second year without it, and it makes watching the NFL so much more enjoyable, just watching the games rather than focusing only on your players." Let's go to Mike here on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Doing good.
Good. Okay, so long-time listener. I've talked to you maybe almost 20 years ago. How long have you guys been on air?
Well, this show's been on the air for coming up on 18 years.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah.
So it's right around there.
Yeah.
But I want to talk to King and talk off the ledge a little bit here, because I quit fantasy football about 6-7 years ago when things got bad with football, with domestic abuse and concussions and all that. So I stopped. I just didn't like how the NFL was operating. So I quit it. And now I got back in. But I got back in as a silent partner now. So I am now with my cousin. He's got the team. He runs the show, and I just give him the money.
And
I'm back in.
But are you paying? You pay attention?
He pays more attention.
Okay, but you know who's on your team, and you watch the games, and you have your guys to root for. But are you making no decisions?
Not really. No, he does the drop ads, but I feel like I have a level of involvement now.
What do you think,
And-
Ken?
I actually kind of like this idea. I'm so bad at my job. Maybe someone needs to take it over for me, and I just become the silent partner. Just run things by me, let me know who we got on our team, right? But I'm still involved. I'm still part of it. I kind of like that idea. Maybe I should bring on a partner.
Well,
I like that.
I think so.
I like that.
There we go.
There you go. You basically silent partner. You fund the operation. Let somebody else run it. Dude, give it to my youngest son. He's way into it.
I don't know, man. He's the one who's leaving the underwear and the sock. And
I'm not sure who left the underwear and the sock in the kitchen this morning. 248-539-9797. Matt is next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, how's it going, guys? I retired from fantasy football probably, I don't know, maybe 5 years ago because I started probably 10 years ago doing fantasy Premier League, English Premier League. I was doing them both for a while, but since I probably care more about the Lions and the NFL at that time, I would just get more annoyed when I lost than anything else. Then I started watching Premier League. It's always on in the morning or early afternoon, so I'm like, I'm not wasting my whole day. And I just switched exclusively to Premier League. No more NFL. I can just enjoy the games.
Okay.
Although now I'm getting mad at my Premier League fantasy team for
I was
losing.
about to ask. I think the possibility of Kang quitting fantasy football and start playing fantasy football are 0.0. But Kang, would you consider going in with like an English Premier League fantasy team?
Probably not, but I couldn't do any worse than I did this year.
That's a good point. Very good point. 248-539-9797. Let's have Mike run the league and come up with some sort of soccer, the breakdown.
It'll be a tremendous breakdown.
Yeah. We go to David next. Actually, we'll get to David coming up. Kang's thinking about retiring from fantasy football. Have you done it? What's it like? Is it worth it? I got a Lions question we'll get to at 12:05. 97.1 the ticket. Hey, it's holiday season. All your wishes, they're coming true. On FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. Think about that. Any winning $5 money line bet. So you just put $5 on a heavy favorite, and if your team wins, you get $150 in bonus bets. This is great for new customers. Go to FanDuel.com/Doug to take advantage of this offer. It's FanDuel.com/Doug. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there's no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. Gators out today. It's Carson Anderson. Kang considering a pretty significant life change. He may retire from fantasy football in part because of your struggles, which has led to this consideration, but realizing that you might not have the time to dedicate necessary to be as competitive as you have been, and you are considering retirement. Now, some people have said, I've noticed some of this feedback, I enjoy the NFL more. I don't know that you will enjoy the NFL more. I do think you might not watch Red Zone as much.
So I enjoy Red Zone, and part of fantasy football, it helps me, keep up to date with what's going on with the rest of the league too. It's not just a numbers thing, although that helps, but you kind of see, who's been playing, who's been, targeted, what kind of usage, just the whole, you get into that because you start looking at other teams' news and notes.
Yep.
I don't know. Well, I just all of a sudden go switch to the 4:00 game. It's an awesome game. Why am I watching Red Zone? Right? Because there's no fantasy purposes anymore. I don't know. It's just, do we all reach a point where we quit? I know you did. I know Gator did.
Yep.
I'm thinking about it. Or do you just hang on because it's something you've been doing for a long time? I don't know where I'm at. I mean, to me, if there's no enjoyment anymore, I don't want to do it.
I hear you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to David next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, guys. I retired from fantasy sports overall in 2021. Football was the last sort of remaining bit that I participated in. And I started seeing like the group of friends that have been playing together for, nearly 20 years getting genuinely mean-spirited about the text threads, and sort of the comments and the banter evolved from locker room nonsense to like genuinely knives out. Wow. And then somebody passed away in the league, and it was like, okay, so the last thing that you communicated to that person was pretty heinous stuff. So when I realized that, okay, this is mean-spirited, then I started thinking about it from like a poker player's perspective. And am I at this table, am I dead money because my mind isn't in it? And when I determined that I was essentially dead money and I didn't enjoy the social aspect anymore, it was easy to walk away. And now I watch NFL games, and I divorced myself from the sports betting, and I divorced myself from fantasy football. And it's a genuine leisure thing now, rather than trying to figure out who's the new up-and-coming to grab on the waiver wire with 36 different rules attached to grabbing that player.
It sounds to me like fantasy football started impacting your real-life relationships, and it was for your own mental well-being. You stepped away.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, and I think that's the way it is for a lot of folks. Many of us out there have this story of, the 10-year league or the 30-year league. We started with the sporting news and hockey news and drafted players from paper before internet was useful, to now looking at, the way things are and the complete integration of sports betting with every facet of sports. And it changed the dynamic of the leagues, perhaps in concert with us, reaching, our 40s. But at the same time, it's like, this just doesn't add meaningful joy to my life anymore. So what's the point?
David, thank you for sharing, and a very successful recovering fantasy football player. Is there anything you take out of that story?
Yes. I mean, mental health is important, Doug.
Yes.
Like if it's starting to affect, I'm not saying it's that far for me, but if I'm not happy, if I don't have any enjoyment that I used to, that can affect your mental health. And he's right. Our group is pretty spicy sometimes, and you got to take things with a grain of salt and it's all fun, right? It's all fun and games. So someone actually literally, their feelings get really hurt. Like, hey, that was personal, and you don't want that. You don't want to lose friendships over fantasy football.
Nope. 248-539-9797. Shannon is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Shannon.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
I've been retired for 4 years, and initially you are going to miss it. The first draft is going to be kind of like, the death of a parent or something like that. You're going to be a little sad that day. But after that, it's pretty freeing. You don't realize how much time it steals from you. Most of us at my age anyway, we're family guys, and, we're doing stuff on the weekends that require our attention, and we'll stop this to check on this game or stop that to check that, or, maybe your wife might have said something to you and you weren't paying attention because you're in a 3-point game on a Sunday night, stuff like that. And you just gain a lot of your weekend back. But you will miss draft day, especially if there's a live draft, because, that's really the funnest part. Even a non-live draft, everyone in fantasy football that isn't there just to make a couple new friends thinks they are the smartest GM. So, draft day is always fun because you think you have a strategy that's going to be a game changer. But you'll enjoy it in the end. You'll get a lot more of your life back.
There you go, Kang.
That's true. Sports already consumes so much of my life. Obviously, it's part of my job. But adding fantasy, it's another one of those, I don't want to – not that I did it too much this year. Maybe that's why I'm so bad. But, the guy at the table who's not paying attention to anybody because he's looking up his score and checking things out. I don't want to be that guy either.
248-539-9797. Nick is next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how are you guys?
What's up?
Good. I just wanted to give you guys a call and let you know, I think what Doug was talking about, this is the only kind of league I'm in now. It's called a best ball league. And basically what you do is you draft 22 players. That's your team. There is no ads. There is no drops. And basically what happens is you don't have to submit a lineup. Whatever those 22 players are, the guys who score the highest each week automatically get put in your lineup. You don't have to do anything. There's no work, but you still get to enjoy the draft, which to me is my favorite part of it. Getting together with your buddies, having that draft, but you're not having to. There's no ads and drops or anything like that, so you're not having to deal with all that every week.
So, first of all, Nick, yes, this is exactly it, and it sounds fantastic.
Doug, you need this.
Yeah, I do. If I ever get back, that's the way it's going to be done. And secondly is, Kang, what if you went to – because this is your same group of friends forever, right?
Oh, yeah.
What if you went to them and suggested you did this? Say, look, it's not going to be for everybody, but I have a suggestion. And if they say yes, try it. But if not, will you go out and find a new group of friends to do this with?
Enter the portal, Doug?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? Enter the fantasy football transfer portal?
You are getting into the portal. Oh, I might come with you. Maybe we start our own league right now. You, me, and we start recruiting people from here at the station.
Oh,
There'll be no breakdown.
Listen, guys, there's no pain and anguish of lineups every week. It's your best.
That's your team.
Yeah, it's your best lineup.
So funny. Would you consider doing this?
First of all, they wouldn't go for this, so I wouldn't even bring it up to them. You talk about ridicule and personal attacks. That's what would be headed my way. Okay.
Okay.
It'd probably be either get the hell out of the league, or man up and quit talking like this, and you're back in the league.
Right.
That's how these guys are. So I haven't brought up to them yet. Obviously, the season's not over. Got to gather with my family and have this talk.
Yeah.
And decide what's best for everybody.
What do you think your wife's going to say?
She's pretty supportive on what I do. I think she knows that, and I complain about it. She knows that my time is for other things has gone down, and so I think she would say you're gonna miss it. Don't quit.
Big D Dog on Twitch said, Kang, you need to get your priorities right. Your family will be with you 12 months a year. Football's only 5 months a year. You still have 7 months with your family.
And the math adds up.
248-539-9797. Got a Lions question we'll get to out of the gate next hour. Kang's thinking of retiring from fantasy football. We've got a lot of recovering fantasy players.
They seem to be enjoying retirement.
They like sharing their journey. It's 97.1, The Ticket. Open the show with some college football talk about National Signing Day, the early period. Said we'd pass on news when there was news. Michigan State got a second quarterback. They flipped a kid named Rylan Jesse from Utah State. Michigan got a couple of, news items. One is a 4-star defensive end from Maryland, Lugard Etapaye, announced he's going to Michigan over Florida State, Tennessee, Maryland, and others. And probably the bigger news is Jayshawn Barham, a linebacker from Maryland, who entered the portal, is committed to being a Michigan Wolverine. Pretty damn good player, and Michigan recruited him out of high school. He was the one, if you recall correctly, intercepted the pass from J.J. McCarthy right before half this year when they were playing at Maryland. So he's a guy that could play immediately for Michigan. So there you go. Just some of the more late-breaking news. Also got into the bowl matchup with Alabama if you want to continue going that direction. 248-539-9797. Talking to recovering fantasy football players as Kang is considering retiring from fantasy football for a variety of reasons. You don't have the time you used to. You aren't very good anymore. And you're finding yourself more frustrated than enjoying it.
I'm washed, man. I'm cooked.
Yeah.
Like I said, I might be emotional right now.
Yeah,
the season's just ending.
And when you had one win all year, which is it's pretty bad.
Terrible.
Yep. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's go to Juan. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Juan.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey, Juan.
I just wanted to chime in and just say I think I'm going to join Kang this year in retiring. I literally just had to – I mean, my luck has been bad throughout years as far as injuries. I draft good. It's just injuries been hurt me. But something happened last week that was just brutal, knocked me out the playoffs, basically. I don't know if you guys know, they did a 4-day later stat correction, Yahoo Fantasy, which – put me out the playoffs. I was up like 3.75 points against a guy. I won the game, and I was one game back out of the AC. And, of course, I won this week, would have put me in the AC, and the guy who I was playing would have been knocked out. Anyway, when the Bears played the Lions, they gave Glasgow the fumble. That's golf fumble, whoever fumble. 4 days later, I'm in the AC or whatever, fighting for the AC. We get a message from the group saying, "Did you guys see that stat correction?" I'm like, "What?" I looked up. I was 6-8, and I'm 5-9. So they actually did the score correction last Thursday from the Lions Sunday game. They gave the original fumble to Glasgow, and 4 days later they gave it to Golf, and they took 4 points away from me, and I ended up losing that game. So that game put me out the playoffs. So that's why I'm going to join UK, and I think I'm retiring.
Yeah,
like,
man, that's a brutal loss, man. That's brutal. Put you into retirement.
Right, but they usually do a stat correction the day after, which is Tuesday. They wait to, after the Monday Night Football. They usually do it like Tuesday, be a couple points, maybe 0.3 points. I never seen a stat correction happen 4 days later.
That's late.
Actually, from that Thursday, 4 days later, Yahoo did that. And that knocked me out of the playoffs, that one score correction.
So just help me out a little bit. Was it because you had Goff and it went as negative rushing yardage?
Well, negative points for turnover, too.
No, the turnover. He fumbled. The turnover. Because when he first, because I have Goff as my quarterback, so I always check the stats. So as soon as Goff fumbled, I looked on I went to ESPN to check the stats. So when I looked at the stats, they gave the fumble to Glasgow. So I'm like, okay, cool. Didn't think nothing of it. Later, it's over with. Thursday, when I get the message from the group, the guys say, "You guys see that?" and blah blah blah, and I go back and they gave the fumble to Golf.
The quarterback center exchange. My bad. All right,
right. But it originally went to Glasgow, and then 4 days later, however it happens, they gave the fumble to Golf.
And the only reason Glasgow's in there is because Ragnow's hurt. So, it's just that's wild.
He's right about the stat correction because that affected everybody. And for him, it was brutal because it knocked him out of the playoffs.
Yeah, but my point being, if Ragnow's there, he probably don't have a fumble exchange.
No, probably not.
And so the injury puts him in this position with a backup center. Then they change it
Well, the problem is they teased him. You know, it's one thing if he would have known right off the bat, hey, that was a Goff fumble. It is what it is.
Yep.
You can't let the man think he's in the playoffs for 4 days.
That's wild. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jake next on 97.1 Ticket. Hi, Jake.
Hey, Doug. How you doing?
Okay.
The reason that prompted me to call was when Kang said something about losing friendships over it, and I got a quick story for you here. So, I was involved in fantasy football early 2000s, late 90s, when you had to manually put the stats in and manually calculate it before all these Yahoo and things like that were around.
Yeah.
So it was a good experience then when doing that. But as fantasy football evolved and had basically what your previous caller just said, being marked down for a penalty for a fumble from a guy that is a backup, costing you a playoff spot, that was just not great. So when my two best friends, they are absolutely addicted to fantasy football, and watching football with them, it was just like constantly on your phone. And even to this day, my good friend, and he's probably listening right now, is addicted to fantasy football, and we're at the games, we're season ticket holders, and I still see him sitting on the phone. So what my point is that it's not really as much the game itself, it's the atmosphere as to how fantasy football evolved and everything about it. Like the fees got out of control, all these transactions, like you said about Mike's, what do they call that, breakdown? I could never understand that. So it wasn't a matter of being able to win, because in the first 2 years of our league, I won it, but it just got really, really tough.
I want to make this clear too, like, because the perfect league is the one where everybody in the league has kind of the same time and the commitment. And Mike ran a very tight ship, and probably just more. It was more that I, could handle, and that just it's no indictment on Mike. It's really an indictment on me, but. So I don't want that to be misinterpreted. But yes, if you didn't have the time and effort and the commitment that other people in your league do, it's time to find another league, has always been my thought. That you want to be in with a bunch of like-minded individuals. One of the more fun leagues I was in back when I played more frequently was a father-son league that I had with my oldest son, where one of the dads put it together and the kids all got together, and the kids basically ran the team, and the dad sat there and consulted and worked with the kids, and we weren't playing for any money either. It was just, hey, let's have a little bit of fun with this. And we had a draft night. It was really cool. But we were all kind of in the same boat. The kids ran it. The kids took it as seriously as they wanted. And the dads it was a trophy. We played for a trophy. 248-539-9797. We'll take one more on this. We go to Matthew. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Matthew.
Hi, how's it going? Appreciate you taking the call.
Sure.
There's no way I can retire from fantasy football. That's first. I'm in 4 leagues. The competition is always great. Just real quick story. Last year, I got down 1-6, ended up winning 10 games in a row, made it to the championship, lost in the championship, but that right there has me, I'm all in. Like, I had to cut down from 6 leagues to 4. Because I just love the competition and talking junk with my friends. Like that's always fun.
I used to have that joy myself.
The passion is gone. All right, I lied. We'll take one more. Julian, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Julian.
Hey, I appreciate you taking the call.
Sure.
So my situation's a little bit different. I'm definitely not quitting fantasy football, but my sanity has been tested insanely this year. I'm like 3rd in scoring, and my team is 4-10. I just got into this league, and it's the only league that I'm in. It's $100 to play, and it's like my entire family plus a couple of friends. 12-man league. It's been going on for, I think this is the 21st year, so a really long time. And I've been trying to get in my whole life because it's all my older uncles, my older brother, people I look up to, and it's extremely competitive. I got Patrick Mahomes, Jahmyr Gibbs, Kyron Williams, Devontae Adams. I can't put together a win, and injury after injury, can't keep a good quarterback. It's just been ridiculous this year, and but I'm addicted to it. I mean, I absolutely love the game, and it's just, it's a lot of fun, but
there's no walking away though, huh?
No, you can't walk away. I mean, it gets me to watch Red Zone. I'm in tune with a lot of the other teams around the league, and It's a lot of fun talking trash to your family members, talking on the phone for an hour about trades, about statistics and what works and what doesn't work, and kind of trying to stab your friends in the back with a trade here because it's going to screw them over and you're on the waiver wire.
Collusion.
It's great.
What's going on? Because that is part of the fun. And I get that's fantasy football. You will score a lot of points and lose games because just you played the one team that had more points than you that week. And I get that. That used to be fun for me. I don't know if it's still as fun, and that's my issue. So.
Good luck with your decision. I'm here to support you regardless of what you do.
I'll send you a fax as soon as I figure it out.
All right, let's get to this Lions thing coming up. A little bit of a surprise yesterday. That at 12:18. Hey, are you holding off on buying a new home? Because if you're waiting for mortgage interest rates to drop, well, at Hall Financial, they already have. Not only does Hall Financial offer the lowest fees and best rates, but now Hall Financial will give you a 1% reduction on your interest rate the first year of your new mortgage for free. Why pay more for your mortgage when you don't have to? This is more than just a rate cut. It's a gift. Imagine saving nearly $2,000 in the first year alone on your monthly payments. If you're buying a home and not taking advantage of their Easy Start program, you're overpaying. Are you ready to step into your new home with an initial rate in the fives? Then give them a call at 866-CALL-HALL or chat with them online at callhallfirst.com. Start your holiday season with a gift from our friends at Hall Financial. Doug Karsch, Gator out today. Red Wings back in action tonight. Lost 4-3 Anaheim on Monday. They're 1-6 since Patrick Kane was acquired. I don't think I'm drawing that correlation just yet, but David Perron has also missed the last 5 games. One more to go on this suspension. But they're going to be ups and downs during the season. This has definitely been a down. They went from a team that couldn't get the puck, keep the puck out of the net. Now they're having some problems scoring in some of these games, and I don't know. We'll see what Derek Lalonde and Steve Yzerman have. Thought maybe there was a chance this team would be in a position to buy, but recent play hasn't really warranted it. And last year when they weren't playing well, and we got a long time to the trade deadline, but Yzerman didn't force anything last year. In the meantime, the Pistons have lost 24 in a row. By the way, did you see that thing? Costa, and I kind of jokingly said, and Costa actually wanted to talk about if the Pistons could lose out.
Yeah, when you were out last week, he filled in one day, and we let off the show with he had a ridiculous thought on the Pistons that he actually believes, and the ridiculous thought was that they were going to go 2-80, that he does not see another win on the schedule. Of course, they're not going to be favored in any games. They're the worst team in the league. But, you eventually run. It's sports. You play the games. You run into a bad team or a night where the other team's having an off night, whatever. You're on. You win a game, right? Injuries, load management, whatever.
Somebody sent this to me. This is from DraftKings. You can bet on DraftKings that the Pistons don't win another game this year. It's plus 100,000. So a $10 bet pays $10,000. Double check. It was the screenshot. I want to make sure that this is real. I mean, there's no way that they will go 2-80. Right?
I mean, probably not. Let me ask you this, Doug. Who wins a game next? The Detroit Pistons or the Michigan Wolverines?
I'd have to look at the Pistons' schedule.
I think they got Utah Thursday, tomorrow.
I mean, Michigan plays 2 weeks from this past Monday. Are we talking? We're talking Michigan football.
Yes.
Okay. I thought you were going to ask who wins at a game next, the Detroit Pistons or the Detroit Tigers.
Or Detroit Mercy. Have you seen them?
No.
They haven't won games either.
I would. The Pistons play Utah, Brooklyn twice, Boston, and Toronto. I think Michigan.
Oh, man.
I know, man. Look.
So April is when I order my lunch from you? Is that when the season's over?
Yeah.
For those that don't know, Doug, he put his money where his mouth was, right? You bet me lunch that they're going to win 3 games in a row.
I still think I'm going to win that bet. You get into these skids, and everything seems hopeless. And I asked you, do you think they'd win 2 games in a row at any point this year? And you said, actually, yeah, you do. So I said, what about 3 games in a row? And you said no. And I said, all right, I'll take it. A little bit of fun. We bet lunch on it. This is not my strongest position ever. But I think they'll win. I will stick with it. Flag is planted. Because seasons are long, ebbs and flows. Stuff looks like when you're in these slumps, you feel like you're never going to come out of it. And when you're hot, you feel like you're never going to lose again. So I'll stick with my position. My strongest
well,
position.
You have to stick with it.
Yeah.
You sound like I'm letting you out of it.
I wouldn't even take it.
No?
No.
You sure?
You offered me an out, I wouldn't take it.
All right.
All right. So the Lions yesterday, and maybe this shouldn't have been a surprise when I heard Dan Campbell's answer to a Jim Costa question about, do you know where Riley Patterson's range is and what is it? And he said, I know his range. I know all our guys' range. When he said all our guys' range, it makes you realize, maybe the Badgley thing's going to stick because they sent They activated Badgley for the game on Saturday night against Denver, and then Riley Patterson was cut. They cut him because Hendon Hooker got activated. So this is not a troll topic, and I am not wishing anything. I want to make this abundantly clear but the Hendon Hooker being activated, they did it because he came off the injury list. He had 3 weeks to practice with the team. He's got this window, and then he has to be added to the active roster, or he's got to go back on the injury list and can't play the rest of the year. And I don't think he can practice the way he's been practicing. But so they activate him and then make a roster spot. They let Riley Patterson go. And for the most part, as it pertains to this season, it seems irrelevant. But you don't have to go back all that far and realize maybe it won't be. Not because I expect Hendon Hooker's play to warrant it. The Athletic did a story today that is scary as hell to me. The headline was, "The Year of the Backup Quarterback." And each passing week, it feels like another name is added to the attrition list. And we did this yesterday. Tua has basically been healthy all year, which is amazing. And his team's in first place. Lamar, healthy all year, team's in first place. Trevor Lawrence, well, maybe not now, but his team's in first place. Now he's tied with Indianapolis and Houston. Indianapolis has had injuries. Houston's got an injury. Kansas City, healthy quarterback, first place. Dallas and Philly, healthy quarterbacks, tied for first. Detroit, healthy quarterback, first place. Tampa has had a healthy quarterback. They're tied with New Orleans, who hasn't. First place. San Francisco, healthy quarterback, first place. It's a big part of this thing, man. It's a big part of this thing is attrition. And we knew that. We've talked about it, mention it every year. And now we're looking at it from a completely different perspective, right? Because we got a team that's competing at a high level. Last year, San Francisco opened the season with Trey Lance at quarterback. And he gets hurt in week 1. Remember that? And Jimmy Garoppolo goes in and leads them to this 7-4 start. And in week 13, he broke his foot, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And was out the rest of the year. Brock Purdy comes in, who in a backup role had thrown all of 9 passes and essentially wasn't expected to play at all as a 7th-round pick. He was going to be behind Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo. And now he's taking over. With 9 passes on his resume, he goes 6-0, wins out, goes to the postseason, beats Seattle, beats Dallas. San Francisco goes to Philly. He gets hurt in that game. And they got to bring in Josh Johnson. And amazingly, he then suffers a concussion in that game. And San Francisco's direct snapping the ball to Christian McCaffrey. Now, that was a team that had Super Bowl aspirations that was on QB5 in the end. So them activating Hendon Hooker, this is the most emergency break glass thing ever. But you kind of have to have that third guy, right?
Well, I think the rules now allow for it. So the reason they're activating Hooker is obviously they just want him to practice. I mean, you have to. The Jets just did it with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is not going to play this year for the Jets, but they had to because the window was closing, like you mentioned, on the 21-day or whatever it was.
The weird.
Yeah, you have to activate that player if you want them to continue practicing with you. The Lions want Hendon Hooker to continue practicing with the team, so he's going to be active for that reason. But for whatever reason, like if you mentioned a scenario like that with the Niners plays out with the Lions, yeah, Hendon Hooker would be your Josh Johnson, I guess, or, because they didn't have anyone after Josh Johnson. And Garoppolo, I don't even know if he was suited up, but there was talks about him even coming in. He couldn't play because his foot was broken. He was done.
Yep.
So, yeah, I mean, I think they allow now for an emergency third quarterback as long as you have him active.
And that guy is going to be Hendon Hooker.
Yep.
And that means Hendon Hooker is preparing every week the way backup quarterbacks prepare. Like we said, emergency break glass. But if they didn't activate Hendon Hooker, they were going to have to sign somebody off the street for that emergency break glass scenario. And so they activated him, which is great because it means he's healthy. And they'd rather go with that guy in-house than QB off the street. And so it feels like this is one of those moves that you really hope plays zero role on the coming season. But when you look at it, you look what happened last year to San Francisco, you realize this was kind of a necessity. And I think it's really interesting that they've activated him because they're veteran guys you could have gone out and got. There always are floating around.
Well, I think David Blau is still on their practice squad or something like that. So, but yeah, it's not just the year of the second string quarterback, though. There are teams that are gone to 3-4 deep. Look at Minnesota.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get a playoff spot.
Yeah. It's wild what teams have done. And, having a backup quarterback is kind of a necessity. Backup quarterbacks, is kind of a necessity. Guys that can be ready to go. But they essentially chose Hooker over David Blau to play this role.
Mm-hmm.
Although, I guess they could still activate David Blau. But right now, it sounds like they have.
Wouldn't it be crazy if Hooker's first NFL experience was in a playoff game because of emergency?
I don't want to see it, but yes, it would be crazy. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Karsh, Gator out today. Happy holidays, everybody. A few more shopping days here before Christmas. Hopefully you got it all done. Good luck to you if you have not. Those about to brave the insanity that can be last-minute shopping. I have to do a full inventory, so I'm not completely sure where we're at. But
you and your wife don't have this conversation at night or anything, or like
we
who
do.
You need to do, who you need to buy presents for. And
yeah,
whatnot?
we do. As it pertains to the kids, there are other people, including her, that I have to make sure I don't screw up.
Yeah, it's getting close because if you're going to order something online, I think like today might be the day.
Yeah,
like, that's it.
Not probably not doing anything online at this point because I'm not doing it today.
No,
I got today's a big work day. I've talked about this before, but every year for Christmas, one of our holiday traditions is I take all the video accumulated from the entire year, put it into iMovie, and put together a year-end family video. And I put music underneath it, and it can run as long as 90 minutes.
Oh.
And
Doug Scorsese over here.
it kind of is, yeah.
Tarantino.
It's a full-length film. And it's a ton of work. And today when I get home, it's a big job. The one thing that's been great, though, is now we just take all the video from our phones. I used to have a camera, right, and have to upload it all.
Yeah.
But now I just have, even the kids, I can send me any videos you want in this year's movie. And so then every year, Christmas, get together, family, we have dinner, and then we sit down.
Just
sit
play
down
the
and
one
watch.
that the phone makes for you. You know how it just automatically makes memories and
it doesn't make a 90-minute film.
no one. Geez, 90's your own fault. 90.
I know, well,
what are
that's
you?
true.
James Cameron? Is this Titanic too?
Kind of.
90 minutes. Yeah. They watch the whole thing?
Yeah, they like it. They enjoy it.
Is there intermission?
We've had to stop.
God.
Hey, I got to pee. Let's make some more popcorn. You know, it's our thing. It's probably more my thing, I guess. Than
All right. We're talking this out.
Kids might be rolling their eyes. Oh, crap. We got to watch Dad's dumb movie again. But they're the stars. You know? So then, we got that stuff archived forever. I kind of...
No, it's actually really cool. They probably won't appreciate it as much until they get older.
I kind of wonder if they'll go back with their kids and go, you want to see what your dad or mom was like when they were little, and show them these videos. But yeah, it's a bit much.
90 minutes, man.
I'm looking at the feedback coming in on Twitch. The first one is 90 minutes. WTF.
I know, right?
Garbanzo, I got bad news for you, Doug. They don't like it. They're just telling you that 5 minutes is probably good enough.
90.
Red Wing 2244. Doug goes full Chevy Chase Christmas
Hold on a
vacation
second.
style with the 90-minute movie.
The man who can't watch a full 90-minute film himself puts together a 90-minute film? Does this make any sense?
No, it doesn't.
What? You're watching things in increments of like 10 minutes.
It's like the only thing that I'm committed to watching every year is the movie that
you already experienced.
I shoot, direct, produce, and edit.
You know the ending. You know what happens in the middle, the beginning.
I do. Anyway, I'll ask him. I should ask him. We should call him on the air. Hey, do you like this? 2-4.
You have music and all that stuff.
Oh
too?
yeah. I got to.
So you got to put together the score and everything.
I do. Yeah, I score.
That's a lot of music.
It's a lot of music. It is a lot of music. I got bloopers. Like I got segments dedicated to bloopers.
Hey guys, 90 minutes is the regular. Let's stay for the after the credits. There's more you want to see here. Stuff that didn't, the cutting room floor stuff.
I've got the whole thing divided into folders in my phone for each month.
Is there a teaser for next season?
That's right. Next year. Coming in 2024. No, it's funny. Sure. If they don't like it, then I'm completely wasting my time.
Well, you like it though.
I do. I do like doing it, but it is it's turned into a monster. That's the thing, is it's turned into a monster. It's a total time sieve.
We're getting text. Paul, 90 minutes? Are you entering a film festival, Doug?
Next year it was the Cannes Film Festival.
Yes. You'll be in Park City. I'm not going for the skiing. I'm actually entering our home videos, guys.
That's right. I can't enter because I've got copyrighted music all over the place. It can't get me in trouble.
Well, you could beatbox throughout the whole thing.
That's right. Somebody asks, Reese asks, is there voiceover narration? I do not do a voiceover narration.
Did Doug say 90 minutes? These poor children. Can we chop it down to 15 and later release the others?
I think the kids like it. I really believe that they do.
This is from a guy who can only watch half an episode of Ozark.
Well, anyway, today's a big edit day.
Okay.
Yeah, and so I'm I got to sit down and really get some work done. Dude, I've told you about their sports videos for their teams where I've mic'd up coaches and I got drones flying over the field.
Jeez, man.
It's kind of difficult because you have to fly the drone high enough that it doesn't distract the kids because everybody would look up. So I got this drone 400 feet in the air pointing straight down at the field. I put GoPros in goals for soccer.
Do you yell like action before the game starts or anything?
The parents know to be nowhere near me because their voices get picked up on the camera.
Is that Blake Corum with a boom mic? What?
Yeah, that's what I do. It's a bit of an obsession. Because the problem is when you do it for your kids' games, you start doing that. This is a warning to parents. Don't start videotaping your kids' games. Because what happens is you get into this situation where you cannot miss. Like, you don't want them to do something remarkable in a game, and then they ask you, did you get it? No. So you get to this point where you're almost obligated to record everything. I'm going to need therapy. 248-539-9797. All right, we'll get to your open line calls. Power rankings came out this week, and where the Lions rank is interesting. We'll get to that today at 105. I do have a weird question, though. We will ask the audience today at 1248. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket. Let's go to Kenneth. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kenneth.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
All right, let me set the stage here. It was December 19th, 2019. My fantasy team, Cup of Soup, was headed to in their first round of the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I was going into a Monday night game. It was New Orleans versus Indianapolis, and I was up 55 points. So I was feeling good about the first round.
You should be.
Yeah, and Drew Brees and Michael Thomas go on and score. I think it was like 57 points or something together, and he only had the two players to play. And I added it all up, and I only lost by 3 points, and it was only because of bonus points.
What were the bonus points for?
So in fantasy leagues, they get bonus points. So if you are running back and you get 100 yards, a 100-yard game, you get extra points because you get 100 yards. So, or if you get a 40-yard pass or a 40-yard run, you get extra points for those specific special plays.
Is that true in your league, Kang?
Yeah, I think it's like, like he said, like 50-yard plus touchdown plays or something like that.
Yeah.
Every league's a little different.
So when I added it all up together, and I took, who scored bonus points and who didn't, I had, I think it was 5 bonus points, in total for that week, and he had like 9. So he completely won that week off of bonus points. And it just drove me nuts. It drove me nuts.
And so did you retire?
And I've been a proponent. Oh, so, I mean, it's gotten to a point where every year I'm bringing up bonus points, because we do the live draft and all of that stuff. And we have a lot of guys that are fairly well invested. And I always bring it up every year. We have arguments over it, and no one is ever on my side to get rid of them. And, now it's gotten to the point where it's this year, and it's just like I've argued so many times, and no one is listening.
And so are you going to quit?
Don't sound like
probably
it.
Not.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like it. Yeah.
Hey, man, it's when you have a league vote, you got to live by that.
Yeah, look, Kang was considering retiring from fantasy football, and we took a lot of recovering fantasy football players were sharing their stories. Suffice it to say, keep us in the loop, all right?
Oh, I will.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'll send you a fax as soon as I figure this thing out. So we're getting a lot of ticket text on your 90-minute end-of-year Karsh family video that you edit and put together and make the family watch.
Yeah, here we go.
These are great.
You're enjoying these, aren't you?
All right, here we go. We got Doug, are you doing a 30 for 30 for your family?
Kind of.
You keep telling yourself, Doug, that if it makes you feel better that the kids like it.
I believe they do.
Sweet baby Jesus, Doug. Hold on. I don't think I can finish the rest of that one, actually.
I appreciate you.
This one's from Mike. Someone please call Child Protective Services on Doug, those poor kids. Glad it wasn't just me. As soon as he said 90 minutes, my first thought was, has he even finished the one he made? They finished watching the one they made from last year yet?
We watch them every Christmas night.
Doug, if you enjoy it, you keep doing it. I think they will. They sit through this whole thing, huh? Is like everyone eating through this, or is it?
No, we have dinner, dessert, clean up, and then we go watch the movie. I'm gonna have to. Do you want me to send a text to the kids?
Yes, the whole family. I'm sure you have a family thread, right?
We do, yeah.
Go ahead and send it. This one's from Scott in Carlton. It says, bonus scenes include the making of the Karsh Christmas video. It's 6 hours of Doug just sitting at his computer editing. You film yourself editing.
I do not film myself editing.
Oh, didn't make the cutting room. That's on the cutting room floor.
Uh-huh.
Is there a director's cut that you produce for a mid-season release?
I do not.
You should have it like an in-season Hard Knocks. You know how
the
they do?
funny thing is like I've got files by month. So at the end of January, I'll take all the best video from January, put it in a file, and I actually then save it to the cloud, and then I upload it to iMovie, and it kind of is laid out timeline-wise, and then I just got to clean it up.
Do you have a special edition box set coming out, Doug?
At the end, yeah, maybe when we're done, we'll We'll repackage it and put it back on the market. So what do you want me to ask the kids directly in this text?
Do you guys enjoy the 90-minute video I put together at the end of the year? Do you guys want to keep doing that?
Okay. Should I keep doing it? There you go. Message sent. Let's see what the response is. If somebody's in for a rude awakening, and it might be me. All right, so we saw something today, and it cracked us up. The Bally Sports Detroit has a contest. Today is Winged Wheel Wednesday. And I'm like, what is this? And according to their Twitter account, your chance to win a framed autographed drawing of the iconic winged wheel. This week's drawing is by Joe Veleno. And they've got a picture of what he drew. He drew the winged wheel freehand and signed it. So if you repost their post and follow Bally's, I guess you enter to win this Joey Veleno, his doodle of the famed wing wheel. And we got into a debate in the office about which of the Detroit sports logos, the iconic ones, the Old English D, I'll include the lion on the side of the helmet, and the winged wheel, which is the hardest to draw?
Now, do you get to look at it and then try to copy it, or just off the top of your head?
I don't know how they do this. I don't know how Bally's did it. The Veleno, and we've tweeted it out from our account at DunganGator971 if you want to see his, it's the link. I mean, it's a retweet of Bally's tweet, and it's his picture. So go check it out at DunganGator971. We've also tweeted the link to Champ and Chump and a link to the Jamison Williams story, whether or not he can put the Lions offense over the top. You can check it out again at DunganGator971. I don't know if they allow the Red Wing to look at the logo and draw it, or if they have to just freehand it off memory. But the Old English D, have you ever tried to freehand that? There's no, without looking at it. The lion, the actual lion that's on the side of the helmet, I'm not freehanding that. I think the winged wheel might be the one that I would come the closest on, and it would look terrible. So we have some tough logos to draw. Really tough logos to draw. Which one do I think would be the easiest? Probably the winged wheel. I don't think I come anywhere close on that damn lion. I think it would look like a blob with legs.
Look like a cloud. You know what I mean? Like something like, what the hell is that?
I think you're right. But if you want to see Veleno's interpretation of the winged wheel,
this is hilarious.
It really is great.
It's like my daughter drew it.
Well,
actually, my daughter would have done a better job.
I mean, honestly, I don't know that based off memory I could do that much better. He went very simple. And the challenge, we talked about the winged wheel. When people put them on their bumper sticker and they put the wing at the wrong angle, where it's either too flat or too steep, I see that and I immediately go, you're not a real fan. I think Veleno got the right angle of the wing. I actually think he did a decent job with one of the small details that is difficult to recreate. But try drawing the lion on the side of the helmet. Not a chance.
I think that's your best shot, though. The
you
lion.
Do?
Yeah.
The cloud?
Yes, because at least the silhouette, you know it's a lion. I'm hoping it's somewhat close to it. The others, with the details, it's too much. The basketball, actually, the Pistons might be pretty easy because it's just a ball with Detroit Pistons.
I didn't mention the Piston logo for a reason.
Yeah, that's too easy.
Yeah.
So between the Tigers, the Red Wings, and the Lions is the easiest. The Old English D would be funny. I think the winged wheel is the hardest with the feathers.
That's funny. Winged wheel's the easiest. Old English D2. I think the hardest is the Lions logo. If you had to draw one of these things freehand, check out Veleno's drawing on our Twitter page at Doug and Gator 971. It's part of a Bally's promotion it's kind of clever, but I think Joey did a decent job. Simple, and he got one of the details correct, and that is the correct angle of the wings coming off the wheel. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
It's the first day of college football's early signing period. Michigan has signed 9 recruits so far, 7 of them 4 stars, 2 of them 3 stars. Michigan State has signed 14, all of them 3-star recruits except for Nick Marsh, the 4-star standout receiver from River Rouge. Elsewhere around the country in college football early signing day, Ohio State lost 4-star receiver Jeremiah McClellan. Rated a top 100 player by ESPN, McClellan of St. Louis had been committed to the Buckeyes since August but flipped to Oregon on Wednesday. And speaking of flips, Nebraska has completed its poaching of the number 1 quarterback of the 2024 class. Dylan Raiola, the 5-star passer and son of former Lions center Dominic Raiola, flipped from Georgia to the Cornhuskers last week, made it official signing with Nebraska today. Also in college football, Michigan State has picked up its 5th player via the transfer portal in the last week. Quindarius Dunnigan, a grad transfer from Middle Tennessee State, announced Wednesday morning he has committed to the Spartans. 6'4", 256-pound edge rusher, he recorded 3 sacks, a team-high 10 tackles for loss, and 8 PBUs in 2023, earning second-team All-Conference USA honors. MSU's new head coach Jonathan Smith joins Valenti Enrico later today here on 97.1. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 2 or 971theticket.com.
Doug Carskater out today, 248-539-9797. I got some NFL power rankings I want to go over, and I wonder which ones have been, which ones you think are the most accurate. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to Kevin. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, Doug. How's it going?
Doing good.
First time, long time, man. Love your show.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I think the one that requires the least amount of talent to actually be able to figure out what you drew.
Yeah.
The Old English D, again, I think you could kind of figure out. So I think the Lions logo is actually the hardest one to...
I agree completely. Kang, you think it's the easiest. I think it's the toughest one to draw. Now, again, for people just joining us, it's between the winged wheel, the Old English D, and the Lions logo. Which one's easiest? Which one's toughest? But I'm sorry. I think the toughest is that Lions logo. But hey, man, none of them are easy. That's the thing. None of them are easy. 248-539-9797. Diane, you're next on 97 on the Ticket. Hi, Diane.
Hi, how you guys doing?
Good, thank you.
I just wanted to say that a few years ago, I did 2 jack-o'-lanterns at Halloween.
Yeah.
And I did an Old English D and a winged wheel.
Yeah.
The winged wheel, because of all the small cuts, was definitely harder than doing the Old English D. But I did get a lot of compliments on it.
I bet you did. Yeah, small cuts on it when you're doing the pumpkin is very difficult. It's obviously a lot easier to draw than it is to carve into a pumpkin, but I bet it looked pretty sweet.
Oh, they did. They were awesome.
Yeah. So I actually want to hear from an art student. There's anybody who's an art student that knows the first thing about like trying to freehand the leaping lion on the side of the helmet, the winged wheel logo, and the Detroit Old English D. They might be able to provide some insight if they're good at this kind of stuff. Again, Joey Veleno, the autographed version of his freehand of the winged wheel is available. If you can win it in a contest on Bally's. We retweeted it, so check it out for yourself. Okay, NFL Power Rankings came out. And I thought this was really interesting because usually there's not a ton of variance. And I guess, so The Athletic, I'll start with the two that are very similar. NFL.com and The Athletic. Both have San Francisco 1, Baltimore 2. NFL.com then goes Dallas, Miami, Philly, Kansas City, Detroit. Lions 7th. Athletic has San Francisco and Baltimore 1 and 2, then Buffalo, Miami, Dallas, Philly, Detroit. Okay, so in both of those, the Lions are the 4th best team in the NFC. ESPN, San Francisco 1, Baltimore 2. It's the trend. Followed by Dallas, Miami, Philly, and Detroit. So this one, again, has Detroit. Now, Detroit is 6th overall, but 4th in the NFC. CBS Sports goes San Francisco 1, Baltimore 2, Miami 3, Kansas City 4, Detroit 5. CBS has Detroit as the 2nd best team in the NFC. Now, power rankings don't mean anything. Obviously, it's just everybody does them every week for whatever reason. Lions are tied right now with Dallas and Philly for the 2nd best record in the NFC, but the Lions control their own destiny. Of course, they play Dallas. If they win out, Lions are the 2 seed. They will win the tiebreaker over Dallas, and apparently, according to ESPN's playoff machine, they will win the tiebreaker over Philadelphia. Which I think, I mean, if Philly wins out, they have the same conference record. It comes down to what? Strength of victory? And are they saying Detroit will have a better strength of victory? I don't know if you can know that just yet, but is Detroit the 2nd best team in the NFC? Do people believe that? I mean, if you're just ranking the NFC team, are they the 4th best team in the NFC? Everybody's got them 4 except CBS, who's got them as the 2nd best team in the NFC.
They might be. I mean, you look at Philly; they've been struggling really bad, right?
It's what you get into is you start asking the question, and we are asking it here in Detroit. Are you kind of exposed and being exposed, or are you just going through a typical slump? Because right now, I'm sure in Philly, they feel there's probably full-fledged panic having lost 3 in a row, and their defense can't stop anybody. So, I mean, Philly's a mess, but I tend to think they're just going through it right now. Like we did. I don't know. What do you think? Is Philly done?
I think they're more of a mess than they're just going through it. And this is the reason why. They changed their defensive coordinator I mean, we're getting down to the end here, and they made a drastic, and some would say desperate move, right? They fired their defensive coordinator.
Because people were calling for that here when the Lions were going through their mess, or they're going through it.
So I'm just judging them by their actions.
Yep.
And Sirianni, I don't think you would do something like that if you weren't really concerned, okay? Now, of course, they can get out of it. And Patricia, he's been, when he was with New England, he was a good defensive coordinator, so he can help them, possibly. But I think the move itself makes me concerned. If I'm an Eagles fan, I'm concerned. Yeah. That's the reason why. And,
is it more than check engine in Philadelphia right now?
Well, they've replaced something.
Yeah.
They went and they replaced something. Yes, I think they actually had an issue. And at the beginning of the year, even though they were winning, they didn't look as dominant. Now, we all thought it was, they're just a really good team. They can get by that stuff. They can play, games with, turnovers and not look sharp and still win because they're that good. Or maybe they were just kind of getting lucky and getting through it. And now that they can't overcome those things, the losses are piling up.
So what's funny is Dallas had won 5 in a row. Then they get absolutely jackhammered at Buffalo and look terrible. Their next game is at Miami. They could lose that before they host Detroit. There's Dallas right now. I wouldn't think Dallas should have a warning. I think it's just maybe check engine light. Maybe. Notice a lot of these power rankings don't reflect Dallas dropping. ESPN has Dallas 3rd. NFL has Dallas 3rd. NFL.com. The Athletic has Dallas 5th. Only CBS punished them pretty dramatically for their loss at Buffalo. So most people just think Dallas, it's a blip.
Yeah, like it's their Ravens game, right? The Lions got blown out by the Ravens early in the year, and sometimes you get blown out for whatever reason, and because they're not ignoring those games before the Bills.
No,
those games, those 5 games or whatever it was, where they were just
it's
nonstop.
I actually think CBS is kind of overreacting to the one game, and I mean, great, they got Detroit as the second best team in the NFC. We'll find out on the field, so it's kind of irrelevant. But 248-539-9797. Corey, you're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Corey.
Hey guys, how you guys doing?
Doing good.
Awesome. I was an art student for about 4 years back in 2008, 2012, and now I do logos on the side.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to touch on the different logos. What would be harder to do? It's definitely the Red Wings logo, just with the intricacies of the feathers going up and all the little details in the wheel. Yeah. You can get those off a little bit more. If I were to do a freehand, that would be the toughest one. But the Old English D is, if you can get it right, it's just every little stroke of the pen is just a little bit difficult. But yeah, the Red Wings logo is definitely the hardest one.
So would you out of the?
You can go.
What's the easiest one?
Go ahead.
Is it the Lions logo or the Old English D? It's the Lions.
For me, definitely the Lions, just because of just anatomy. If you know how to structure anatomy at all, you can kind of go off of that just as a starting point, and then go from there. And I mean, how big of a fan are you really at? If you're just thinking about it freehand without actually looking at the logo, I could do the Lions logo a lot easier than the rest.
Interesting.
He's an expert, Doug.
Yeah, just like you.
Yep.
All the little feathers in the Red Wings, if I weren't looking at it, I could screw that up pretty good if I wasn't looking actually at the logo.
Corey, thanks. 248-539-9797. Nick is next. Hi, Nick.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
What's up?
Yeah, not much, man, but to kind of build on what he was just talking about, the intricacies of the Red Wings logo, like freehand, and not just the intricacies, but like since it's like a perfect circle and perfectly straight lines, to do that freehand is like nearly impossible, if not impossible altogether.
Yeah.
So like when you're drawing the Lions logo, for example, it allows for more mistakes, if that makes sense visually.
Okay.
You can get away with more, but if you're trying to draw a perfect circle and perfectly straight lines, it's next to impossible. So the Red Wings logo would be the hardest. And like even the Detroit Pistons, like the older school logo with the basketball, that would be super tough as well.
Would it really? Just because?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's just like when you're trying to draw perfect circles or perfectly straight lines, it's just so hard to do.
Okay. All right.
Without like instruments. So.
Hey, appreciate the insight, Nick. By the way, did you see Joey Valeno's, the one that he drew?
No, like I was going to say I didn't see his drawing. I was trying to find it online while I was on the phone, but I wasn't able to find it. But I'll look at it here in a couple of minutes. But I'm sure
it's funny because I mean, it looks like he put 30 seconds into it. And the one thing, it doesn't look, he didn't use any intricacies, but I will say he got the angle of the wing correct, which is one of my pet peeves about the Red Wings logo is when people have it on the back of their car.
When you see those stickers on the car and they're all off center, it's maddening. Actually, I agree.
Nick, thanks. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
All right, it's another big football weekend coming up here in Michigan, and listeners are loving the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's the only app I recommend right here in Michigan. They've got odds, bets, slots, and games. You download the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app right now, and you can play all your favorite casino games right at your fingertips. The casino and the sportsbook, they're in your pocket and go wherever you go in the state of Michigan. Play popular online slots like 88 Fortunes, Cleopatra's Gold, and Wheel of Fortune. New slots like Atomic Meltdown, Imperial Wealth, or you can even play with a live dealer on your phone. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, baccarat. Check out Ultimate Texas Hold'em on the Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. Right now, great offer for new users. Download the Play Gun Lake app and get up to $1,000 casino bonus back if you're down in the first 24 hours. The Play Gun Lake Casino and Sportsbook app. It's your time to play. New users only. Casino bonus must be wagered. Terms and conditions apply. See website at playgunlake.com for details. You must be 21 and in Michigan. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or Michigan Problem Gambling Helpline at 1-800-270-7117.
Doug Carr, Skater out today, 248-539-9797. Sometimes we overreact to stuff, and then you don't realize how good you've got it until you see somebody who doesn't have it as good as you have it. I'll get to that today at 1:20. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Scott. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Scott?
Not much. Hi, Doug. Hi, gang.
What's going on, sir?
Well, if you guys were talking about the power rankings with the NFC, and I think you actually can make a case for the Detroit Lions being number 2 if you look at it as a neutral site game. Now, we know the only neutral site game in the NFL is going to be the Super Bowl, but Dallas is a different team at home versus on the road. The numbers have bore that out all year. Philadelphia's got Patricia calling the defensive signals, and we've seen that he gave up a bomb at the end of the game the other day, so he still hasn't really learned to coach since he left Detroit. If you're looking at it as an AFC team outside of San Francisco, you got to play in the Super Bowl. Who's the next toughest out? And with the way Detroit runs the ball, the playmakers we have on offense, and I'm not even sure I agree that Detroit would be number 2, but I think you can at least make an arguable case for it.
Well, you can. Here's the crazy thing about it is we're worried about the Lions away from home. They're 5-2 away from home. No team in the NFC has fewer losses, and Detroit is 5-2. That's the best. Actually, San Francisco's 6-2. Detroit's 5-2, and those are the best road records in the NFC. And away from home, there's only one team that's better in football away from their own. That's not true. There's 2. Both Jacksonville and Baltimore are 6-1 and 5-1. It's an interesting point if you look at it from a neutral field perspective. So
yeah, if you're an AFC team, who would you rather play? Would you rather play the Lions, or would you rather play Dallas if you don't have either team at home? And I think with the way Detroit's offense is, I think you're more scared of Detroit's offense than you are of Dallas. If you don't have that home crowd, and obviously we know Detroit's got a pretty good home crowd.
Yep.
As you said, the record and the atmosphere and everything like that this year, we have a home crowd advantage, definitely, and Dallas does some this year too. But when you're, just looking at the teams, who would you rather have, Dak Prescott or Goff? Like, you can make an argument. Who do you trust more? Me, I trust Goff more.
Well, it's a fascinating debate because it just feels like the book on Dallas is overly simplistic. Good at home, bad on the road, and it's probably more deep than that. But if I did a deep dive, is it at all a product of who they played, when they played them? But bottom line is, it's an interesting argument that you just made. Okay, so I mentioned that sometimes we overreact to stuff, and I'm okay with admitting that. But you get your beliefs, and then when you see something that you really buy into that kind of supports it. And I had a belief that George Pickens would be a great pick for the Lions. I also have a belief that Brad Holmes does a great job building a roster through the draft. And it's pretty interesting because right now Pickens is going through it, man, in Pittsburgh because his commitment to the game is being questioned. There was a terrible play for him in that game against Indianapolis this weekend where he was downfield and didn't put in any effort to block at all. None. The video's actually embarrassing. I think it would get a lesser player cut. And I don't know, in a town like Pittsburgh, in a football town like Pittsburgh, I'm not sure you recover from that. And I don't want to overstate the fact that I don't know what's being said, but as an outsider looking in, that's a tough highlight for a player to just give up on a play, not block downfield. The guy he didn't block makes a tackle, and then as they're rolling towards it, he jumps out of the way. And he said he didn't want to get hurt. And he did tear his ACL. But he crossed paths with our guy who had a torn ACL. George Pickens, a couple years ago, in the spring game at Georgia, or in spring practice. I don't know if it was a spring game, but he tore his ACL. And he worked very hard and actually made it back late in the year for Georgia and played in the national championship game against Alabama. In that game, he played against Jamison Williams. And in that game, Jamison Williams tore his ACL. So you have two of these elite, talented wide receivers from the Southeastern Conference, both with torn ACLs. Both guys that were guys that got talked about by us here at the station and fans as being potential players to be drafted by the Detroit Lions. I probably, in retrospect, made a bigger case for George Pickens to be drafted than I did Jamison Williams to be drafted. It seemed like the Pickens where he was going to be available kind of more aligned with what Detroit was trying to do. And, of course, Detroit made a trade to move up to get Jamison Williams. So I don't think we talked about it all that much. But Pickens is justifiably being criticized for not being dedicated to football. His head coach came out and didn't defend him, said obviously he has room for continued improvement. That's one of the examples that I'm talking about in terms of still obvious room for improvement. In the meantime, okay, player coming off torn ACL, trying to preserve himself a little bit. Not our guy. Our guy, that Brad Holmes traded up and took, he has never shied away from contact. In fact, in many ways, the earliest way he got on the radar and really started to change the narrative over concerns about Jamison Williams with the gambling suspension, some of the social media posts that made some people uncomfortable. How did he start turning it around? It was blocking. It was what George Pickens doesn't seem to want to do. He went out there and made an impact early on blocking downfield this year. Enthusiastically blocking downfield and effectively blocking downfield. And because of that, people started mentioning him, noticing him. We in Detroit take the littlest things, and we can turn you into a star if you show us you'll do the dirty work. And that's why the grind line becomes heroes in Detroit and why Ben Wallace became a hero in Detroit. Jamison Williams is going to do more than just the little things, but it was his willingness to do something that seems like we shouldn't even have to give a player credit for. And then when you see somebody else's young receiver unwilling to do it, I got to tell you, I'm feathering the cap of our organization once again. Because two players, similar boat, coming off a torn ACL, our guy gets on the radar doing what their guy doesn't seem to want to do. And I wouldn't give up on Pickens if I were a Pittsburgh Steelers fan. I would just hope that he grows up professionally. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. In the meantime, some weird advice I saw out there from an online poll. Want to get to that coming up. If you want to get to college football, we open the show talking about signing day, Michigan and Alabama. Also, Lions activate Hendon Hooker. And before we dismiss that, remember what happened to San Francisco last year. They were on QB5 by the time the playoffs were done.
And also another move about just straight up cutting Riley Patterson. I know Badgley kicked it in the Broncos game, but and I don't know, why that necessarily. I guess they know because they were done with Patterson, right?
We talked about this off the air. I want to bring it to the air, what they might be thinking here. We'll get to that coming up today at 1:35. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Download it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. Then you can take the show anywhere in the United States and Canada, and someday you'll wish you had it. So get it now. and then stream. More and more people are doing that. You can also stream through our website, 971theticket.com, where Champ and Chumper posted, and the story about J-Mo's impact on this Lions team. You can also stream with video. Go to twitch.tv. Bam, there we are, myself and Kang. Also on YouTube. Go to youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Gator out today, 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Don. You're on 97.1. What's up, Don?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing great.
Hey, I was just listening to the conversation you were just talking about, and I saw it in Jason Williams, too, that he was like a little frightened of a little contact, and that's why I was saying that he was dropping all those passes when Goff was hitting him, and he would drop them because he was scared of contact. I was saying put him back there and let him tie some punts, but he done start coming around now. I seen his job was in jeopardy. He started coming around and taking that contact, and like you say, blocking and stuff. He got used to that contact. Now he finna cut loose, man.
So,
and you was absolutely right.
Here's the thing about Jameson Williams, that long term we have to consider a few things, and that is, and maybe it'll turn out to be a great lesson for us, and maybe it won't really matter. But if Jameson Williams ends up being an elite player and is nothing but successful in his time in Detroit, which certainly seems within the realm of possibility, given his physical tools and given what has been a pretty quick rise here in recent weeks in terms of his use in the offense. And with what Jared Goff said about him post-game, hey, I trust him. We've come to understand over the years in talking with the Lions quarterback how big of a deal that is. That is not a small deal when it comes to being in this offense with him as a quarterback. So the lesson to be learned here is a few things. One is, just because a guy doesn't look fantastic, the moment he hits the field, it's okay. Allow that person some time to develop. All right? And in J-Mo's case, just because somebody is maybe a typical 20, 21-year-old, 22-year-old, and makes some mistakes, like there's no doubt that the gambling suspension was a mistake, right? I mean, the social media stuff, which hasn't been as big a deal, King. I'm not as big on social media. Has he done anything that's made anybody uncomfortable lately, or is that kind of been, is that yesterday's news?
No, he's done nothing lately. I mean, he's posted some weird dietary stuff, like, you know, Flaming Hot Cheetos with nacho cheese on it or something.
Yeah, there was what did he do?
And there was something else, too.
There was the McFlurry.
The McFlurry,
yeah. Put some McFlurry on his burger at McDonald's.
I attribute that to being 21 years old.
Right.
Or 22, whatever he is.
But
other than that, no.
Does it look like it's getting in the way of his development on the field?
No.
Now, the gambling suspension's a different thing.
Sure, but even then, you could reasonably say that was a confusing rule for a lot of NFL players, whether they're veterans or rookies, right?
Yep.
And so the NFL's kind of tried to clarify that and made a bigger emphasis on that. So he did his time, and they actually reduced it because they thought it was too punitive. The league did. So, yeah, that was a mistake by him that he did his time. They didn't even fight it, and they reduced the suspension.
So with all that said, it's just kind of a reminder, and I guess it's probably changed for me a little bit when I watch my kids go through levels of maturity and all that. People do grow up. People grow up. I used to use myself as an example, and I think of the moron I was at 20, 21, 22. Some of the things I believed, some of the things I said, some of the things I did. It's kind of embarrassing looking back. I have a bunch of regrets in a lot of stuff. And then you get a little bit older, you get some perspective, you get into whatever your career is going to be, you develop and you get more responsibilities, and you change as a person. And it's gratifying in different ways, but I just like allow somebody who's young to grow up. And I hope that J-Mo is a great example of that when it's all said and done.
On and off the field, like, you got to remember, no matter what sport you're drafting prospects. They're not finished products. You have to let them develop, and you're drafting based on how you think they will develop and what they will become, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, that's, like I said, on and off the field. Like, then they're putting a microphone in front of a 21-year-old, kid's face, and then everything he says is going to be scrutinized. Everything he does is going to be, scrutinized. So you got to let him grow. It's not going to happen right away. Look at Melon Fonwu. That's a guy I don't think anyone thought they were going to get maybe anything out of anymore, and then bam.
Right.
I mean, he took the 2-3 years, and now he's going to be a player. Some guys, it's faster. Sam Laporta, holy cow. I don't even think the Lions staff, I'm sure they had aspirations of him being this good. I don't know if it's this good this fast, though. And so, yeah, everyone's at a different pace. But J-Mo, I always defended him because mentally I always thought he was always engaged on the field. He was celebrating with his teammates when they scored. He was blocking downfield. He never cried to the media about getting more than, only 2 targets per game.
Right.
George Pickens was doing the opposite of all that stuff, really, in Pittsburgh. Now you see the latest, he's not blocking. He was not celebrating with his teammates when they scored. He was bitching about not getting the ball. So I think that part, the fact that he was always mentally engaged, Jameson Williams, I just felt the rest would follow.
So here's the follow-up question then. Do you think that our guy Brad Holmes had any suspicions about George Pickens? Do you think they did their homework on George Pickens and this doesn't surprise them?
Probably. I also might think that they just like J-Mo more.
Right.
You know, so it's like, hey, I like this guy more, and I got some questions about this guy, you know.
I'm not even comparing one to the other.
Yeah.
I just think when you do your homework and you evaluate everybody, when your evaluation is done, do you think that they had him, a red line through his name going, nah, that's not worth it.
It's quite possible. I mean, Jalen Carter, for whatever reason, they had a chance to draft and they decided not to.
Yeah.
Maybe George Pickens is in that same category.
I'm reading a lot into this, but I just am curious. And this is one of those questions I'm asking your opinion. We will never know. We will never know.
It's just
because they don't. Yeah, we hated the guy. Nobody ever says that.
No. Well, surprisingly, though, from a Steeler point of view, they just went through that Antonio Brown situation.
Right.
And did they just get a guy who's not as good as Antonio Brown without the resume but with the same attitude problems?
I don't expect
you would think
the Steelers to screw this kind of stuff up.
Especially after they just kind of went something similar with that. But
all right, 248-539-9797. Let's go to Dave next here on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Dave.
Yeah, you guys just stole my thunder. I was wanted to talk about exactly what you were talking about, and all it does is confirm that I have to have total trust in Brad Holmes because the dude knows exactly what he's doing. Draft day, I was not happy that they moved up, that they took Jameson Williams. I thought his body language on the stage was lousy. George Pickens is actually the guy I wanted. But now, after this, Jameson Williams matured in front of our eyes. He's a team player. He blocks. He hustles. He doesn't bitch. And Brad Holmes, I mean, he has been just about perfect. There's still a couple other picks I was wondering about, like Pascal I thought was overdrafted. But he's starting to come around as well. And you know what? I love the draft. I love analyzing the draft.
Yeah.
The problem for me now analyzing the Lions draft is we're not privy to that inside information that they have and we don't have.
So desperately want to.
And statistics.
I so desperately want to,
Me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
No, I hear you, my man. And now it doesn't mean he's going to be perfect. He's not. And it doesn't mean that we can't question stuff. We will. But the track record is getting, it's getting to the point where it's like, oh, this guy kind of knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, I what I'm going to do when I analyze the draft next year, I'm going to look who was the team captain, was that, because, I mean, we need talented players, but talented players without character leads to a cancer and a dysfunctional locker room. These guys, like Dan Campbell said, he doesn't want any turds, and they don't have any. These guys bust their butt for their coach and their teammates, and you can't ask for much more than that.
Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Tim is next on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Doug.
What's up?
I know you've been talking about football, but I saw this article on Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
And the title of the article is this the worst team in NBA history?
Mm-hmm.
The Detroit Pistons have a clutch of highly drafted young players, a $78 million coach, and a 24-game losing streak. And the funny part is the picture is Marcus Sasser, and he's got his head in his hand. I look at this, and I'm like, okay, Detroit made the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Not for a good reason.
No. Look, the DraftKings put it out on their website that you can bet that they don't win another game the rest of the season. Now, the odds are, I mean, if you bet $10, you can win $10,000 if they don't win a game. The odds are dramatically against you. But the fact that that's even out there is pretty wild.
Well, I look at this, and you got Cade Cunningham, who's a pretty good ball player. But, it's ironic. He scored 43 points the other day, and one of the quotes is, we needed to do a better job of making them miss. Well, Cade Cunningham probably should be focusing on that, although I admit he's probably one of the few guys that can really score 25 plus.
It's depressing. Seasons are long. Obviously, they won't be playing for anything of substance. I wouldn't be shocked if they show a little bit of promise later this year. But right now, it's about as hopeless a thing as I've ever remembered a Detroit team look at them. We've had some bad ones. But the way this is going, they could be getting themselves in the conversation for the worst Detroit team ever. And we had an 0-16 football team. All right, I got two responses. Kang sent the text. Everybody's making fun of me because I do the family movie every year at Christmas. The whole year in review. We sit down, have Christmas dinner, dessert, clean up, then the whole family sits downstairs and watches the year in review music video I do, and it's gotten to be, in the past, as long as 90 minutes. And I'm getting killed today for being Clark Griswold, and everybody thinks the kids hate it. So I sent a text to the whole family. The text read, let me get the exact wording. Question: do you guys enjoy the family video? Should I keep doing it? I'll get to the 2 responses I got coming up at 1:46. Plus more of your open line calls. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, skater out today. Something just occurred to me during the commercial break, Kang, and I got a question for you. But first, I said I'd have the follow-up text. Question, you guys enjoy the family video? Should I keep doing it? This was at 12:51. I sent that text out. Within 10 minutes, I got a response from my wife. I do. So she likes it.
Well, it's good to have her on your side.
Yep. And then my daughter texted, yes, of course. So haven't heard from the boys yet.
You got the women on your side.
I do. For what it's worth. Today is December 20th. Do you remember somebody said December 20th was their day to be back?
Yes. CD Deuce, right?
Yeah. CJ Gardner-Johnson back in practice today. Is there any reporting on that?
No, but I know it's his birthday today, I think.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Oh, happy birthday to him.
Maybe that's why he did that, actually.
Oh, that would suck because I got all excited because I thought that was the day he was targeting to return.
Well, they said that he's going to come back and play.
Yeah.
So and I think the target game was this game coming up.
Yeah, and this is when they start practice. So this was 2-3 weeks ago where I don't remember exactly what he posted, but it was like it was December 20th, I'm back or whatever it was. So, well, now that we're here, I wonder if he's all good. Got to be great to get him back and get him. I mean, to have 3 games to get him up to game speed for the postseason would be awesome. Be awesome. 248-539-9797. We go to Ryan next on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Ryan.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good. Thanks for calling.
I'll definitely keep the video. But my thing about J-Mo and Pickens' conversation, I was wondering my thing, because I've been coaching for 30 years, is it culture, nature over culture, nurture kind of thing? Is Campbell and his staff created something that the team wanted to play for? First season, they finally get their first win after, 10 games where they're 0-10-1, and look at Goff, jumping into basically Campbell's arms, hugging him. They go 1-6. Could they have died and given up and say, here we go again? But what did they do? They kept on coming, and Campbell's statement and his drive and this team and his coaching staff kept on going. They love him. They play for him, and you see it as a team that they're playing for each other. Is it that kind of thing, or are they also getting the character, or are they kind of building the character as they come in?
Well, both are great.
You know what I'm kind of
yeah,
saying?
I know exactly what you're saying, because we used to think and say the same thing about the Patriots. We actually used to say the same thing about the Steelers, who have the problem child in George Pickens right now, who doesn't seem to want to get on board. And I always talked about how culture works for you or against you. It works against you when you don't have a good culture and you show up. And do you remember stories being told about Lions being late for practice but still playing on Sundays? And that's where, so if you're new and you get introduced to the locker room and you're looking around, you go, oh, that's how we do it here, then you don't mind being late for practice. That's where culture works against you. When culture works for you, and that might be happening now, it's too early to know this, but it feels like it's happening, is that you do have somebody that wants to be a part of all that's going on. And you can cite examples of Jameson Williams. You can cite examples of Frank Ragnow going under arthroscopic surgery and getting back on the field as quickly as possible. CJ Gardner-Johnson wants to be out there and is hustling back from this injury. And it's fun, and they're getting the most out of what they got.
Winning. Yep.
And so I think you're right. I think that you're onto something there. And it's probably too early to know, but it's a theory that we can workshop over the next couple of years, and we'll probably know if the Lions suddenly have a good culture. And I suspect that they do.
And you can just tell when they lost, they still had something in them. You know, they wanted to do it. They wanted to play for them and play for each other. You can see it. And when they're not drafting or picking up on the trade deadline certain people, that kind of thing, what kind of family they want to bring into their family. So I got a feeling it's going to be, is Campbell bringing those guys in, and gosh darn it, they get talent too. Oh my gosh, I think good things for a long time are going to come.
So I've been thinking about doing something here at the radio station, and it was going to be a project. It was my New Year's resolution for Kang, is to try and get Brad Holmes to agree to come in studio for a full hour at some point during the off season.
So I did ask, but they said they have a restraining order against you, Doug. Brad Holmes does, because you're on one of his legs at all times.
I do want to get Brad Holmes in studio for a full hour.
Yeah, we know you do.
And, we'll ask him questions like, why didn't you trade for Chase Young or Montez Sweat? And I know what he's going to say. I suspect I know what he's going to say is, well, I'm not going to talk about those guys specifically, but there's a lot of boxes that need to be checked to bring somebody in to be a part of our roster, and you have to meet what we're trying to do on the field and off the field, blah, 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 blah. He's probably going to say something like that. But I look, I think it matters more to them than most. I think a lot of that off the field stuff, I don't think we're going out on a limb by saying it matters more to this regime than most regimes that we've seen here in Detroit, that they are getting, as the one caller said, captains. That they are getting guys that take their football seriously. 248-539-9797. Glenn is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Glenn?
Hey, I don't know if you guys have ever seen this video of Dan Campbell when he was an assistant coach on the Dolphins, and there's a tight end that loafed it after another player caught a ball, and he is all over him on the sideline yelling at him for not blocking downfield. Then later on, the guy does a downfield block, and he's praising. He said, "That's exactly what I want out of you." That is the culture that Dan Campbell brought to this team, and that video is like pure gold. That is exactly how he has, from the top down, started this team buying into what they need to do as a team.
Where did you see this?
I had it on YouTube. I sent a ticket text with the video on it. I don't know if you guys get videos through there, but it is amazing.
Okay, I'll seek it out. That's really interesting. That's really interesting.
A little snapshot into pre-Detroit, what Dan Campbell was coaching, and I know he's doing it here too, because you watch our receivers, they're like synchronized swimmers blocking downfield. I mean, it's just amazing.
It's fun to see, and that's what leads to big plays, and the Lions have one of the most explosive offenses in the NFL. Kang, you might find this hard to believe, but there's some people on Twitch that are getting pretty cynical about why the boys haven't responded to my text or whether or not they like the family video.
Because they're still finishing last year's video up?
Don says the boys are trying to formulate a way of saying no without hurting your feelings, Doug. Reese says the boys are trying to create a response that doesn't cause ire. They think it's a trap. And then this one from Red Wing 2244. They're in the middle of a heated basketball game, knocking over the Christmas tree and haven't seen their phones yet. All possible. All possible. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Matthew is next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Matthew?
Hey, guys. This honestly reminds me of the Saints when the Chargers traded and the Saints traded for Drew Brees from the Chargers, and that culture just kind of did a switch from that point forward. And I feel like that's, in a way, Jared Goff is no Drew Brees, I know that, but in a way, this kind of reminds me of that culture switch that the Saints went from, always losing, never going to win anything, to now every year you're kind of thinking about them potentially doing something without Brees now at this point. So that's just kind of what this reminds me of a little bit.
You know what's remarkable is we are having a very serious conversation about something that didn't seem possible here in Detroit.
Right.
We are talking about turning around something that, unfortunately, through years and years and years, and coach after coach after coach, and GM after GM after GM, that didn't seem like it was ever going to change.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And I don't think this is fantasy stuff. I don't think it's wishful thinking. I think it feels pretty clear. And like I said, it's still relatively early. We don't know what direction this road is going to take us, but it's awfully promising, and there's less nonsense than ever before.
Yep.
So,
they're getting it all. Sometimes all you need is a little taste for success, and once you've tasted it, that's all you need. You just keep that train until you've gotten it.
Yep. Hey, thanks for the phone call, Matthew. 248-539-9797. Rico Beard has sauntered into the studio. What's up, my man?
Kang has to give up the fantasy football.
He's got to give it up?
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
You know what, Kang? I did in 2020. I said it was a good break. It's kind of like when Barry retired. I was like, yeah, it's a good time for a break. if you really enjoy that, you can just bet anytime touchdowns. If you really miss the thrill of fantasy football, place a couple 3-player parlay, make instant money, and move on. But the fantasy, you got to deal with the other owners and all. Man, you got a kid, man. You're getting too old for that.
Yeah, I got 2. But yeah, you're right. That's the difference now from those that retired years ago to the ones that retire
you got
now.
2 kids?
Yeah, man.
2 daughters.
Oh, I knew you had the one.
He's girl dad.
I didn't know he had 2.
Come on, Rico.
He's in deeper than you
Jeez,
realized.
man. Yeah, it's worse, right?
He's got a wife and everything.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, or either that or get it in now because it's going away soon.
I know, man. There's other ways I can, suffice my football fix, right?
Because here's the problem, and I heard one of your callers say, you're not going to be able to be all in anymore. And there's nothing worse than the half owner who just kind of has a team but doesn't pay attention to them.
I was that guy.
And then you love it when you play them like, oh, wow.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy, so I might take on the silent owner someone suggested where I just
he left
invest.
Christian McCaffrey on the bench
I know,
for the whole
right?
season.
Yeah, I'm not that guy. I don't want to be that guy.
Real quick, what time do you got John Smith on?
He's coming on at 4.
All right, have a great show. Stay safe, everybody, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Okay.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. It's the first day of college football's early signing period. Michigan has signed 9 recruits so far, 7 4-stars, 2 of them 3-stars. Michigan State, 14, all of them 3-star recruits except for Nick Marsh, the standout 4-star receiver from River Rouge. Elsewhere around the country, Ohio State lost 4-star receiver Jeremiah McClellan. He's rated a top 100 player by ESPN. I flipped to Oregon on Wednesday, and speaking of flips, Nebraska completed its poaching of the number 1 quarterback of the 24 class, Dylan Raiola, 5-star passer and son of former Lions center Dominic Raiola. He flipped from Georgia to the Cornhuskers last week, made it official today. Also in college football, Michigan State has picked up its 5th player via the transfer portal in the last week. Quindarius Dunnigan, he's a grad transfer from Middle Tennessee State. He announced Wednesday morning he's committed to the Spartans. 6'4", 256-pound edge rusher, recorded 3 sacks, a team-high 10 tackles for loss, 8 pass breakups in 2023. That earned him All-Conference USA second-team honors. You can hear Michigan State coach Jonathan Smith when he joins Valenti Enrico later today here on 97.1 The Ticket. From the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. More at 3 or 971theticket.com.
Ready to roll on a Wednesday. Look at this beautiful man to my left.
Oh, he's back.
Fully functional again, people. David is back from a respite. Perhaps like Tyreek Hill. Do you have an announcement to make? We'll talk about it. What a story. I can't wait to get to that because I will need someone to explain how he's accomplished these things, all while getting married. What a life.
You called me privileged.
Yeah, compared to him, you are. I would not want to see his finances. We'll just leave it alone. Jonathan Smith will join us at 4. We're going to talk some Lions. But you know what? In the spirit of the holiday season, we wanted to start out with something light and fun and
spirit of giving.
It is the spirit of giving. And the Detroit Pistons have given us nothing but misery. But in the tone-deaf department, David has printed this out, and Rieger and you were talking about it earlier, and I had started a drive, which was, hashtag give back the toys. Well, Pistons Twitter decided to tweet out the following today. Now, is it still called tweeting if the platform is called X? Is it Xing? What is the...
Still tweeting.
Posting? I don't know.
Posting? Whatever it is. It's a garbage application. In the spirit of the holiday season, Tom Gores has partnered with Toys for Tots, Voices for Children, and the Salvation Army to provide more than 10,000 toys to Michigan families in need. So we decided, in the spirit of the holidays, let's connect with the community and see what kinds of responses they got to this. First one comes by the way of Luke. Tom Gores should partner up with a GM who actually knows how to construct a roster. Plankton writes in, the kids would rather watch winning basketball. Luke Panici writes in, I don't see him in any of these pictures. Neither do we, Luke.
But it's kids, and they're having fun and smiling.
As I said, if I were one of the kids, I would give back the toy. Get me a power forward. Pirelli Poppy wrote in the spirit of the holidays, who's giving out wins to teams in need, though? Y'all should line up.
Wait, is that the Bucks back in line again? You just got to win.
Pierre, who has these are printed out for me. This is a fancy font. Can he partner with people interested in buying the Pistons from him next? Big Herm was next to spread the holiday cheer, again responding to Pistons Twitter.
And you know what? I'm going to give Big Herm some credit. This was a way to spin something bad into something positive.
That's the first Pistons win since October, right? Big Herm.
Giving back to the kids.
Ravilla wrote in next. That's cool, but when are you going to win a game? ? Cohen Carr season, who may be a listener to the show, I don't know, was more succinct with his holiday response to the Pistons post.
It's deep, but yeah, go for it.
Sell the team. Now, in fairness, someone named Cade Muse had a blue heart and a red heart. Okay. More of a visual person, if you will.
The emoji, as the kids would say.
Ashawn, also succinct with this. Win a game. Unbelievable. Thanks, Gov. Fooly Cooley D. And I think
now you got to say it the right. It's Fooly Cooley D.
Fooly Cooley D.
Fooly Cooley D. Okay, Mr. Champion.
Oh, show. Fooly Cooley D writes in, and I guarantee you they're a listener of the show because I started this last Thursday. His response to the Pistons holiday posting about Tom Gores giving kids toys. #sell the team. Your wee cookies. Ronald Crispin wrote in. The also succinct but ever effective #sell the team. This next person, Killian MVP. Now that has to be satirical.
It's got to be.
Tom Gores also has a lifetime partner. Okay, yep, not reading that. Nope, can't read that. Can't read that.
Nope.
Gonna move on. Sea Dog, sell the team. And that brings us to Truth Teller with all kinds of lowercase and uppercase things.
It's the irony.
This is the most depressing ones. Happy for the kids, though. Don't get me wrong. Followed by, where the F is Tom anyways? ? Now you wonder. You go, well, wait. Valenti and Rico hand-selected those. Mm-hmm. No. And this is how you know you've hit the bottom of the chili pot. Those are the only responses an NBA basketball team got on their official account. That's it.
Yeah, we didn't hand select those. Those weren't us just making fun.
You could post. David could go on Twitter right now and post a video of a cat playing a keyboard. David would get hundreds of responses. An NBA basketball team received a whopping 17 responses. That tells you where we've arrived at. I still say the funniest thing ever would be the kids returning the toys. Just like the movie Rudy. For Detroit. Win a game. Here's a bike. I don't want this doll. I want a power forward who doesn't shoot 14% from deep.
Well, there's been an update. GTFO with this Tom Gores propaganda.
Okay.
So they have 23 responses.
Right.
Well, I encourage you, if you have a holiday message you'd like to send the Pistons in this time of giving where we can't find Tom Gores with two hands and a flashlight, but the Pistons want you to know he gave 10,000 toys away, you can go to the Pistons official X account or Twitter account and send your holiday message to this posting. Whatever you like, of course. And as always, the Valenti and Rico Show encourage you to stay classy.
Wow.
What?
Why not just do the city of Detroit a huge favor and sell the damn team? This was an historic franchise that is now the laughing stock. Not just in the NBA. No. But in all sports. Worst owner ever. That's the update. Now we're done.
I could read all but one of them.
Yeah.
Thank God I have good editorial skills. David, thank you for that. I just wanted to start with a holiday message. So if you'd like to send the Pistons your message, they're clearly looking for feedback. In a serious manner, though, you got to know better if you're that basketball team. Whoever runs their social, you cannot be putting out owner propaganda amidst a 24-game losing streak. You just can't.
No.
Short of Tom Gores coming up with the cure for cancer and only charging $1 for it, you can't do it.
No, you got to read the room. Because at this point, pretty much you just got to turn him into Cade Claus. And Cade goes everywhere and he does all of this stuff because he's the only one that's probably above reproach.
Right.
Cade, sorry, buddy, but you got to go deliver these kids.
How disturbing is it? 23 responses for an NBA basketball team.
One was happy, and the other two were like, it's not the kid's fault. Good for you. Yeah, this is it's a level of it's a
Hashtag
level.
Give the toys back.
Yeah, it's just a level of
if you are
apathy.
The parent of one of these children, I'm sorry, but I'd rather they be bored at Christmas than take a toy from this team. I will buy you a toy.
You can't.
I will buy you a toy.
You can't.
Just like Rudy, where they're handing the jerseys in for Rudy, coach. I want little kids like waddling up there like, for Detroit. Help me.
No, at this point, if you're the kids, keep the toys because it's just like anybody who bets against them. You keeping the money, right? You're profit. Keep the toys, kids. Keep the toys.
No, they're going to return.
Because if you give the toys back, David, they're still going to lose.
No, they're going to come up to the ticket office and say, I would like to return this. Oh, you want to come to the game? No, I would like to return this.
No, just
take it back.
No. Now if they
this.
start giving out tickets, no. I'll take the bicycle instead.
I'd like the 5 free chicken wings that you promised me when you would win a game. Where have those been for 2 months? I'm hungry.
I don't think you want to eat those. Let's go ahead and throw
That's
those
part of
away.
the promotion, by the way. It's been a big joke. They partnered with a wing place and, hey, win a game, get 5 wings. Cutscene. Everyone's dead. No wings were ever given out.
Yeah, you know what? You don't have to show up to work today. We're good.
How about
they're down by 30? Yeah, you guys can go home.
How about partnering with someone to buy the team? But please, the Pistons clearly need social engagement if you're going to send that out there. So, hey, in a classy way, feel free to reach out to Pistons Twitter. Keep it classy. Don't need to personally attack anyone. Hashtag sell the team. David, how are you today? Welcome back. Good to see you.
Yeah, I tortured myself again while I was gone, and I watched another Pistons game on Monday.
It's not torture. It's not torture. It's fun. I love it. I can't get enough of Bally.
Oh, they're amazing, aren't they?
Seeing Mickey York have no soul behind those eyes as they cut to him back at the desk. Hi, it's me again. I don't have anything. Back to you, Greg.
What are you looking at? What do you expect from me?
What do you want from me? I'm just a man in a suit.
That's the score. I don't play on the team. Seriously. Get these cameras off of me.
Whew. Sad Kelser. That is an ice cream sundae for the soul.
He was broken that day.
I know, it's great. I love it.
He's back to you.
Keep losing. All right. I have a story to start the day. We'll get to a football today. Got some.
The comments are increasing.
Oh, I know listeners.
Oh, yes.
Okay, why don't David will update us next. Guys, you know what? Goris is doing a toy drive. Let's do a drive. Social engagement for the Pistons. They're lonely. No other NBA team would only get 20 responses. Feel free to reach out to them and give them a holiday wish. We'll update it. And we'll update Tyreek Hill's penis, apparently, because, boy, he's been busier than Santa Claus this holiday season. Wait to hear this story.
Things you don't expect on a show sheet for 500, Alex.
Coming up next.
Ooh, Detroit Pistons. All right.
Telling you, chair drop fits with everything. David is telling me the Pistons account is exploding with feedback from the community. They decided to run Gore's propaganda. I had to read it, and the people are not disappointing. So, David, you have an update to it. Now, people, please keep it classy.
But you know what? Don't drink water and read these. I'm still choking over here.
Let's let David update us.
Valenti brought me here. # sell the team.
Oh, no.
Another person says, thanks, Tom. I love my bike, but it doesn't have any wheels. Go Pistons.
Oh.
Please sell the team, Mr. Gores. The kids appreciate you, though.
Which charity takes bad owners?
Oh, that was a good one right there. So Tom is alive. Can you tell him to sell the team, please?
There we go. That sounds about right. Can you imagine, like, if you were running Pistons Twitter and you send this propaganda out about Gores giving out toys? Rico, you have an update.
I don't know if I can read that one.
Edit it. You're a smart man. There was one I couldn't read. I edited.
How about Tom Gores move on from ownership of this team and make everybody's Christmas in Detroit? # sell the team.
See, that wasn't hard. Great job by you. David?
Oh, man. Fire Troy and make David the new GM. Then sell the team. Wow, don't include me in this. They want me to be the GM. Oh, okay.
David, honestly, it's not really a compliment. It's more of a statement of
I think so.
What I feel about Troy Weaver.
I think so.
I would trust you to do better.
Were the toys broken like the team? Tom
okay.
Owens. # sell the team.
All right, I think we're good. Let me move on. I want to just read you something. But please, feel free to give the Pistons your holiday wishes at their account. Can you help me with Tyreek Hill? Happy holidays. Now, Tyreek Hill's battling an injury. And the last I checked, Tyreek Hill's married, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, wife's on Hard Knocks show.
Tyreek just fathered his third child in the last 4 months.
Yeah, those numbers don't add up.
That doesn't add up to me. What on earth?
Well, it adds up.
Tyreek Hill had a third child this year by yet another woman as 2 other babies' mamas file paternity suits. He's fathered kids with 3 different women in the span of 4 months.
Has he been hanging out with Nick Cannon?
But does he hate money? Help me understand this, David.
Well, apparently he first went to Miami to sow his royal oats because that's what he did. He just announced he got married in November. So he was having fun before he announced.
Oh.
There you go. Yep.
So these kids got grandfathered in.
Correct. And they want their money now.
Why do athletes do this? Like, all it takes is a 5-minute crash course in your money is going to disappear. Like, here's what 1 illegitimate kid will do.
Mm-hmm.
Here's what 2 looks like. If you've gone to 3, find a different financial advisor.
Right. Because at that point, well, you know, how much can diapers cost? No. It's not about
No, you
diapers.
don't get it. I'll give you an example. So Hill offered one of the women $2,500 a month as child support, which, quote, woefully inadequate. I mean, he makes $30 million a year. He's going to get taken to the cleaners. Right. And remember something. All of his child support is post-tax dollars. So you can double the amount of money you got to make. Almost $2.1 or $2.2 per after we factor in taxes, paying your agent,
Because he thinks, it's a kid. Like, how much does it cost to raise a kid? $20,000 a month is enough for a child. But
for 18 years.
Right, but the fact that you're an athlete means they're going to take a larger portion.
How did that wedding go? Now, look, I don't know if this is a deal breaker or not, but I have 3 other women pregnant currently. Before we say I do. How does that conversation go?
Apparently she must have been okay with that and said, okay, well, you know what? Mine comes off the top. And then after that, you can divvy up the rest.
Amazing. David,
Tyreek Hill's dumb. That's all.
That's my point,
You can't do this, man.
That's unbelievable.
You got to be smarter with this, man. I know you're in a state with no state tax here, but now everything you're saving is now out the window before you can even
There is
spend
no
it.
saving.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, you went full Nick Cannon and just said, how many kids can I sire
guys,
in a year?
Guys, we have one problem.
Another one?
No, we have a problem.
Oh, okay.
The woman he married is his, quote, longtime fiance. So as long as long time is more than, like, say, 9 months, 3 kids in a 4-month span while being engaged.
Yeah, they were probably on a break for a couple months.
Each time.
We're gonna take a little bit of a break. So what'd you do during your break? I took a little cruise, a little me time. What'd you do? I had a kid.
What'd you do last weekend, kid? I needed help understanding it. It was something I read the headline. I'm like, wait, 3rd kid in 4 months? He's married. Oh, wait, he got engaged, married. What? And then I started thinking about finances. And I'm like, can you imagine being his financial advisor?
Yeah, but see, now it makes more sense. Because wasn't a rumor that his wife called him during the game when he got injured and told him, you need to get back in there and play? That's why. He sat out and she called or texted him and said, what are you doing? Get back out on the field. Go make that money.
It's unreal. Anytime I see stuff like this, I'm going, you worked your whole life to get to this spot, to make that kind of money, to live this dream. And your dipstick is going to cost you everything.
Well, you have to remember, he did say after he retired he wanted to become a porn star. So
what?
He got started early.
All righty.
He did.
I may have chosen the wrong headline. Hashtag sell the team.
But between that and either that or like when athletes or something, you get caught for driving drunk. Like, did you not see what happened to every other person? Like, what are you doing? Hire a driver. Get an Uber. Do so. So, yes, I've never amazed the stupidity of athletes because I guess you feel like you can do whatever. But, yeah.
Well, the Nick Cannon thing is utterly confusing because he's intentional about it.
Yeah.
I don't think Tyreek planned on the 3 kids in 4 months. Nick Cannon is like, no.
Okay, but didn't you, though? Because,
I wasn't in the room. I don't know
you're
what
not
the
in the
plans
room,
were.
but it doesn't take a rocket science to figure out how to have a kid and what you can do to prevent it.
I'm not.
Apparently it
I was
does.
about to play a drop. I'm not going to.
Apparently it does.
Right. I realize that Nick Cannon is on a mission.
Right.
Like he's got a quota every year to hit.
He's got a need for seed.
Right. But this, bro, one, you could almost excuse one of, okay, poor choice, bad decision, whatever you want to call it. 3
in 4 months while engaged and planning a wedding. Just throwing that out there.
The only thing is if you tell me they all knew each other, that's when I'm just going to be like, okay, wow.
Rico's out. David, take a text, and then we're going to get to a football today and get moving here.
Tyreek Hill really is a cheetah. Huh. Wow. Okay. Someone says the baby mama 1 has 3 of his kids. Wow.
Right. Oh, wait. So these 3 and 4 months aren't the only kids.
Correct.
Okay, I'll tell you right now. This dude is going to end up broke. Period. Broke. So we're talking 5, 6 kids?
Apparently so.
And at least 3 of them are illegitimate or 4 of them? Oh, dear God.
About 10 years, he's just going to fake his own death.
Move to Mexico. Right. He's going to be like Andy Dufresne polishing a boat on the beach in Mexico.
But you Tyreek Hill? No.
I like this when Tony and Oxford says, what did you do during your break? Stacy, Amy, Amanda, Keisha.
Boy. Man alive. Let's get to business. Football today. Coming up next. Here's Rico. All right, David, let's turn our attention to football, shall we? Music.
So let's get to Jamal Adams for a quick second. He was a healthy scratch from the game on Monday. Instead of joining the team on the sidelines, though, he chose to stay home. They also, some questionable things with him on social media, going after a reporter because a reporter posted a video of him letting the receiver in the Dallas game by him. And then he started to attack his wife, the guy's wife, on social media, posting, "Is this you? Ha, ha, ha," and all this stuff. They traded 2 firsts, a third, and a starting player for Jamal Adams, and then signed him to an extension a year later. Biggest mistake?
Yeah, it's. I remember that show. It was one of the height of the pandemic shows, and we were all home. And I said it's one of the worst trades you'll ever see. 2 first-round picks and a starter for a safety. Then you pay him. Here's the other problem with Jamal Adams: can't cover a dead body.
No.
Jamal Adams is a box safety. He's a better blitzer than a safety. He's a physical freak, but he's a bit of a bad egg. So, yeah, David, they got 2 problems in Seattle. Rico, tell me I'm wrong. Jamal Adams is one. I would start to really wonder what's going on with DK Metcalf. He is perpetually unhappy.
I think you answered the DK Metcalf question. He doesn't want to be there anymore.
Okay.
And I think he doesn't know how to walk in there and just say, trade me, because he doesn't want to look bad, but it's boiling over where he's attacking everyone. Where, like, when they played the Niners, they were like, yeah, you know what? Free Christmas gifts to whoever can provoke him and get him angry, and tossed out the game. I mean, Kyle Shanahan was joking about it, but I don't really think he was joking about it. Like, I think that they know, get in his head because he's disgruntled. As far as Adams, I mean, to me, he's more of that hybrid linebacker now, where the safety linebacker thing rather than a corner, because you're right, he can't cover anybody.
Let's move over to Atlanta because they have benched Desmond Ridder for the remainder of the season. And quote unquote, they haven't made a decision already or have they made a decision without making it? And what I'm getting to is Arthur Blank, because Arthur Smith, the coach. Arthur Blank said the decision for Smith will be made after the season.
I'm going to say it again, D. I'll choose to focus on something else. Weird. Another non-premium top 10 QB bomb of a pick. Another second round, third round selection.
Where are you going with this, Mike?
That's infinitely replaceable. No, I think it is the dumbest thing in the world. You either draft your quarterback in the top 10 or trade for a veteran. The idea you're going to be the lucky lassie that finds Russell Wilson or Tom Brady.
Jalen Hurts, yeah.
It's foolhardy. So Desmond Ridder, they passed on Lamar Jackson. They passed on the quarterback deal. They didn't draft a quarterback last year. They took a running back. All because they had Desmond Ridder. Everyone knew Desmond Ridder was going to be a bum.
Yeah. Well, and the fact I still don't know what Arthur Smith is doing, because you drafted the running back only to do what with him?
You drafted Drake London not to throw it to him. You drafted Kyle Pitts not to throw it to him. You drafted a running back not to use him, and you avoided the quarterback thing.
I mean, has he not heard the show? Has he not seen Bijan run? Like, what are you doing? But
it's a joke.
Every game,
you put a quarterback on that roster, they are dangerous.
Well, they made a mistake by not trying to go after Lamar Jackson.
Correct.
They immediately said no.
Well, yesterday I said that Seattle, to me, Atlanta should give the best proposal for Justin Fields. You don't want him, we will take him. Give him to us, and he's going to change the landscape. He's going back home to Georgia.
You want to waste a pick? Don't draft Desmond Ridder. Take a second-round pick, trade for Justin Fields, and move it forward. Yeah, I'm with you there. Great call by you.
So let's move over to Philadelphia.
Oh, my heart bleeds.
Jalen Hurts is tied for the most turnovers this season with 17. It's tied with Josh Allen, Joshua Dobbs, and Sam Howell. One of these things is not like the other.
Yeah.
So is Jalen Hurts the biggest problem for Philadelphia right now in their 3-game losing streak?
I'd still say the defenses, they're on the field for like 80 snaps a game. But Jalen Hurts' problem is simple. He's at odds with his receivers because he's not staying in the pocket. He is not letting things come to him. This is what happens when you lose your coordinator. Mm-hmm. I think it's dual problems. Defensively, they're a train wreck, too much youth. Offensively, the quarterback's not meshing with the coordinator, and he's getting very panicky.
He's going back to Jalen Hurts of not last, but 2 years ago, where that year they were 9-7. He would have the great games and the bad games. For the defense, yeah, I think if you follow football, you knew that this was going to be a problem when you let guys like Hargraves and Nate leave, and they went with the youth movement. It's going to take some time to gel. You know you're in too far when you got to make the coaching shuffle 3 weeks before the season's over. And you're moving coaches up in the box and bringing people down on the field. You're in a lot of trouble if you're Philly. You're gambling. You're just hoping that something sticks and something works for you. But that's a team that's in a lot of trouble. And that's probably a team that a lot of folks, if I said at the beginning of the year you're going to have to play Philly in order to get to the Super Bowl, you're like, oh, God, no. Now you're like, I like to play Philly, please.
Well, Mike, let's go over to New York. Nope, not to talk about that quarterback, but to talk about your quarterback,
Why?
or I guess his agent.
Why?
Because his agent got too big for his britches here, because after the Monday night appearance, he was already set and scheduled to make an appearance at a pizzeria. Already scheduled, $10,000 was going to be given to him. The agent, after the Monday night game, upped the price to $20,000 the next day, and they had to cancel the appearance. Now, he since made up for it, showed up for free for his pizzeria, but I mean, I think I'm with you now, Mike. This guy, this agent is ridiculous.
Oh, this is what did it?
Yeah, it is.
The guy's a scumbag.
I'm wondering, David, how is the agent got elected to the Italian American Hall of Fame?
That was already scheduled.
How is he not in there?
I agree. Maybe
because I don't do this, apparently.
How
right?
are you not in? Like,
I don't know.
We need to find out what's the application process. I mean, I think we can get it done. We can get some references from the Pictons. We get them in there.
The Pictons. I'll put them in my speech.
Oh, definitely can do that. So let's do this real quick as we close out. I want to look ahead. I understand the playoffs are coming, but eventually the offseason will be here. I have a couple players I want you to tell me if they will be this year's Jalen Ramsey, meaning a star that gets traded in March.
Oh, I like this.
Steph Diggs, Devontae Adams, Brandon Ayuk.
Adams, yes. Ayuk only if money's the issue, and I think Frisco will find a way because I'm pretty sure they just print money out there. The Diggs one, I wonder if he's saving himself, if the relationship, this team getting hot, they're back together. I'll say yes to Adams, maybe to Ayuk, no to Diggs.
I think Diggs is still going to – I think maybe his agent got to him and said, hey, don't be a malcontent, and then other teams will want you on there. But if you go and destroy the Buffalo Bills, nobody's going to want you. You're going to end up playing for a bad team. You'll end up down in, Tampa. I mean, not Tampa, but the Carolina Panthers or someplace like that.
Yeah, his production has gone down, but he hasn't been angry like he used to. He just,
And I think somebody told,
we're
going to get you out of here, but if you're angry, you end up, anger equals Panthers. Okay? Play nice, and I can get you to a contender. The Ayuk thing, I don't see him leaving. I think that they'll find a way. They'll release somebody or restructure some contract. Because remember, they're not paying a quarterback right now.
You're right about that. Oh, you are privileged then.
That's right. They'll just print that money.
That is in football today.
All right, David, give me a couple of ticket texts. We'll talk a little Lions top of the hour. Jonathan Smith, Michigan State head coach, joins us at 4, which I don't know how there's time for a college coach to do anything in this world right now. I was talking with Cookies about it on the pod. Like, what college football's doing, it'd be the equivalent of the NFL during the NFL playoffs having open free agency for every player. You're trying to preserve your own roster, steal people from other rosters, hire staff, manage NIL. I continue to say it. I don't care what money you make.
Could you imagine if the NFL worked like college and all of a sudden Jahmyr Gibbs hit the portal this morning?
Right. Wanting to see his value, and you're like, wait, what? It's look, you saw it drive a lot of good college basketball coaches out, and I'm telling you, it's going to drive a lot of college football coaches out. They have to get a handle on this somehow with rules.
They do, but I think until it really affects the SEC, that's when
it just means more.
That's when all of a sudden you're going to see sweeping rule changes. And maybe it does with Raiola's going to Nebraska.
That's idiotic. I don't care what anybody says. Raiola passing up the opportunity to play at Georgia to go to Nebraska, silly. It's completely silly. You go to Georgia, you sit for a year. You're going to go on 50 dates with a bunch of rockets, get your body right, learn the offense, learn to read a defense, and when Beck moves to the pros next year, it's your job, son. This idea that these 18-year-olds think they can start high Division I football is suicidal.
Man,
it's insane.
That's for you, Dad.
Okay, we're done.
No. That's why he's probably going is because his father played there.
Good. You know what? Let's go to that Nebraska quarterback hotline.
Come on, man. If Big G played somewhere, you'd want to go play.
Not if Big G University never put a quarterback in the NFL. David, go ahead.
Someone says
Tommy Frazier.
Oh, my God. Eric Crouch at safety.
Tyreek Hill and Nick Cannon are already better shooters than the Pistons.
Come on, man.
Matt
Really?
from Livonia also says Tyreek Hill has fathered more children in the last 3 months than the Pistons have wins. # sell the team.
All right, I think we're reaching a point where the blank more than Piston wins, it's just about anything. Homeless person baths over Piston wins. Yes.
Yeah. Draymond's getting more days of not playing.
Kenny brushing his teeth over Pistons wins.
Kenny's taking straight.
I don't know about that.
Wow. Well, you work with him back there, so.
I sure
That's
do.
why David's the expert. How about we go on the board, shall we?
Please.
Please. Well, I'm 5-1 in my last 6, and the loss came last night, and it was disgusting. So I had the Pels laying 6.5. Rico, they're up 21. Minute to go in the second quarter. FanDuel was offering 19.5 live if I wanted to middle it and go take the Grizz getting 19, lay to 6.5, try to crib. I said, nah, it's a bad idea. Don't be greedy. Just stay. The Pelicans went full Pelican, melted down, and any thought I had that Ja Morant wouldn't be fresh as a daisy, whoa, buddy.
34.
And down the stretch, hitting the game winner. Just bad job by me. Bad job by me. That's all I can say. So I'm sorry, guys. They can't all be winners. I don't have anything that jumps out as a system, not a system play. That's 4-1 on the year. We're not going to sully that. So what I'm going to do is take a mulligan. I am not going to play tonight. That is what we're going to do.
Well, it's funny because I was thinking about doing the same thing.
No.
I've been close, but no cigar. All right, well, if you want to play.
Let me hear it. Workshop something for me.
How about just a Tobacco Row parlay?
Let me hear it.
Baylor's at Duke tonight. Just take Duke straight up on the money line. And North Carolina is playing at Oklahoma, but they're in that tournament that Michigan played in last night, the Jordan Brand tournament.
Okay.
Duke money line, North Carolina money line at plus 180.
Interesting. Both are 3-point favorites, too. Who do you like better between the two teams? Duke or UNC? You've watched both.
I like Duke, but Duke just has trouble putting it all together. I don't know if they're too young, so I guess as of now, I would take North Carolina if they play.
Okay. No, I just wondered. I obviously, I have to play catch up. I don't watch as much as you do because the system that's not a system that plays like a system doesn't require you watch the games.
Duke is an elevated version of MSU. They're frustrating to watch. They have talent. They just don't always put it together.
What's MSU an upgraded version of?
Come on, man. They're on a 2-game winning streak.
Congratulations.
No, that's the other thing is this Baylor game is, okay, let's see Baylor. They play Baylor and Duke, so you kind of want to see which team, if Baylor was not a good team.
Yeah.
Or if they destroyed Duke, now you're just like, I have no idea what's up.
And Kenny with the day off today and the NHL, their stagger schedule, it doesn't work for anybody. It's simple. 3 games tonight. There'll be 17 of them tomorrow. I can't figure the league out. No play there. Let's move it on. David, what do you have?
Oh, Kenny's already responded. I love that guy. I love that guy so much.
Kenny called me a word commonly used to describe
You know what?
penis.
I was about to say, we talked about Tyreek Hills.
Oh, man, I will give my
He called you
here.
a Tyreek Hill.
So I was already
Kenny called us the short version of Richard.
So I was already looking this up. I was already going to go here. And then thanks to Cam, who texts us all the time, he gave me some more on this. Let's go Utah Valley.
What?
Plus 4.5 versus Liberty.
No.
Utah Valley is 2-0 against the spread at home. Liberty doesn't have anyone over 6'7", and Utah Valley has a 7-footer.
I don't support this.
So I'm going
the funny
Utah
thing
Valley
is,
State plus 4.5.
I thought he was talking a bowl game. I was about to say, what?
You wouldn't know the difference.
Right. I was like, David, what are you doing?
I'm handicapping the next bowl batch, which features 16 games. If I just left the team names out and I said, here's Team A entering this bowl game and here's Team B, and it's Team A, the coaches left, took the whole staff, 3 quarterbacks said goodbye, best receiver, best running back, and you're like, well, who's playing? Don't know. I mean, it's truly impossible.
Yeah, did you enjoy Monday's Old Dominion game? With the team that ended up winning, coming back from 28, their quarterback opted out.
Right, Austin Reed.
Yeah.
Stop watching it. And then all of a sudden, wait, it went to, like,
right.
Like they were up 28 points. Like, how did Western Kentucky, Old Dominion was up 28 points. I'm watching it here on the screen like, oh, my God.
Hey, how about this? The funniest thing I read, and then we'll get to the Lions. The worst quarterback I watched all year in America, literally the singular worst player. Every time I watched, I went, how is this kid in Division I football? Eastern Michigan's quarterback, Austin Smith, he's in the portal. Where are you transferring to? Melicinos?
He's going to Utah Valley State.
Transfer portal to what? The unemployment office?
I always wonder, all of a sudden this running back had 140 yards this whole season. I'm in the portal. For what?
To go where?
You do realize you have a scholarship right now, son. If you walk out that door.
I got to get to TJ. I got to figure out where Austin Smith's plans are. Can't be in football. All right, that's on the board. Holiday season, you know the drill. You got a little time off. You got a ton of sports. Maybe you haven't joined FanDuel yet. Now would be a great time. Right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 wager on the money line. So, Rico had a couple money line selections in college ball. You could turn that into your $5 bet and win $150. More ways to play, more markets. I mean, David allegedly playing Utah Valley State Technological Institute. I don't know what to say to that. Spreads, props, totals, you name it. FanDuel.com/ticket. It's FanDuel, official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. The bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117. Sorry, I had to take a breath there, guys, for confidential help.
brought to you by Mother Waddles. The Red Wings' 3-game losing streak has put them 1 point out of the playoff field. Detroit looks to get back on track tonight in Winnipeg. You can hear it right here on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage beginning at 7:15. It's the beginning of college football's early signing period, but Michigan's biggest acquisition today may have come from the transfer portal. U of M has picked up a commitment from former freshman All-American linebacker Jyshawn Barham. The 6'4", 233-pounder comes to the Wolverines from Maryland. He was a 4-star fringe top 100 player in the 2022 recruiting cycle. Michigan will be replacing 6-year linebacker Michael Barrett next season, and maybe Junior Colson, who hasn't yet decided whether he'll depart early for the NFL. Michigan State added to its roster via the transfer portal today, too. Quindarius Dunnigan, a 6'4", 256-pound grad transfer edge rusher from Middle Tennessee State. You can hear about him and more on Michigan State's early signing day haul on Valenti Enrico later today at 4 when they talk with MSU new head coach Jonathan Smith. And in the NFL, the Jets, who were officially eliminated from playoff contention in Week 15, have announced Aaron Rodgers will not play again this season. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Three o'clock. Nice to have you with us on a holiday week. We got to talk a little Lions here. So we've broken down the weekend, had a bunch of conversation about it. Now we look forward, right? Now we can start to look towards the last 3 games. There are a lot of things at play. Number 2 seed is possible. I don't know how realistic, but it's possible. You have the division. And then just this idea of stringing together good ball at the right time of the year. And Saturday was your best game of the year. So here's the question. If we attach a number to your confidence level, you're at Minnesota, at Dallas, home for Minnesota. 3 games. Your confidence on a scale of 1 to 3 with a direct correlation to the amount of wins they're going to get. How confident are you the rest of the way? If you call up and go, I'm a 3 out of 3, you think they're going to sweep the board and potentially be the 2 seed. You're a 2 out of 3. That means you think they're going to win 2 of these games. That they will somehow, some way either sweep Minnesota or beat Dallas in Dallas and split Minnesota. You're a 1 out of 3. Self-explanatory. You're going to win 1 of these 3 games. People are going to be pretty nervous going into the playoffs. If you call up and you're a 0, you would really need to explain yourself. I would just need to hear
why.
Yeah. So I would like to hear from Lions fans. And I have my answer. I think I'm a 1. They're not beating Dallas. Now, if you beat Minnesota in Minnesota, I'll move it to a 2. I think this weekend's game is going to be real tricky. I never am comfortable when you win in a laugher and you got to go on a road in the division the next week. And the team you're facing, this is it for them. This is as back against the wall as it gets. I get nervous. Now, I still think you're going to win a playoff game. But as it relates to the last 3, I think I'm a 1. Because I do view Dallas as the impossible. You beat Dallas. I said this on yesterday's show. You beat Dallas in Dallas, you have every right to say you're a Super Bowl team.
Mm-hmm.
My opinion. Rico didn't say that. I did. 248-539-9797, though. Tie your confidence level to this team.
You beat Dallas, and I think it's the same way we talked about when they beat the Chiefs. I said that Friday, you could talk Super Bowl because that was an accomplishment at the beginning of the year. Going into Kansas City, defending Super Bowl champions, ring night for them, and you won. You beat Dallas, that's going to be your best game that you've won all year long. it'll put the Kansas City game in the rearview mirror. You won't be able to talk about, well, whether it was an asterisk game or not doesn't matter, because that means you went into Dallas and you beat them with Dak, you beat them with Micah Parsons, with all the toys that they have, and you got the W. Saying that, each week is teaching me more and more there's no such thing as an auto win in the NFL. Just when you there was no way in the world I thought David's team was going to lose that game, especially when they jumped out early. Mike Tomlin just owns the Colts until last Saturday when he didn't. I'm thinking, going back to what I've said all year, you're going to split with Minnesota. And I've said that since the beginning of the year. I don't think you're going to sweep that.
If you think they're splitting with Minnesota, Rico, you're confidence level 1.
I'm a 1.
By the way, side note, I know nobody cares, but David is a devotee of the Steelers. For the first time in my life, I actually think there's something to this Mike Tomlin stuff, David. You feel like he's on his way out?
I do.
It just feels something's changed.
Yeah. We'll see, but I think,
I know it's not Pittsburgh radio, but Mike Tomlin's a huge name, and I just wanted a 10-second capsule.
You think he's going someplace else?
Yeah. Yep. I think Belichick is gone in New England. I think Tomlin's gone in Pittsburgh. I do.
No, I mean, it's one of those things that if I would have told you at the beginning of last year that we would want Dan Campbell here for a lifetime, but those two guys would be gone from their established teams, nobody would have believed.
And if I told you Mel Tucker would have lost $80 million in a hotel room, you wouldn't have believed it.
Mike wins. Mike's going to be here till 6 o'clock. I'm going to go home.
If I told you Michigan had a guy in spy glasses on state sideline, I'll
call you Sparty. I say, look at you, Sparty. What are you talking about? No way.
How about this? Georgia's going to play Florida State, not in the national title game, and just a meaningless New Year's Six.
There you go. Yeah, everybody wins. Okay, I think we've established unbelievable things. Would the Pistons have lost 24 straight? 248-539-9797. What?
I still can't believe. No, the whole Mel Tucker thing, when you think about it. $80 million gone.
And the fact that we don't really owe any of it.
It worked.
You just hate to see it.
It's just, I hope it was worth it.
Go to Marine 97.1. Hello, Marine.
Hey, how you doing, guys?
Good.
Hey, listen, I think the Lions are going to go 2-3, 2 out of 3. I think they're going to have a problem with Dallas, and I'll split the Vikings. As long as the offensive line remains healthy, I think we're all right. The defensive, you did a good job this past week of correcting the mistakes they made last week.
Yeah, I mean, Marine, look, it'd be easy for me to say 2. It would. I just get very nervous like Rico does. It's why I had hoped, and I really thought you'd have this thing sewn up by now, and the games against Minnesota wouldn't matter. But it's very hard to beat a divisional team twice in 3 weeks. And you might be right. They may bomb this team twice. But it's the only thing holding me back. I hate that the NFL schedule makers have begun doing this.
And see, the worst part about it for me is you may still have to see them again the following week, which I think you'd rather see the Rams. You'd rather see anybody but the Vikings for 3 out of 4 weeks. It just, the odds are not in your favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that I honestly think they'll beat Vikings at least once. They'll have a hard time with Dallas, but eventually I think they will beat Dallas.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, I'm in Marine. If they win that game, that is one of the best wins in the NFL of the year. I went through Dallas's splits yesterday on the show. I mean, Dallas doesn't just beat teams at home. They bomb them. They're averaging 40 points a game at home. They are a different team. You go down there and win. You want to use the words S and B together? Feel free.
No, I totally agree, because that's going to be a game that's going to shut up a lot of critics. That's going to shut up a lot of people. And, yeah, you will be the number 2 seed, because now if it comes down to the tiebreaker, you beat Dallas.
Yeah.
You got the 2 seed, and you probably are looking at 2 home playoff games.
Let's go to Doug, 97.1. What's up, Doug? How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, gentlemen?
Good.
Yeah, I'm all in with a 3, and I'll tell you why. Because again, based on what Dallas, like you said, I understand the their dome field advantage, but again, I mean, their losses to subpar teams is just not. I mean, they have weaknesses, and I think the Bills did a good job of exposing something that is going to really settle in on defensive and offensive coordinators for the next 3 weeks. I mean, because I don't see Dallas beating the Dolphins. And I think the Lions have a really good shot, especially since, if we get one of our two better defensive players back, if we get Houston or CJ back, I mean, these guys are for real. I mean, Houston could have been our best pass rusher this season if he wouldn't have gone down. And if we get either one of those guys back for the Dallas game, I mean, the defense could change completely, right when we need it. And again, in Minnesota, last year they were a threat, but the fact that they can't pick a quarterback right now and the way they
it's not that they can't pick. I mean, Kirk Cousins' Achilles blew up. Josh Dobbs melted down.
No, I'm just saying. Yeah, but I'm just saying. I mean, just the who they have left. Yeah, I mean Cousins. Yeah, I mean I'm more afraid of Cousins than anybody they have left on their roster at quarterback.
Sure. I listen. I want you to be right. Let me be very clear. I just have a higher opinion of Dallas than you do. Now, if that game were at Ford Field, I'm willing to have a more open mind because Dallas is just different away from home.
But see, that's the thing is if you can go down there and do what Doug is saying, then you get the advantage. The rematch would come here at Ford Field. It's easy, and I understand why Doug is saying 3 out of 3 because after watching what that team just did, that was the most perfect game I've probably seen in Lions history where it just all worked out. That the defense just brought the blitz. The offense, the guys was running wide open.
This guy's been at Big Ten Network longer than Dick Clark was at ABC.
Mike Hall.
Are they going to bury Mike Hall with the building?
Yeah.
Like when the meteor hits, will Mike Hall be at the Big Ten offices? I didn't know he still worked there.
Yeah. He's their quirky Kenny Mayne type of reporter.
So brain dead idiot.
It's working for him so far.
Is it?
It's just weird seeing Kalen DeBoer and Chip Kelly
I
on
was
here.
just about to say, how weird is that?
I think you missed the story.
Like,
Mike.
whoa.
I focused on all the wrong things. I'm like, look, it's ESPN Dream Job guy from 20 years ago.
He parlayed it into a career.
Yeah, but you're back up to Revson. If you can't bypass Dave Revson, I don't know, man. Might be time to try something new.
You still get that check, man.
Okay.
As my man said, money, money, money.
Oh, hold on. I have that. We haven't played that in a while. Rico wants to focus on, hey, what's Chip Kelly doing on the BTN? They're a member of the Big Ten.
Right. And that's what's weird. Like, why are you talking to Chip Kelly?
Like, why do we care about their recruiting class?
Right. Like, so, Pac-12 and, that's
Things.
right. Yeah.
All right.
You've in the community.
We'll get to the people. Yeah, if you missed the start of the show, a lot of holiday wishes for the Detroit Pistons Twitter account. You'll have to go listen to understand it. Rico, please, a word from you.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's been leading the way. It's Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer for this holiday season. They'll guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. They're going to find you every discount, rebate, and incentive to save you some money, folks. So get into Hamilton Chevrolet right now to take advantage of the year-end deals on their great inventory of new 2024 Chevrolets. The selection is best right now, and they're ready for immediate delivery, including the December Rico deal. A new 2024 Chevy Blazer LT. This is not a typo, folks. $269 a month for 24 months. You walk in with $995 down. You drive away with 10,000 miles a year. Just saying, good Christmas gift. Head on down to 14 Mile and Mound. Go see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. Mike, even you can go down there too. Just tell them Rico sent you. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Perfect temperature to sleep, 68 degrees. But what's not debatable, the best mattress on the market. It is the iComfort Eco. Supportive, designed to keep you cool, comfortable, and feeling restored. Or Certus Perfect Sleeper for pressure-relieving comfort while maintaining that balanced sleep temperature. Serta mattresses, made in Michigan, have been for 110 years. Just go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. David really enjoyed that remix. David can't look at us. Are you okay?
I'm good.
We could release an entire album of a Stoney-inspired Christmas.
Oh, I did the remix on Friday, and they threatened to take the buttons away.
I was also shaking my head.
Oh, your buddy. Real quick, your buddy Cookies. Man.
What did he do?
I was listening this morning to him and Jansen as he said how he's basically went out and bought his cat more gifts than his wife for Christmas.
I steer clear of that entire topic.
I'm not even making. I'm not joking. He was saying, no. I got my wife a couple things. I got my cat like 6 to 8 things like underneath the cat's stocking.
Oh dear Lord. Okay. Well, to each their own, I guess. Let it play out, as John likes to say. David, Ticketex will get to your calls. Jonathan Smith joining us at 4 o'clock. Busy day today. Great phone traffic. And again, lots of holiday wishes to the Pistons Twitter account by you, the people. It was a tremendous open. David, go ahead.
A2 in Tecumseh says, I'm at a 1, but the problem is if we lose to the Vikings this week, then Dallas, then the last game could be a must win. We don't want to be in that position.
I agree. I think it's a fascinating 3-game run. The fact that it's 2 against a division opponent, but it's the same opponent, sandwiched by a game that you will not be favored in. And no one goes to Dallas and wins. I do think you guys are taking Dallas a little lightly. Sorry.
And I do, Mike, to add to that, the scheduling sandwich that you're talking about.
Yeah.
How you're able to prepare yourself for Minnesota based off of how great this game was and how everybody is telling you you're one of the best teams in the NFL right now. Every national show is patting you on the back saying, see, Detroit, I knew you could do it.
Mean like Dallas last week?
Wow.
Cutscene, Buffalo. Guys, it's a real thing. No, Enrico's right, and I'm giving you a real-life example. And look, if you were at home, different. I hope this goes according to script. I do. Hopefully Nick Mullins loses his mind, makes a couple of ridiculous throws, which he's prone to do. You beat Flores on a blitz or two. Just get out of here with a W. You win this game, everybody will calm and be good to go.
See, you guys are different than I. While we have the same number, I'm at a 1. I think that 1 is this weekend against the Vikings, which means the last game of the year
doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's because I already think they lose to Dallas anyway. So while Dan Campbell's saying, I'm not basically not gonna rest guys, I'm paraphrasing here. They will rest guys a little bit, I think.
No, because that actually makes sense, David, because if they win this weekend.
Division's clinched.
I hate you.
Hold on, moment of silence. Rico has to pay attention to Terrapins football. They got his personal Jesus, Mike Loxley, on the TV.
If they don't, no, David, stop. Stop.
Do it.
Stop.
Do it. Yes.
Can we get back to the topic? If they win this weekend, they lock up the division and
Loxley? David.
Because while today they are technically.
This is the year. Maryland football's legit.
You know what, Rico? This is my fault. I played that. Now we can't even have the conversation. We're so sorry.
We're good. Let's go to the people. It's okay. We're good. It's all right. Happy holidays. Let's go to Dom, 97.1. Dom, what's going on?
Hey, Mike. Thanks for taking the call. Love the show. So I'm at a 2.5, and the reason I say that is because I don't really want to talk about the Vikings because I think if you're a Lions fan, you should be confident you're going to win those 2 games. Like you said the other day, Nick Mullins has a very punchable face. I agree. Kind of like Grayson Allen.
He does. He is like Grayson Allen. Good call.
Yes, you can't define what a punchable face is, but we both know what it is.
That's right.
And then, so with the Cowboys, the one thing I wanted to bring up is I don't want to take the Cowboys lightly, but at the same time, I kind of want to look at their home schedule and who they faced. So 2 of the games that they've played, I think, is legit with the Seahawks, but mind you, that was kind of a shootout. It was back and forth, kind of came down to the end. And the other one that I was looking at is the Rams, where, yeah, they handed it to the Rams, but that was also earlier in the season where the Rams were kind of a different football team. And you got the Eagles recently, but as you've talked about on your show, the Eagles are very different. If you look outside of those 3 games, you're looking at the Jets, terrible, Pats, terrible, Commanders, terrible. I mean, and again, I don't want to take them lightly, but I think it's worth kind of looking at their home schedule and the opponents that they played.
Dom, the only thing I said yesterday when I brought it up, you're not wrong about what you're saying, but when they played those teams, you don't just go out and beat them all by 30, which is what they've done. It is hard to win in this league by double digits, much less 4 touchdowns. No?
Right. No, I agree. I agree.
Hey, you win that game, you got every right to use the words S and B. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And like I said, don't take the Cowboys lightly. I understand home is different than away in NFL as much as any other sport, but
because
hey,
Dom, if you look at just the Lions schedule when they went out on the road, I think we all get mesmerized, but you beat Kansas City. But lately, let's face it, you were an injury away from losing to the Saints. You lost to the Bears, and we don't want to talk about what the Ravens did. So, be careful. Just saying, I think that there's something to the fact of going down to Dallas and playing. I do think that Dallas sees that the winner of that game pretty much is going to get the number 2 seed, in my opinion.
I agree. But you think it's wrong to say, as a confident Lions fan, that it's a toss-up, put that half point there. Because, again, another topic you guys have talked about is that fully healthy offensive line, That's one thing we've only had for a few games this year, and when we have them, we look damn good.
Yeah, I gave the stats yesterday, and Dom, you just nailed it. You're my spirit animal. You are, with your line together, all 5 starters, 5-0, scoring 37 points a game, putting up 421 yards a game, rushing for 180 yards a game at a 5.5 YPC, and I believe Goff's quarterback rating is 121.8. Oh, if we're going to say Dallas is a different team at home, we get to say you're a different team with your starting O-line. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, fair. Very fair.
This game this weekend would be a big credibility game. But come down off the high of perfection, go on a road business trip and beat Minnesota.
And see, it's funny because I thought the same. I didn't realize David took it to another level because I had them at a 1 thinking they were going to win this weekend. But yeah, if they win, they've locked up the North. Dallas, the final 2 games are kind of house money.
Well,
if we win them, great.
Correct.
If we lose them, we're still the number 3 seed.
Yeah, because technically right now they can get the number 2. But if you get to Dallas and you lose, now you're like, okay, well, now we can't. So why even?
No, but that's just it. The pressure is off. You're in the playoffs for the first time since ever. You get a home game since the 90s. And here we are. Like, okay, if we win, great. If not, we still get a game here.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah.
Guess the spread. No peeky.
The Minnesota game?
Lions at Cowboys next week. Guess the spread. I have it. Guess the spread.
Cowboys 4.5.
David.
I was thinking 7.5 Cowboys.
David's way off. Wow. It's okay. There are 2 lines available. One is either Dallas minus 3.5 or Dallas minus 5.5. Rico landed right in the middle. So just an early look ahead. It'll certainly change.
Let it play out.
I only have this one. 248-539-9797. We'll get with you, the people, next. Hungry Howie's People over at Hungry Howie's always putting new stuff on the menu, even some of the out-of-bounds, outer space stuff like the mac and cheese pizza, the Kenny Cott, as we call it, $2 more. You can add the buffalo chicken or jalapeno bacon to it. So if that's your thing, $10.99. You're more of a traditionalist, which I certainly am. The rest of the menu will be where you reside. The mix and match deal, $6.99. Dinner on the table in 30 minutes. You're going to do a lot of cooking for the holidays. Maybe tonight you just fire up a little Hungry Howie's, get dinner on the table. Real quick, real easy. $6.99 on that mix and match. The offer doesn't last forever. Mac and cheese pizza available for a limited time only. So head on over to Hungry Howie's and get yours today.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. Breaking news here at 97.1 The Ticket. The NCAA has formally presented Michigan with notice of allegations regarding several alleged recruiting violations, including during the COVID-19 dead period. The notice of allegations accounts for 4 Level 2 violations, including meeting with recruits during the COVID dead period. There's also a Level 1 violation against Michigan coach Jim Harbaugh for allegedly lying to NCAA investigators about the other 4 charges.
Beanie, it was just a cheeseburger.
Just a cheeseburger, indeed. Michigan has 90 days to make the cheeseburger argument. And from that point, the NCAA has 60 days to reply. Then there'll be a hearing about it. Stay with us for continuing coverage. In the NFL, C.J. Gardner-Johnson, been out since week 2 with a pec tear. He's back at practice for the first time since with the Lions today. Detroit, obviously, at Minnesota on Christmas Eve with a chance to clinch their first division championship in 30 years. It's early signing day in college football. A ton to get to for Michigan and Michigan State, specifically for the Spartans. Stay here with Valenti and Rico. They'll be talking to new MSU head coach Jonathan Smith at 4. And the Red Wings look to stop their 3-game losing streak tonight in Winnipeg. You can hear it here on 97.1 The Ticket. Coverage starts at 7:15. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 4 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, couple ticket texts. We'll get to the calls. Lots going on a Wednesday. Hopefully you guys, I hope you have some time off. Maybe you're cruising around and battling maniac shopping right now. I'll tell you, oh boy. David, well, hold on. I don't know if we can have that conversation.
Regarding shopping?
Yeah.
Kid stuff's done. Everybody else, no.
Kids get gifts this year.
They get gifts every year.
Yeah, but does your wife?
Oh, yeah. That's part of everybody else that I have to still go get.
Oh, I thought he was on the Costa plan.
Yeah, hold on. You have to still go?
Yeah, I'll take care of it this weekend. Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the gifts.
That too.
Mike wins. Boy, that Dayquil. You on fire.
I'm excited to be back.
So you mean I can't give that as a gift? Oh, man.
Well, you know what, David? Stop. All I got to say is you're going to be missing a lot of September football games.
Well,
he's doing the math in his head, folks.
Okay.
No, but that happened before, so.
Okay. Can we just please, let's move forward. I have made a grave error. Ticket
Sorry,
text,
Tyreek.
please. Up next, Nick Cannon producing the show.
My number is 3. The Vikings stink, and Dallas' home schedule has been a complete joke. They're undefeated at home. Record is an illusion.
Let me ask David this, because it would be disingenuous for me to ask Rico. We just talked about it off air. Like, David, when you see the feedback from the people or hear the calls,
yeah,
is it not amazing the yo-yo effect Lions fans
Correct.
have, that with a loss we're the worst team ever, we're never winning again, and with a win,
you're a bum.
They're going to dump truck everybody.
It was panic time a week and a half ago.
Right. It's okay to say Dallas is really good at home and they're probably better than you. And now I'm getting a stream of calls of, hold on, slow down, Dallas is overrated. Wait. Come on, man.
All of a sudden, Detroit's the best team in the NFC. Okay. Why do you think Dallas is all that? Here we go again. Overrated like usual. Okay. Good team like us, but not great.
No, Dallas is overrated when you start talking about them winning the Super Bowl. Their playoff history speaks for itself. But regular season...
I'll tell you what. I'll make a deal with them. I'll make a deal with the fan base. Win your next 2 games, and you re-enter a Super Bowl discussion. Win your next 2 games, you earn the right to talk that way. Fair?
Fair.
Back-to-back on the road in December. 1 to seal up a division, and 1 to put you in a serious conversation about being the 2 seed. Win those 2 games. 120 minutes of football. Do that. And then you can flex like Clubber Lang. To the people. Go to Doug, 97.1. What's up, Douglas?
Not much, sir. How are you?
Excellent. What's on your mind?
You know, I'm at like a 2 right now, and yeah, I agree with the yo-yo fact of our fan base. I don't know what the heck is going on. 1 minute the house is on fire, the next minute the firefighters are there putting it out. But I mean, I agree with the fact that like last Saturday I was so excited, like because we talked about
mixing up the coverages and sending corners. And Aaron Glenn did do that. You know, he was sending more people and we were getting home. So if that team can show up and with a healthy offensive line, Jared can be comfortable back there. And I think, like John says, I heard him on the morning show, let's just let it play out and let's take it one thing at a time. You know, let's not panic and see where things go, because if we can win this game, I think we then move on to Dallas and figure out from that point. But right now I'm confident, but it's the team. What team is going to show up on Sunday? Is it going to be the team that showed up on Thanksgiving and against Chicago, or is it going to be the team that's going to come in and punch you in the mouth? So I'm confident, but they got to keep doing what they're doing and, you know, block out all the noise and keep working hard, and we'll see where things go. But I'm confident, but I'm not like 100%, oh, my God, Dallas is a joke, because they're a good team. They've shown that. We can't just write them off. I hate when fans do that. So
yeah, I'll tell you one thing. I mean, I do not. I mean, I've only got the day after Christmas off, so I'll be here with you next week. The tailspin that people are going to go into if they lose in Minnesota this weekend, pray for me. Pray for me. You lose in Minnesota and it's at Dallas on the horizon. It's going to get real quick. No?
Oh, no, it will.
Okay.
It will, because then it's like, oh, we're going to our death march down in Dallas. They're just going to do this.
Pray for me.
Yeah.
While you're sunning your ass in Paradise Valley. Just, I don't know. Give me a verse.
Here's the thing. I will help you out, Mike. I'll call in if you need me to.
You want no part of what
I'll
that
call
show will
in.
be.
I'll help you with this. We'll do it together.
Be my spiritual consigliere.
Be Thelma and Louise. Let's just go.
I'll go right off the cliff with you. CJ 97.1. What's up, CJ?
Hey, Mike and Rico. How are you this afternoon?
Good, sir. What's going on?
All right. So when the schedule came out, I looked at this and thought 1 out of the next 3. And the way most of the season's played out, I had still thought it would be 1. But I will tell you something. If the Lions have a beatdown of the Vikings on Sunday, I think 3 is in play. As long as the offensive line is healthy and Aaron Glenn is willing to commit to what we saw work last week. And they talked about this a little bit on the morning show, too. If they wrap up the division, and that's a home playoff game, the goalposts maybe move a little bit. And they might have another goal or 2 in front of them before they even get to the playoffs.
What do you mean? I'm a little confused there.
Yeah, what's the new
meaning goal? 2 or even 1 seed might be in play.
Okay. Yes, I understand now.
So, you know, the goals for the season might be somewhat complete absent the playoff win, but you might have more to accomplish based on what you've done and where you are.
Yeah, I mean, listen. I don't want people to think for a second like winning a playoff game is equal to a Super Bowl. I say it because we need, when you are a bad team and a bad franchise, you have to begin undoing the things that people use against you. Mm-hmm. Those are the only tangible signs of progress. Win a division. Now nobody can say, hey, I haven't won it since 93. Win a playoff game. We don't hear 1 playoff win since 57 anymore. No one's going to run around and say 2 playoff wins since 57. It'll just be, you won 1 last year. I'm not saying that's the end. I'm just saying that that's the necessity for me to walk away from this season feeling like it was a success. If you go to the playoffs and don't win a playoff game, it is going to be a very empty feeling. That's all I'm communicating. I don't want you to think that that's the end of the road.
It would be a catastrophe, Mike, if they get to the playoffs and don't win a playoff game.
Thank you. I'm aware. All right.
I don't want to say the team that you would remind me of, but
just say it.
You're playing them this weekend.
Minnesota?
If you get to the playoffs and you don't win a game.
What a difference a year makes. Little Danny Dimes sprinkling dimes on the floor. What a magical time.
Oh, that was Big G, man.
I know. Now he's a broken man. My dad just sits in a dark room all day staring at a tree out the window. Terrible. All right. Old Nation Brewing. Listen, holidays. Maybe bring some beer to the party. There's just a ton of options, and Old Nation doesn't stop with the new rollouts. The Grapefruit B43 is involved now. Untapped, top regional brewery list at number 15. Also, the M43, the Boss Tweed, a 97 on Beer Advocate. Look, that Boss Tweed, be careful with it. Now, you're talking about like 9.7 ABV. So if you don't want to hear your family talk anymore, you've had enough, crack one of those open. It'll launch you into space.
Yeah, Daddy needs some alone time.
Right. Why is Dad barking like a dog? Don't worry about it. Get him a Boss Tweed. Listen, pick up the M43.
One playoff game in 57 years.
Okay, then. Check out all the ratings at oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up, and as always, please drink responsibly. All right, we'll get to the people. Jonathan Smith going to join us at 4 o'clock. A lot to do today. If you want to see the holiday wishes people left to the Pistons Twitter this morning, you can listen to a very cheerful rendition as we started the show. Hashtag sell the team. Let's get back to the people, though. Let's go over to Jim. He's up next, 97.1. Jim, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
Mike, been many years, my friend. My wife and I relocated to North Carolina about 10 years ago, but I still try to follow you guys as much as possible, as well as my Lions.
Very nice of you. It's been a refreshing, good year to follow them for you.
Oh, absolutely. I still diehard follow them every year, even when they disappoint me. Here's why I think they're going to win the last 3 games. I feel like they got their mojo back, the way they were playing early on in the season, where they're clicking on all full cylinders. And I think a reason why a lot of people jump ship if they lose a game here and there is because of how well they played this year and how they pretty much dominate everybody on offense when they get the opportunity, when everything is clicking. And so, I've been disappointed when they lose, but then I stop the next day and reflect and say, okay, well, the O-line's not playing well. We're not going to run the ball very well. We can't protect Goff. And then so people start bashing Goff, obviously.
Yes.
Dallas is good, but I think they're beatable. I do. I'm not going to say they're overrated, but we're playing well on the road this year. What are we, 5-2? So that I think we're going to finish 3-0. Hopefully we'll get the 2 seed. I don't think we'll catch San Fran.
Oh, that part, yeah. Jim, listen, you know what? I don't have a problem giving yourself a shot, having the confidence. I guess for me, I still think about the entire body of work, and I still worry in a big game, chips down, is this defense going to be able to do much anything? And that's the problem.
Look at the additions last week. I was very, very pleased with those two, with the safety and the other corner they were using. I had no idea who these guys were.
Right, they Valdor out of nowhere.
Now you're getting CJ back.
Yeah,
he's back practicing.
Back potentially. He might. Who knows? He might play that game. I'd like to see Bruce Irvin get some more snaps because Dak is. He's more of a pocket quarterback. He can move, but not like he used to with that ankle injury he had years ago. So,
true, but Jim, here's the thing: it's a dangerous game that you play if you have to rely on blitzing the way that they did against the Broncos, because it leaves you open. One-on-one, your corners are covering one-on-one with the receivers, and if the quarterback can escape the pocket, big plays. You're looking at chunk plays of 40, 50 yards.
Well, I absolutely agree. That's why I want to see us even use the two-headed monster in the backfield more, because that's what's going to really carry us, I think, through the playoffs. I think we have the best backfield in the NFL. Two-headed monster. So,
Jim, I'm in total agreement. Remember, when the starting 5 O-linemen are together, you run for 180 yards a game at a 5.5 yard clip. That is
that's
elite.
That's playoff football.
Yeah,
right there.
No doubt. I agree with you totally. I think when you're at your best, playoff wise, if you were at home, the only team I tell you can't beat is the man to my left's team, and that's not an insult. I think the Niners look like one of the best teams I've seen in 5 years.
Yeah, because I think if they end up with the same record as the Niners still win the tiebreaker somehow. So Niners have to lose 2 games in order for the Lions to get the number 1 overall.
How much pressure are you feeling? You know it's now or never for your team, right?
Oh, no, Mike, we're in the window. We can take our time.
Man, you know it's now or never. No. It's right now. This team, this moment. No more chances.
It's why I got upset during the game against Arizona when Randy Gregory, the play was over and he had to flex and throw the offensive guy down and he rolls up the back of Bosa's leg. I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing? Seriously? You're just going to end the whole season right here because, yay, I beat an offensive tackle.
Yay.
But, no.
Okay, listen, a lot of pressure going on. Lions fans feeling some pressure. You're feeling pressure.
Christmas, the game on Christmas night could be a preview of the Super Bowl.
Who's that?
They got Ravens. They got the Ravens at home.
Yeah, I got to figure out what to do with that game for Friday's Cash the Ticket. I
don't feel good about it because the line moved to the number that I don't like.
I know.
To see.
I am not in a position to bet against the Niners ever. I don't know if I want to lay 5.5. We'll see. I still in a big spot. Don't trust Lamar.
No, but I think what you may see is what the Lions may do in that final game where they sat people last week. They didn't have to play.
Yeah.
The defensive linemen, the interior D tackles, all sat. You were looking at 4 stringers. That's why Arizona was able to go through that defense like a hot knife through butter. So the Lions could be doing the same thing in week 18.
All right, let's be timely. We got Jonathan Smith coming up. Talk to the new head man at Michigan State and keep it rolling on a very active Wednesday here, 97.1.
Brought to you by Mother Waddles. The NCAA has formally presented Michigan with notice of allegations regarding several alleged recruiting violations, including during the COVID-19 dead period. U of M is accused of 4 Level 2 violations, including meeting with recruits during said dead period, and head coach Jim Harbaugh faces a Level 1 charge for allegedly misleading NCAA investigators. U of M now has 90 days to respond to the notice. From there, the NCAA has 60 days to reply, and generally, the NCAA schedules a hearing before its Committee on Infractions 2 months after that point. The undefeated number 1 Wolverines take on number 4 Alabama in the semifinals of the College Football Playoff on New Year's Day. It's early signing day in college football. Both Michigan and Michigan State had big hauls today, including good gets from the transfer portal. Keep it right here with us as MSU head coach Jonathan Smith joins Valenti and Rico next on 97.1 The Ticket. C.J. Gardner-Johnson returned to practice with the Lions for the first time today since tearing his pec back in Week 2. And the Red Wings look to stop their 3-game losing streak tonight in Winnipeg. Coverage starts on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:15. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 4 o'clock. Great to have you with us. Holiday week. Been a busy week. Great phone traffic. People all amped with the Lions, as they should be. We'll turn our attention to college football playoff here shortly. David, are you getting your mind towards that?
I'm getting there.
Okay.
I'm getting there.
Not excited yet?
No, not yet. Not yet.
I mean, it's like everybody always says, we want Bama. You got Bama.
Yeah, here's Bama.
Yeah, but they have a really good defensive line, so we can't run
Your
the ball.
favorite.
No,
Okay.
I'm fascinated by the game. I really am. Like, I won't be a game I touch, but we'll talk about it. We have plenty of time. It's exciting. Lions doing what they're doing. A lot to get to with them. We'll certainly talk college football playoff. And yes, obviously, Odyssey.com rewind for anything else you may need. We'll get Jonathan Smith, Michigan State head football coach, coming up shortly here as we try to connect with them. David, you want to give us a few ticket texts?
Yeah, Detroit is going 2-1. No way we beat Dallas in Dallas. Someone else is saying Lions fans calling Dallas overrated isn't saying the Lions are Super Bowl contenders. I genuinely believe Dallas is overrated, but have zero belief the Lions will get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, listen. The big thing is going to be, only encouragement I can give you guys, one game at a time. All right? Don't get ahead of yourselves. All right. Next guest, head football coach at Michigan State, one of the busiest men on the planet, as all college football coaches are. Jonathan Smith joins us next here on The Ticket. Coach, how are you?
Yeah, doing well. Describing it well. It's busy, but always an exciting day to get to the finish line here on signing day.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you, I guess we could start there, is just the current state of college football. I mean, add to the list, you take a new job. You're trying to figure out who's on the roster. You're trying to preserve that roster. You're trying to recruit high school players, recruit the portal, handle NIL, and move a family across country. So, take me inside the time management in a 24-hour period under those circumstances.
Yeah, you're not sleeping much. I know that. We did dive in and attack it to start with the current roster, man, getting to know these guys, selling a vision, telling them how we're moving forward, what it's going to be looking like, and really inviting them to jump on board and trust us and dive into this thing. And so we did approach it that way, the priority of retaining and getting to know the current roster. It took about a week and a half doing it. Even the first week we're here is dead period, so it was easier because you're not on the road recruiting. First day we could get out was Friday. Went out in Detroit and saw Nick Marsh, and that was great. But even the next week, when it was open recruiting, we spent mornings trying to get one-on-one with guys on this roster, and then driving or flying to a home visit that night. We wanted that approach if it starts with the current roster.
Well, it's funny that you talk about that. Like, when you walked in, did you have to sell the current team? And, are you recruiting the guys that are already in the portal to try to come back? Like, what is that style? Like, how are you trying to, I guess, keep this team together with the players that you want to remain at Michigan State?
Yeah, I think there's balance. I mean, just explaining, these guys have been through a lot this last year. College football landscape now, they have opportunities if they want to go explore their options, and that's not specific just to Michigan State. That's going across the country. And so coming in and just talking about a vision and how we want to do things, and just telling my story, how I got to be in East Lansing and how excited I am about this job. And so those were the conversations. And then look, when there's coaching changes and different experiences, maybe the fit isn't the best here for some guys to stay, but wanted to at least have conversations with those guys. And so we'll lose some. We've gotten some back. We're definitely looking forward to adding to the roster through high school recruiting and the portal ourselves and getting started in January.
Coach, let's go back to you're at Oregon State. What was the process like and for Michigan State recruiting you to come to be their head coach? And when was that moment where you walked in the kitchen and said, you know what, honey, I think we're going to pack our bags and move from Corvallis to East Lansing?
Yeah, it was late in the season when conversations began, and really appreciate Alan and his approach and how professional it was, because it was not well known or publicized. Just a couple of times we talked. Again, that place, Oregon State, unique to me, special to me in a lot of ways, and so this was not an easy decision. Wanted to get to the end of the season. To make a final call, and got toward the end of the season, had one more night of sleep to think about it, and made the decision.
Jonathan Smith joining us, head coach, Michigan State. Rico and I are huge college football guys, so very familiar with your time at OSU, and just you built it ground up. You took over a program you had to build ground up. You come to Michigan State. How does it differ when you're trying to now, okay, I don't need to completely tear this thing all the way down. I have some pieces to work with here. How does it differ, especially with the changes in the sport and now, the Wild West of NIL and portal, et cetera? Kind of compare and contrast the two rebuilds.
Yeah, quite a bit different. 6 years ago, got to Oregon State, and we'll starting with myself, first-time head coach, right? I learned a bunch through those 6 years. But when we were beginning that rebuild 6 years ago, NIL wasn't in vogue. The transfer portal wasn't in place, and so now, fast forward 6 years, coming over here, and you're right. There's really good players on this roster. Trying to keep those guys around. Some good young talent. I think Michigan State in the recently have won double-digit wins just 3 years ago. So this thing has been going, established tradition that you can win here and do some stuff. And then unique to the time and place of college football, you can add to your roster pretty quickly through the portal. And so they're totally different times 6 years ago compared to now.
Do you like the changes? I know a lot of coaches have big opinions on it. I just haven't heard yours. Do you like the more aggressive approach and different avenues to building a roster, or did you prefer the old school way?
Well, I think there's a back and forth on. I'd like a little bit more structure on it. I do think the opportunity for players currently to change their environment, I think there's some good to that. Coaches can do it, right? That's exactly what I did 3 weeks ago of, trying a new opportunity. And so allowing the players to do that, I think, because the environments do change, right? Coaches has to change. And even initially, right, maybe a player is at a university and maybe he's not going to play there. Maybe it's the wrong fit, level, whatnot. He can hop in the portal and find a better opportunity for him. So I think there are some good things. I just think some of the structure, just the calendar in general, this month is a lot going on with the portal still being open for this month, early signing date, coaching changes taking place. Taking a look at just even the calendar for some of these would be good.
Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith joining us. And, Coach, it's funny you talk about how you are you transferred in too. Why did you want this Michigan State job? What was the selling point?
Yeah, just a lot of it, just the fit in regards to, learning about the community, the town, excited about the conference, the style of play we want to play. I think you can do it here at Michigan State in regards to physicality and earning some things, place of development, pride ourselves as a staff. We want to be a place of development. Excited about the conference in regards to, I think, one of the best conferences in the country. And so all of that was an adventure, a challenge, an opportunity I wanted to take on.
So 3 years from now, Jonathan Smith football at Michigan State would be what?
Yeah, I think we've got established identity 3 years from now. I want to be staying consistent to an approach, and guys are getting improvement, developments taking place. Obviously, we're looking for the scoreboard to be our way at that, but it starts with your process, consistency, approach, continuity, identity that's established.
Coach, one thing, and I know you've probably been asked by a million people, so apologies in advance, but like you came from a place that had a huge in-state rivalry. The Civil War was a huge deal with OSU and Oregon. Have you had any time, I'm sure people have come up and give you their opinions, but Any time to wrap your mind around the rivalry with Michigan here and just how important it is to the school, its alums, fans, etc.?
Yeah, I'm excited about it because, you go back to the FIT. Yes, I've been a part of in-state rivalries, and this one is another one. And so I think that's a great part of college football. This thing means a ton, and I'm fired up to be a part of it.
Coach, question. You guys hit the ground running. You brought in your new staff. What were the challenges of trying to blanket the state of Michigan and Ohio within the last 3 weeks?
Yeah, it's challenging because there's just a limited amount of time, and there was a lot to go on. Just like you mentioned, we're still, hiring a defensive coordinator, which I think we locked in a really good one with Joe Rossi. But that took, approach time, a lot of phone calls, getting face-to-face, a lot of interest in the job. So that was a balancing act. Didn't allow for just constant travel in and out of high schools. Already mentioned wanting to start with the current roster, spend time with those guys. That limits your time to get out and about. Again, the intention, and we will. We got the opportunity in January to get out and about more locally in the state of Ohio, because we want to make some huge inroads there.
Well, Coach, why Joe Rossi? Why that defensive coordinator?
Well, it started with, just been proven in this league, played at a high level for a long period of time, 5-6 years of doing it. So that jumped off the page to me. Personality fit, being able to talk to Joe a few times. I think a lot of philosophical things we're aligned with in regards to development, teamwork, doing it together, make the game physical. And so the more I got to talk with him and then looking at the resume, I thought it was a really good hire.
So one thing to me, too, is look, obviously conferences are changing. Things are so different. One thing for Michigan State, and obviously Rico and I are both alums, and we've talked about it, was the old divisional structure versus now no more divisions. As you enter the conference along with the other 4 Pac-12 teams, like when you look at the where college football's going and kind of what you're into now, I mean, do you view this kind of like opportunity that now, all right, no divisions, it's more of an even playing field? Is that exciting? Is that something you're for, or do you think there's more changes on the horizon here?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited about, just again, the 18 teams in this league, the national brands, so many of them, the long history of big-time football, big-time players, big-time coaches, and so being a part of that. I do like the idea of, the best 2 are going to play in the championship game, those that earn it, and so right. Being able to do that and not separate, but by divisions makes sense to me.
Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith joining us here. And, Coach, when you got to Michigan State, you walked into an empty quarterback room. You replaced them with 2 guys that we can talk about today, but what's that room going to look like come spring?
Yeah, definitely looking to get 3 guys here for January, and confident and excited about getting that 3rd addition. Did like the idea of getting a couple of high schoolers with talent, and so getting Alessio in here, and Ryland was a guy that we'd known for a while. I think both those guys can play at this level, throw it all over the yard, have some athleticism, and an eager to learn. Both of them love football, and then looking for an older, more experienced player to add to that room. So I feel good where we're going to be at in the beginning of January.
One note, too, and I don't want to go too into the weeds because I know I'll lose the people because Rico and I could nerd out on this stuff. But, like, one thing MSU has struggled with is really developing an offensive line. For us, it's been years. It's been your calling card at Oregon State. You have one of the best offensive line coaches in America. Like, how long? I know the portal's available in high school and all that. How long does it take in your mind to develop what you built at Oregon State and have that brute force up front that you were able to incredibly do out there in Corvallis?
Yeah, well, we're not very patient. Obviously, things take some time and all that. We do want to be a place of development. Sometimes a high school player needs a couple of years to get that type of strength and things. The portal has an opportunity to add. I think there's current players here with a big-time off season and spend some time, not just with the O-line coach, but the offensive philosophy, the defense, or the team approach of making the thing physical, and anxious to start working with these guys because we do. I think this game starts up front. Best teams can win the line of scrimmage, and we want to be in that conversation.
Coach, I've noticed a lot of different players and the edits that came out today, and now all the photos, they're wearing the black uniforms. Is this going to be a staple? Are you rebranding Michigan State?
Well, we're definitely recruiting, and so those guys got the option, right? What jersey color they want to put on when they're here, and so it just looks like out of these recruits, maybe black was a little bit more popular.
Yeah, they're pretty sharp. Listen, Best of luck to you. Appreciate
wait,
the time.
wait, Mike.
Go ahead. What?
This is for Mike because he has been following Oregon State football for years. He hit me on to you guys years ago, Coach.
Okay.
Are you gonna bring the turnover chainsaw?
We can repaint it green and white. We can make it happen.
Right. No, that's a fit for that place, and that was a bunch of fun, and I'm sure we'll come up with something over here that's unique and authentic to this place.
Listen, we appreciate a few minutes of your time. Know you're super busy. Hopefully you can get a little rest, enjoy the holidays, and then back at it.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Merry
All right.
Christmas.
You got it. Same to you. That's head coach Jonathan Smith, Michigan State. Yeah, I would love to turn over chainsaw. Amazing.
I mean, you hit me to Oregon State for years. So.
Listen, you know who his two receivers were? Chad Johnson on one side.
Oh, and
TJ Houshmandzadeh on the other.
He was the QB. Oh,
yeah. You know who the running back was?
Who?
Remember Ken Simonton?
Is there anything you don't know?
No, I'm just shooting you straight.
I'm just like, wow.
That was the team that bombed Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl.
I remember the TJ Houshmandzadeh and Chad Johnson. I didn't realize he was a QB.
Yep. Number 9, I think. All right. I told you. Yeah, I didn't want to nerd out.
People love when you nerd out.
Well, it's fun. I mean, it goes back to when college football was like real and not whatever you've turned it to with your TV executive friends. All right.
I wish I got some money from that.
Tell them something, will you?
All right, guys, the winter semester of Specs at LTU is coming up in the next few weeks. You still have an opportunity to get your name on the roster, to get into classes. If you're looking at a career in radio, TV, graphics design artist, Specs at LTU can help you achieve your goal. It's very simple. You need to be curious and head to the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more about the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, and graphics communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. You're going to be taught by instructors like yours truly who work in the business. Means we're not going to waste your time. You're going to learn from day one what it takes to make it in radio, TV, or graphics design. So once again, what are you waiting for? Be curious. The new semester is starting. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs, to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
The amount of big truck accidents that result in fatality in the state of Michigan, the numbers are staggering. The attorney you choose is the most critical aspect of this. You need David Femininio. Him and his team have helped victims for over 25 years. They're ready to help you now. And if you've been injured by a big truck, simply call 855-65-CRASH or go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, 97.1. Quick follow-up. We'll get some ticket text. But just on the – I was thinking about it, like when we were talking with Jonathan Smith. Like, it really is – I think we're going to look back at this time for all coaches, Harbaugh, Jonathan Smith, anybody. You're in a bowl game, you're not, whatever. Think about the absurdity of this time period in college football. It's almost like we're going to look back at it with an asterisk of sorts. You have coaches that are currently, right, preparing for a bowl game. You're trying to recruit, but now I have to recruit my own players. You're playing the role of agent. You're playing the role of fundraiser. You're a recruiter, both at the high school level and in the portal. Mm-hmm. And it's all while the postseason's going on.
Right.
So, like, what he said that was interesting, and I'm glad at least he admitted it. I'd like to see some rules, some structure, I believe is the term he used. I think that's all I'm asking for. And I know you and I have had many battles, Rico. This is not one. No. I'm willing to change, but I'm not willing to be stupid. Do you believe this thing is now spiraled to a point where even people like you who have said, hey, shut up, old man, you're even getting to a point where you're like, all right, there has to be changes.
There has to be some guardrails. There have to be some supervision. Okay, this can't be Lord of the Flies. And yeah, it's because you heard him saying. Think about this: in days past, he would have still coached his bowl game, and then came to Michigan State. But there's so much going on, you can't do that anymore. You got to decide right here, right now. You can't give 2 weeks notice. It's I'm leaving. Okay, here's a box. Get out. Because I got to start and hit the ground running. He says in the interview, first thing he had to do was come talk to recruit Nick Marsh at River Roots. Then he had to go and talk to the current players. And then he had to go and talk to the players who are in the portal. And then he had to sell all these people. He had to do all of this stuff.
And then put a staff together.
Oh, yeah. And I need a staff because not everybody came with me from Oregon State. And, he's still looking. I mean, heck, as soon as Oregon State's bowl game is over, I'm sure he's hoping that most of those people jump back in the portal and he can go after them as well.
That's correct. It really is. And think about this. So I was trying to get a handle on the holidays because it's really hard to figure out all of the calendar dates. So, all right, signing days today. The coaches around the country either go home or stay where they're at. You get a few days. And then most will prepare for bowl games, but there's a second portal now that then opens up again on New Year's.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah, for the teams that are in the bowl.
Right. So you're going to have portal wave 2. So now, and look, I've learned a lot about this because of doing Cash the Ticket. Like, Rico, when I start looking at games, think about this if you're a fan. You want to sit down and watch a game. There are resources out there, portal trackers. You will be in disbelief when you go to sit down and you go, well, these are 2 brand names. And you go, quarterback's gone. OC's gone. Best receiver's gone. These 7 players have opted out and don't have a home. And you're like, okay, the helmet is there, but it's not the team. Now the bowl game will get played. And you think, hey, my favorite team has survived it. Just kidding. Wave number 2 happens. So now coaches around the country, again, whether it's Harbaugh, Jonathan Smith, or, Bob Smitherman, then you have to go through portal window number 2.
Oh, I thought you meant number 3.
Number 3. Number 4.
Oh, no.
Number 7.
No. Number 3 comes after spring games.
Right.
Where you're thinking, okay, take a deep breath. We got our guys. We're all set.
What I don't understand is why the calendar can't just be moved that after the national title game, the portal opens. You have 30 days to find a new home. Period.
Because The reason for that, they're going to say, well, if I need you to enroll so that you could be here for spring practice, because if you wait too late, now you're going to have to register to become a student.
January 1st to January 31st is the, quote, portal window, right?
Right.
That's it. Spring ball doesn't start. Well, winter conditioning is February.
No, winter conditioning starts there are some people who early enrolled that are doing bowl practices right now.
Okay. See, right here, I can't. I'm with David. I am the living embodiment of David putting his face in his hands and going, I quit.
So they're in bowl practice if you
If you have early enrolled and you've graduated, then yes, you could head to Michigan. You could head.
I'm waiting for the day where you can transfer in from the portal and play in the bowl game. Like 2 days prior, I've got a new wideout one. I just think we're going to look back, and there won't be a literal asterisk, but I think we're going to look back at this 3 or 4 year period and go, man, that was effed up. Mm-hmm. It's just not going to be viewed as normal as we move down the line.
No, because you will see people who will actually be adults and say, all right, this is the new rule. I don't care how this works. Or you just do the whole thing and say, like, guys, we're just going to treat college football differently and treat it like the business that it is. And we keep saying they're students, but really you're not. You're playing football year round, so be football year round. That you don't have to go to classes. If you want, a scholarship will be there when you're done with football and you can graduate from school X. But until then, you're just there for football.
The other thing,
then you could take real classes. After you graduate, after you're done with your career, you can go back and say, you know what? I always wanted to be a marine biologist.
I always made the point. That's available if they would tweak this, where, look, handle your prerequisites while you're playing, okay? But what I have always advocated is a lifetime pass for athletes. Call it continuing education. Pursue whatever real, meaningful degree you want after your football's done. Or if you are talented enough and you can handle it, you can go ahead. You want to be, the most famous one was Kirk Cousins? He was like a marine biologist or something. Josh Dobbs, he was like an aerospace engineer at Tennessee. If you can handle it, God bless. Yeah. But otherwise, you have an unlimited amount of time to come back and take as many classes as you need to get whatever degree you want. These are not hard solutions. They're not. But they just don't make the easy change.
No, they don't. Who was the Florida State?
Myron Rolls.
He's now
Rhodes
a doctor.
Scholar, brain surgeon.
Yeah.
That's a unicorn.
That's crazy what that is.
You mean everybody's not doing that?
Signed Dennis Norfleet.
Stop it. Go ahead, David.
How do you have 100 credits of nothing?
David, go ahead.
Okay, all right. David, take a text.
Love it, Rico. I've been saying that for years, that the kids focus on football, and then they can go back to school when they have time for school.
You can take whatever classes you want, because right now, kinesiology and general studies not getting you anywhere in the world. So play football. If you go to the league, that old commercial, only 2% of the people actually go to the league. If you're part of the 98, then in 4 years, I'm going to start taking my classes. Or if you want to start taking them throughout, but school is really getting in the way. So let's just call it what it is. They're getting paid 6 figures. They're working jobs. Okay? If you're at your job, David, you could go back to school if you want, but you don't have to. Let's just forget about all of this, and it'll make life a little easier.
More on Rico destroying college football at 4:45. David, go ahead.
Regarding the interview, someone says, this guy is legit. This is refreshing. That is from Dan G. Someone else says, as a Michigan fan, I really hope MSU coach works out. I don't like when the rivalry is completely one-sided. It makes it no fun. That is from Sean.
Yeah, well, take it from me. It's not very fun currently. Touchdown, Michigan. It's not very fun currently.
From Tyler, he says, great questions. I don't know why that's so hard for the beat writers in East Lansing.
Okay, I'm not doing this today.
That's the only one. That's the only one.
It is effing Christmas. Please.
Well, speaking of Christmas, here's the good news. Antonio Brown just graduated from Central Michigan last weekend.
Are you being for real?
I'm serious. Yes, he did. So you talk about going back and finishing? Well, he did that.
How did he graduate before they figured out if Connor Stallions was on their sidelines?
think they're just trying to wait out everybody.
I know the NCAA took the investigation over. I'm just being a smartass. All right, let's move on. Northville Lumber, we talk about them all the time. Oldest company in the state, largest Trex decking outlet in America. Nobody stocks more, nobody sells more. It's Northville Lumber. Last year, contractors, homeowners bought enough Trex decking and lumber to cover 26 football fields. There's a reason they move that much product, and they stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, and lighting. It's because it's all in stock. No wait time, no lead time, just results. You need someone to build that deck? They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. So just call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Well, Janet Jackson's Again was the number one song on the Billboard Hot 100. Schindler's List was the biggest ticket at the box office, and the average home sold for just over $126,000. Yeah, the world looked a lot different almost 30 years ago, but that was the last time the Lions won their division. With a win at Minnesota Sunday on Christmas Eve, though, they can deliver Detroit one of the best early Christmas presents ever, an NFC North Division championship. And someone who could help make that happen is C.J. Gardner-Johnson. The Lions safety has been out since tearing his pec in week 2, but returned to practice Wednesday. The Lions are a 3.5-point favorite over the Vikings. The NCAA has formally presented Michigan with notice of allegations regarding several alleged recruiting violations. These were during the COVID-19 dead period. Head coach Jim Harbaugh personally faces a level 1 charge for allegedly misleading NCAA investigators. U of M has 90 days to respond to the notice. The undefeated number 1 Wolverines take on number 4 Alabama in the semifinals of the college football playoff on New Year's Day. And the Red Wings look to get back into the playoff field and stop their 3-game losing streak tonight in Winnipeg. Coverage starts on 97.1 The Ticket at 7:15. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
Get ahead of the game. Moran Buick GMC, where they make car buying and certified car service a breeze. Look, holidays are busy. You're going to be around town a lot. Do it in style. They got great deals on some great vehicles. The Acadia, seating up to 7. $259 a month. The 24 Terrains, $242 a month. And yes, they have Denali's in stock. You can call them. They're happy to get to work on it for you. MoranExpress.com. Get the certified service. Get that free loaner vehicle. They have got you covered. So check it out. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or MoranExpress.com. Moran Buick GMC, we are professional grade. David, we have to update something. Now, I don't know whether to be happy or mortified or both. So, Rico, I need your attention for a moment. So, we started the show, Odyssey.com Rewind. Pistons X or Pistons Twitter put a piece of Tom Gore's propaganda out there about, he gave out a bunch of toys to poor kids. And I'm like, read the room now. Read the room. Now, luckily, since people have reached largely apathy stage, only 17 people responded to it, and we did a dramatic reading. And I said, well, look, if the Pistons are in need of some holiday cheer. So if you'd like to support them, you can go give. And I did say, please keep it classy. Jeff Rieger has just texted us. The number was 17 when we talked about it on the air. It's approaching 300 responses.
Oh.
Now, that's not changing the world, but the idea that in a 5-minute segment at 2 p.m., a couple hundred people decided to take time out of their day to give the Pistons holiday cheer. David, do you want to update some of those? Rieger also said that many people have been sure to say that we sent them there. I'd also like you to say we please ask you to stay classy.
Yeah, there's a lot of sell the teams.
That's all I need you to write.
I'm just trying to go through and make sure I can read a lot of these. That's all.
Sell the team is classy.
At least it wasn't free Pistons tickets, they say.
Right. I'd rather have a bike with no wheels on it than Pistons tickets.
As somebody said, thanks for the bike, but it has no wheels.
Right.
Go Pistons.
Here's my holiday wish. Sell the team.
Good. See, that's classy.
Mm-hmm.
That's classy, guys. Appreciate you. There's nothing that's not classy about sell the team.
Correct.
You don't need to curse. We don't need to attack anybody. Hashtag sell the team. Hashtag return the toys.
Someone here says, just checking to see if you've sold the team.
Can I offer you a toy for the team?
Tom, sell the team, someone said.
Hey, what do you think is going to happen when whoever runs Pistons socials checks back? Wow, this posted really well. Uh-oh.
You know what? Maybe we'll delete.
Yeah, there's a lot of hashtag sells the team, so I'm wondering if very soon that will be trending in Michigan.
I'd love to see you make it trend, because reality is the league has to step in. That's just where it's arrived at. And we're not going to do another segment about it. It's just the reports this weekend that Troy Weaver was going to be active in the wing market, or Isaiah Stewart is being pursued. As Rico said, if Troy Weaver's allowed to make a trade, that's malfeasance. It borders on sports criminality.
No, this is where you get all those people in Ann Arbor who are all fed up. We're going to get the TRO going. That's when you need one. Temporary restraining order. Troy, give us the phone. Back away from your computer.
Amicus briefs.
Right. You're going to be escorted out of the building.
What does it take to get sell the team trending? Like what type of numbers do you have to do on X to make something trend? You two are Twitterologists or Xologists.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
I've never had anything trend before, so I wouldn't know.
Right, we're not
I'm not
there
that
yet.
important. So, wow. I don't throw chairs in studio, so I don't know.
Hey, let's take a look at Pistons social offices right now.
Oh, man, I love this one. Someone says, let's partner with a GM who can get us a win. Hashtag sell the team.
Thank you. You know the sad reality? I'm just talking to you two. I don't think enough people care about the Pistons to make it trend. That's where they've arrived at.
So Pistons fans are about as broken as Special K was?
Oh, Pistons fans are sad, Kelser. Yeah. Like they're collectively standing outside with a microphone, blankly staring into a camera that may or may not be on. Yeah.
I mean, the games, it's a great family game. Like, as much as we talked about the season tickets for the Lions yesterday,
yeah,
take the family, take the kids to the Pistons game. You probably could get tickets, park, and some food for under $100.
You know what? I have an idea. Kids are protected class, right? They're the innocent of this society.
I think I know where you may be going here.
What if you and I purchase a block of tickets? David, you got to tie into some youth groups?
Oh, for sure I do, yeah.
We send the kids to the game under one condition.
They wear the shirts.
They wear a Sell the Team t-shirt. There is no way the Pistons could confiscate and kick out a group of kids. Can't happen.
My kids would be the first in line. They would lead the cause, and they would love to do it. So,
I can get the t-shirts made. That's easy. And they're kids. There's nothing offensive on the t-shirt. We won't even put a 97.1 logo on there. This would just be kids who happen to have a t-shirt that says Sell the Team.
I don't know, Mike. We may not get access to the team if we do this.
Hey, here's your access. Okay, I got 2 keys right here. Hey. Hey, here's your access right here. Hey. David, could we do a kids' revolt?
I'm sorry, I'm trying to get through this laughing spell here.
What if the kids brought the toys to the game? Take these back. I don't want this in my house. I don't even know if I have a house. I don't want this. Get it out. David?
We can get it done, yeah. I'll get the groups together.
I'm being serious. Do you think ushers would have the plums to kick children out of a game for wearing a Sell the Team t-shirt?
Maybe the dancing usher. I don't know.
I don't think they could do it.
You can't kick a kid out. You can't take their shirt off. You can't do any of that. No. That's a perfect plan, Mike.
Listen. I am trying to affect change here. I can't make this guy sell the team.
Did you just circumvent the rules? Wow.
What's wrong with it? It's a loophole. I'm basically negotiating the Ohtani deal. I found the biggest loophole in the history of baseball to avoid $100 million in taxes. How would an NBA team desperate for fans? You could kick an adult out. Sir, you can't wear that t-shirt. Can you do that to a child?
It's not inappropriate.
There's no profanity. There's no personal attack. It's just 3 words that happen to say sell the team. Can you imagine a whole block of kids all just clueless, eating popcorn, but every time the Pistons bring the ball down the floor, they're in sell the team garb. I
Then I'm right behind Media Row.
All I really want, Rico, I'm being serious with you. All I want is for Tom Gores to be forced to speak. It is disgusting to me that the Pistons are running propaganda for this absentee owner who hides in his mansion in Beverly Hills. He won't talk, and they're about to make NBA history for losing.
Yeah. And it's not propaganda. I think it's distraction. We're too busy out helping out the community. Well, you also need to help out your team and win games.
Rieger has said his daughter will be at the game in a Sell the Team t-shirt if we did this. David, how many youth groups you got ties into through the church?
I can get to at least 3 or 4 right now.
Are you?
You're going to start off with your 9 kids, right?
Yes. Okay. My 9 kids, yes.
I don't know if you were here for that day. David said he had 9 kids.
Yeah, someone did ticket text says Mike can't afford to take all of David's kids because I have 9.
I figure, now the key would be we'd have to get the kids in the lower bowl because they'd have to be in the TV frame.
Correct.
We'd need at least 100 kids.
Yeah, I think, yeah.
Let's see here.
Yeah.
Let me cook.
Yeah, just look, ponder. It's the holiday season. How could anyone be mad? We did something nice for the youth of Detroit. I'm not asking for propaganda. We'll just do it. Could you imagine if it was a game Gores was at? He looks around. What are these children doing wearing these t-shirts?
So, okay.
What?
Okay, no, I'm just trying to see, looking at the ticket prices. Wow, they're affordable.
You think? If a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around to see it, does it make a sound?
Well, they are at home the day after Christmas.
Who are they playing, the Nets?
They are playing Brooklyn. Yeah, the Nets. And then they have the 30th, they have the Toronto Raptors.
No.
You couldn't get the T-shirts fast enough, David.
Right.
Oh, yes, we could. I know plenty of people that make T-shirts that can get that done. Like that. We can spread it out to a few of them, and we're good.
If they lose to the Jazz, we will revisit this. They need to lose to the Jazz, though. I want to see. Hold on. I want to see if there's a spread out on that game before we get back to business. I want to see because the Jazz play tonight, I believe, in Cleveland.
Yes, they do.
On a back-to-back. So no line for tomorrow's game yet. Can't wait. Okay. We'll return to business.
You're looking at 100 tickets.
I just think, 100 because then you'd have to have the kids. Help me, I'm poor. And then they're like, oh, here, we'll give you a courtside seat. And then the kid is standing there doing a dance in a Sell the Team t-shirt. No adult's going to get a pity seat. But there would have to be a tactful plan here. All right, look, we're going.
Okay.
We're going way down the rabbit hole here. Let's just move along. Let's get back to business next. 97.1.
Brought to you by CGC Water Treatment. Today was early signing day in college football, and both of our in-state Big Ten programs had big hauls. Michigan signed 20 new players, 12 of them four-star recruits. Michigan State, 18, highlighted by River Rouge four-star receiver Nick Marsh and Gaylord linebacker Brady Pretzlaff, whom the Spartans flipped from Minnesota. Pretzlaff following former Gophers defensive coordinator Joe Grossi to East Lansing. The NCAA has formally notified Michigan football of alleged violations, these stemming from the COVID-19 dead period case, not the illegal scouting/sign stealing scandal. U of M has 90 days to respond. The undefeated number 1 Wolverines take on number 4 Alabama in the college football playoff semifinals on New Year's Day. Good news on the injury front for the Lions. Safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson sidelined since tearing a pec muscle back in Week 2, and fullback Jason Kabinda, who's been out since undergoing a knee procedure in late September, both returned to practice in limited fashion on Wednesday. Detroit Detroit is a 3.5-point favorite at Minnesota on Sunday. A win gives the Lions their first division title in 30 years. And the Red Wings have a shot to get back into a wildcard spot tonight with a win over the Jets in Winnipeg. Coverage starts at 7:15 here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Mike, we're reaching the people.
We are.
Buddy of mine, I will cash app you $100 towards the kids' Piston tickets or the Sell the Team t-shirts.
Hashtag Sell the Team. Can I just read you a headline and then we can get to the Lions if you want?
All right.
New York Post. Woman gets a, quote, hospital potato from work as a Christmas bonus. Has to pay taxes on it.
I'm sorry, what?
You read this article, her workplace did a potato bar as their Christmas bonus, but they attached a $15 value to the potato, and they're going to be taxed on their next check for it.
And how was this a happy holiday?
You know what? I'm not going to the party, bro.
Here's your bonus, and it's a nut slap. Oh, my. I'm sorry. I apologize. I mean, just from the headline desk, the things you don't imagine reading, today would be probably Tyreek Hill having 3 kids in a 4-month span, all while being married. And then potato bar, hospital potato, taxes on potato. Here's Rico on the Lions.
Can I just
Hashtag Sell the Team.
Like, can I just give it potato back? No. It's holiday party. Enjoy that potato.
That's wild.
Don't put butter on it.
Also, Greater Life Church is sponsoring Kids Night at LCA. Sell the Team t-shirts. Rico? Lions.
What's your confidence level? They got 3 games to go. Where you at with this? If you say 1, then you're saying they're going to win 1 game. 2 games, 3, they're going to win all 3. Now, you could say 0 if you don't think that they're going to win any, but you got to call and let us know why you don't believe in this team. 248-539-9797. Mine is a 1. I think you handle your business this weekend. You beat Minnesota. I think you lose to Dallas at Dallas. And then that final game, because I think the division is locked up, and because you lost to Dallas, there's really no need to play any of your starters. You rest them all, and you just go ahead and take that L to Minnesota. So my confidence level for this team is a 1.
I think what this comes down to is this. I'll be with you guys all next week, and if they don't beat Minnesota, it will be panic in Lionstown all over again. The yo-yo of emotion will continue. But if you beat Minnesota, it is going to set up one of the coolest, most exciting lead-ups to a game I've had in my time here in Detroit. And you guys will say, well, they've had a couple playoff games. They had no chance at winning those games. Oh, but the flag in Dallas. Yeah, it's called scoring 3 points the last 3 quarters. You didn't deserve to win. The New Orleans game, the Seattle game. This is one where you'd be playing, for Super Bowl credibility, you'd be playing for the 2 seed. Mm-hmm. But, Rico, I'm with you. I don't like what the schedule makers have done. I don't agree with in a 18-week NFL season, why would I ever play the same team twice in 3 weeks? Just is not justifiable to me.
No, and I think early in the year, I think the schedule makers thought that this would be for the division. So that's going to be one of those flexed Monday night games. It didn't turn out to be that way. Well, we don't know, but you win this Sunday, division's yours, locked in, worst you can do, 3 seed.
Yeah.
Now, if you go to Dallas and you win.
Oh, baby.
Okay, now you can talk Super Bowl. Now you can start saying, hey, let's see. Now you're looking at San Francisco. What are they doing out there? But if you lose, You're the third seed. You're in. You got a home playoff game. First time since the 90s. Let's take a week and rest our guys who are injured. Maybe Detroit, maybe they get their wish.
No. I will not let you open Pandora's box.
Little Teddy Bridgewater. And Hendon Hooker.
248. You know what? Leave. Kindly leave.
You're going to do that in the 5 o'clock hour?
248-539-9797. Let's get to the people. See what everybody's got to say on it. And you'll hear from Jonathan Smith, Michigan State head football coach, at 5:30. Let's go to Larry, 97.1. What's up, Larry? How you doing?
Go down like another mile.
Larry?
Larry.
I know he's there. Larry?
Larry. Huh? There we go. Hey there.
Yeah, here.
Whoa. Larry, you okay, or did you fall down the stairs? You all right, buddy?
I'm here, man. I'm here.
Okay. All right. We're good. Welcome. What's going on?
I thought Larry was enacting the chair.
It's okay. What's up, Larry?
All right. This is what I have to ask. I don't understand why everybody blames the owners for mishaps. Like everyone wants to fire, Tom Gores. Everybody wants to get rid of frickin', the frickin' Ford family. Like, what do the owners have to do really with anything?
Sure.
I mean, you got general managers in place. You got, coaches in place. The owner has nothing to do with anything, but everyone wants to get rid of the owner. Why?
Okay, I'll tell you. So, that's false. Monty Williams is here at $13 million a year because of Tom Gores. And no one's even sure if Troy, excuse me, let me explain to you. You asked me the question. I'll explain it to you. No one's even sure that his general manager wanted him, but he went over the top of him. Tom Gores' time owning this team, they have the worst winning percentage in the NBA. In fact, it's the lowest win. It's lower than Donald Sterling when he owned the Clippers. You hire everyone. You get to make the calls on who runs your basketball operation. You choose when to hire him, when to fire him. Do you know who forced the Blake Griffin trade? Tom Gores. Like, things like that, Larry, it matters. And I'm not talking about any other owner. I'm talking about him. He took a team with a perfectly good building in Auburn Hills, and now he's become a squatter at LCA. They're an embarrassment, Larry, and the blood's on his hands. I have every right to say I want this guy out of here. I can't force it, but what credibility does Tom Gores have?
I just don't know what a new owner would give, like this unbelievably new attitude to the program. I just don't get it.
Probably the same thing that Sheila has given the Lions. How about that?
They have billions of dollars. They're not gonna change. They don't care.
Okay, and again, you're arguing things I'm not arguing. Of course he doesn't care. He doesn't even show up. He doesn't talk. But we have Larry, look, bottom line is this, buddy. We're the voice of the fans. And I feel bad for the fans. And when you buy a team, maybe I'm a little off center. I think you make a promise to a city that at a minimum, you're going to do your level best. And that's not what this man is doing. He's an embarrassment. His product is embarrassing. And this is a proud organization that has 5 NBA titles. I'm sorry. Don't sit there and act like owners don't make a difference. Stop. That's not accurate. Go ahead.
Mike, I paused this rant, and I apologize.
Oh, no.
David, do we have some Regal music or something? Yeah, I think we need some Regal music for this. Because I can't deliver this news with just nothing in the background. I tell my students all the time, the music adds to the credibility.
Is this going to be happy music or sad music?
No, it's Regal music. Okay. Michael Valenti.
Yeah.
I would like to congratulate you. Now trending on Twitter or X. # sell the team.
Mom, where's the meatloaf?
You did it, buddy.
We are moving the narrative. People, you're the real MVP. Fun. People, you're Oh, there are days. Hey! Aha, Rush.
Had to give you the good news.
Thanks, man. Team effort.
I've never been a part of anything trending. Mike, the people heard. They responded. It's trending.
He asked us if we've had anything trending, and within 20 minutes, he has something trending.
And then, I hate this stuff. This is social media. Hey, can you guys trend? Gotcha.
Sahara show. Rico's got me doing the stupid Tommy DeVito thing. Listen, all you can do is just try. That's all we can do. It's just the league has got to step in. It's a complete clown show. All right, good talk. Rico's trending. What a big day. How do you rank it? The day you found religion or the day you were trending?
No.
1, 2, 2, 1?
This?
No, it's an us thing. It's not a me thing. It's us.
David. That's the marquee right there.
Okay. You know what? F it. I'll take it.
You know, David and I were just background dancers, remember?
Oh, boy. All right, Old Nation. Sure, they're thrilled with that segue. Listen, Old Nation, for the holidays, tremendous lineup of beers, award-winning beers. They're known for the M43. It put them on the map. Now they got a Grapefruit B43, the World Tart Series. They also have the Boss Tweed. Your family driving you insane on the holidays? Crack open a Boss Tweed at 9.7 ABV. You'll be feeling jolly. You'll be feeling great. Untapped, giving them a top 15 rating as a regional brewery. Their beers, award-winning, including Beer Advocate, ranking the Boss Tweed, a 97 overall. I'm guessing that's on a scale of 1 to 100. That's pretty damn strong. It's Old Nation Brewing, one of the best breweries in America, right in your backyard. OldNationBrewing.com, 21 and up. And as always, please drink responsibly.
My friends over at Applebaum and Stone are here to help you. Ron Applebaum and Eric Stone are personally involved with every client. They will handle the difficult insurance company so you can just take care of yourself. When you call Applebaum and Stone, guess what? You get them. They come to you, and they'll get you the money you deserve. So call Applebaum and Stone right now. 833-WINS-BIG. That's 833-WINS-BIG. Tell them Rico sent you.
All right, David, on the ticket text, we get to your calls. Jonathan Smith, Michigan State head coach at 5:30. Mr. Hatchet.
Someone says winning out, which means we are the number 2 seed, so I'm going with 3. All I am worried about is this, guys. If you guys have your tuxedos ready for the home playoff game. Okay, then.
Hey, listen. I'm excited. I still just don't. I don't see a scenario they don't win a home playoff game. I just don't, guys. This place will be impossible to play in. Impossible.
I was worried about it. They had a stretch where they didn't look good. But after Saturday's game, that crowd is going to be ready. Now I've changed.
Crowd's always been ready. Crowd's always been there. Crowd was there when they were 1-6.
Can you imagine if Stafford's back here? Could you imagine? Oh, my God.
He doesn't know a Ford Field that's that loud for him. Because it's always been quiet. He's a quarterback.
That will not be a place for children.
Now, that's where I would have the PTSD because I would just remember back when Joey Harrington came here.
Oh, no. The Thanksgiving nightmare with the Dolphins?
Mm-hmm. I remember that's when I was playing fantasy football. I benched my QB. I picked up Joey Harrington just for that day.
You truly are detestable.
That is petty, man.
No, because I knew what was going to happen. I knew exactly what was going to happen, and it worked.
My. Someone says the owner has nothing to do with anything. Is this guy crazy on the phone?
I just tried to explain it to him. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know where he was coming from. Like, he's the guy that signs all the checks. He walks in and says, I need this. I mean, how many times have we seen the meddlesome owner who is involved too much?
Oh, you mean Tom Gores with Blake Griffin?
I was going to say Jerry Jones and not make it local, but
fine. Happy holidays. Let's go to the people, shall we? Hope Pistons Twitter's having a good day. Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joseph, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, guys. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think the Lions are going to drill Minnesota by 10 or more. Okay. I don't think Minnesota's very good. The whole tell-all is going to be how they play in Dallas. If they give Dallas a football game, I'll be confident that they can win a home playoff game. But if they don't show up in Dallas and they pull a Carolina from last year or a Baltimore from this year and just don't even play, I think they won't even win a home playoff game. I think the Rams will get them. But if they beat Dallas, I think they can win 2 playoff games. So the whole season to me is going to see how they play in Dallas, and they better show up.
I mean, the one thing I would say is this, right? Comp it out to the Cowboys you're talking about. I mean, the previous 2 weeks, 2 impressive wins against Seattle, and then they dropped a bomb on Philly. And then they just got their ass kicked by the Bills. Does that make them a bad team? No. It's a week-to-week league. I think the only result that will matter to me, if they lose to Dallas, they lose. It is what it is. I don't think they're as good as Dallas by 1 or 100.
Right.
If you beat Dallas, that's the paradigm shift. That is the change in conversation where, to me, you beat Minnesota and Dallas, you have every right to talk about S&B Super Bowl.
Well, see, and I think actually while we're all focusing on Dallas, this is where Dan Campbell's going to earn his money. Coming off of that Denver win, knowing you have Dallas the week before, this is that sandwich game that, you're right, if you lose your focus, Minnesota is desperate and they don't care about your seeding. They just want in. This is where you got to reel that team in and says, guys, we're not playing the Cowboys. We're playing the Vikings. So let's Minnesota. As you would say, we are on to Minnesota.
Yeah. And I mean, again, when you see it's both sides of the coin. When a team gets blown out the week prior, you want to bet on them. When a team is a blowout winner, you want to avoid them. Now, it's not, this lead pipe thing. It's just I view things through that prism. How you approach games when you're betting them, oftentimes it's how the games end up turning out. So I'm trying to give you the psychology of it. Rico's right. Dan Campbell's job is to tell this team, yeah, you think you're special, you're not. Now we got to go do it again. Minnesota, this is everything. This is the Alamo for them. So don't take it lightly. Minnesota's a tough place to play. Brian Flores, that defense, a lot of pride. And again, they had put up a top 5 defensive EPA. They gave up a totally out of character 21 points in the fourth quarter against Cincinnati. You don't think they're going to want to bounce back off of that? You're going to have to play well to win this game.
Well, I mean, it's a reason why the last time I looked, it was the Lions were favored by 3.5 to beat Minnesota. You would figure that would be a bigger point spread, but it's not, because this is going to be difficult to get them to stay focused and not think Cowboys, because they're just like us. They're looking at you know what? We can get that 2 seed if we do this. Go out and lose to Minnesota, that goes out the window.
Go to Thomas, 97.1. Hi, Thomas.
What's up, guys? Long time no hear from, but you know what, Mike?
I love when we have these agreeing moments. You too, Rico, because Tom Gores, if I want to say the word I want to say, but I'm going to use the poop emoji, because he is a terrible owner. I mean, having him as an owner is like having an absentee damn father.
Yeah.
And I don't get, and then the thing is, I don't get Monty Williams. What are you doing with this damn lineup? Like, I got to take my grandson to a basketball game because I want to give him his first experience going to see a game. But I'm like, man, I'm going to be sitting there like waiting for Morgan Freeman to just sit back and read me through some BS.
Thomas, I think that's the thing.
I'd rather listen to Morgan Freeman.
Look, when you've had a team for the better part of 15 years and you haven't won a playoff game, and more than not being successful, you're embarrassing, and now you've reached hopeless, historically bad, and you don't show up, you don't talk.
Yeah. Listen, one more thing.
Yeah.
And not to cut you off, one more thing, because I went to Great Lakes Crossing last Saturday. And it was a shame to ride by the Palace and try and figure out, like, where the hell was the Palace done?
Yeah.
Like you said, you squatters in the neighbor's house right now.
Yeah. I mean, you're a nothing burger, and again, for me, I always viewed the Pistons as being a top-tier NBA franchise. The Palace of Auburn Hills was a beautiful arena. There was nothing wrong with it. The idea that you have gotten rid of your building, sold it for parts, right? Sold the land. You get the little deal from the city of Detroit. You make a deal with the Illiches. You get downtown, and now you're a renter. Mm-hmm. No one views the Pistons as having LCA. That's the Red Wings arena. That has nothing to do with you. You have nothing to do with Little Caesars. Right. Daddy owns that arena.
Right.
So now
it's not really a 2-sport arena. It's you're renting.
It kind of takes it back to Cobo and to put a curtain up to seal off half the place.
Or the Silver Dome.
Right. I just nothing he has done has elevated the profile of this franchise. It has been nothing but a real estate play for him from the beginning.
Mike, that's funny because historically speaking, the Pistons have been sharing places with everybody. And the one time they had their own arena, they won.
Yeah, because Mr. D was a real owner, and he paid for it. And he was prideful in what he owned. The mistake he made is he didn't sell it before he died. And then Karen ruined the whole damn thing. And now we got Tommy Goodtimes. Ah!
Yeah. Things. Fun.
Happy holidays. Okay.
Happy Chinooka.
Oh, we haven't played that this year. David, you got to cue that up for me at 5:45. Jonathan Smith coming up next. Holiday season, FanDuel. You got some time off, bet on some sports, have a good time. FanDuel's place to do it. New users, $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line wager. More markets, spreads, totals, player props galore. They got you covered. You could even bet on the next time the Pistons will win a game. They have this bet available. You can bet, are they going to beat the Jazz? Are they going to beat the Raptors? Are they not going to win until the Rockets? This is how bad it's gotten, and FanDuel's happy to take your money. FanDuel.com/ticket, the official partner of 97.1 The Ticket. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms, sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, 1-800-270-7117.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. There are 2 new players on the Lions injury report today as Detroit held its first practice ahead of their Week 16 divisional showdown with the Vikings at Minnesota. Corner Jerry Jacobs and tight end Brock Wright both sat out Wednesday with hamstring and hip injuries, respectively. Safety C.J. Gardner-Johnson and fullback Jason Kabinda both were limited in practice as they rehab from injuries sustained in September. Penei Sewell, Derek Barnes, and Levi Onwuzurike all were limited. Center Frank Ragnow was a full participant. The Vikings had 6 players miss practice on Wednesday, most notably edge rusher Danielle Hunter, who's dealing with an undisclosed illness. With a win over Minnesota, Detroit would clinch its first division championship since 1993. Michigan and Michigan State both had big hauls on early signing day Wednesday, but both football programs also made big additions through the transfer portal. For Michigan, they picked up a commitment from former Maryland freshman All-American linebacker Jyshawn Barham. MSU got a commitment from Quindarius Dunnigan, who was second-team All-Conference USA from Middle Tennessee State. Michigan football was also officially served notice of allegations by the NCAA regarding alleged recruiting violations. These charges do not pertain to the sign-stealing illegal scouting scandal. U of M has 90 days to respond. The undefeated number 1 Wolverines take on number 4 Alabama in the college football playoff semifinals on New Year's Day. And the Red Wings have a chance to get back into a wild card slot and end their 3-game skid tonight in Winnipeg. Jeff Rieger has your coverage starting at 7:15 on 97.1 The Ticket. I'm Beanie Howell. More at 6 or at 97.1theticket.com.